Before we dive into tonight's story, if you're enjoying the content here on Sleep Theories, consider using your hype points on this video. It really helps us continue bringing you these deep dive investigations into the mysteries that keep us wondering. And if you'd like, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from across the globe. No pressure though, only if you want to share. Now let's get into something that might change how you think about what's beneath our feet. There's a single frame of VHS footage that refuses to leave my mind. A middle-aged man standing at a podium in Denver. The year is 1995. His hands shake slightly as he holds the microphone, but not from nervousness. These are the tremors of someone whose nervous system has been fundamentally damaged, whose body carries the physical evidence of trauma that most people couldn't survive. Behind him, a grainy projection shows geological cross-sections of northern New Mexico, layers of sediment and rock with annotations in his own handwriting. He's talking about underground bases, about things he claims to have seen with his own eyes, about a firefight that supposedly happened 16 years earlier in tunnels that officially don't exist. His name was Phil Schneider. The quality of the tape is terrible, degraded by time and multiple duplications, but you can still see the surgical scars on his hands where fingers used to be. You can still hear the conviction in his voice when he describes the smell of the tunnels, the sound of weapons fire echoing through chambers carved from living rock, the bodies of colleagues who never made it back to the surface. 1 year after this lecture, he would be found dead in his apartment in Wilsonville, Oregon, a catheter hose wrapped around his neck so tightly that it took considerable force. The official ruling, suicide. His hands, the same hands that were missing multiple fingers, allegedly managed to strangle himself with enough pressure to crush his larynx. The people who knew him said Phil Schneider was many things, but he wasn't suicidal. He was angry. He was determined. He was convinced that the public deserved to know what their government was doing in the deep places of the earth. But in that lecture, in that single moment captured on deteriorating magnetic tape, he says something that cuts through decades of conspiracy noise like a scalpel through flesh. He leans into the microphone and his voice drops to almost a whisper, as if he's afraid of being overheard even in a public venue. They're still there, under Archuleta Mesa, still working, still waiting. The camera wobbles, someone in the audience coughs. Phil Schneider's hands grip the podium, and for just a moment you can see something in his eyes that transcends fear. It's certainty. The absolute knowledge of someone who has seen something they can never unsee. This is the story of what happens when you decide to find out if he was telling the truth. This is the story of what happens when you look for a door that was never meant to be found. This is the Dulce Protocol. The Man Who Never Came Back, June 1979. The high desert of northern New Mexico bakes under relentless sun that turns the landscape into something alien and unforgiving. Phil Schneider, a former Los Alamos explosives technician with 17 years of experience in underground construction, stands at the edge of what will become the most controversial claim of his life. According to his later testimony, delivered in conference rooms and small venues across America in the mid-90s, he's part of a construction crew drilling into the mesa near the small town of Dulce. They're building something deep, something that requires specialized knowledge of underground detonation and structural engineering in extreme conditions. The project is classified. The workers don't know what they're building, only that it's important enough to warrant the presence of armed military personnel and security protocols that seem excessive for a simple construction job. Schneider was good at his work. He'd helped build underground facilities before, part of the vast network of hardened structures the US government constructed during the Cold War. Deep command bunkers, missile silos, facilities designed to survive nuclear war. He knew rock composition, load-bearing calculations, the precise amount of explosive needed to carve chambers from solid stone without causing catastrophic collapse. But on this particular day in June, something goes wrong. The drill bit, boring through layers of sedimentary rock and volcanic tuff, suddenly drops into empty space. The change in resistance is immediate and unmistakable. They've broken through into a cavity, a void that shouldn't exist according to the geological surveys. The crew pulls the bit back, and air rushes out of the hole. Not the stale, dead air of a sealed pocket, but moving air. Air that's been somewhere. According to Schneider's account, what happens next changes everything. They widen the hole, prepare to investigate. Standard procedure dictates caution, gas detection, structural assessment. But before they can complete their safety protocols, something comes through from the other side. The official story, if there even is one, has been buried under layers of classification and deliberate confusion. Government documents related to the Dulce construction project from 1979 are still sealed, their very existence neither confirmed nor denied. But Schneider would spend the last years of his life telling anyone who would listen about what happened next, about the tunnel they found, already excavated, showing evidence of construction methods that didn't match any human engineering he recognised, about the entities they encountered, beings that didn't respond to verbal commands or warning shots the way humans would, about the firefight that erupted when security forces arrived and attempted to assert control, about the beams of light that cut through rock and flesh with equal ease, about the screaming that echoed through chambers that went deeper than their maps suggested possible. Schneider claimed that 67 people died that day. Military personnel, construction workers, security contractors. He said he survived only because a Green Beret allegedly threw him away from one of the directed energy weapons the entities were using, taking the fatal blast himself. Schneider's hands told their own story. Missing fingers, burned scars. Nerve damage so extensive that he struggled with fine motor control for the rest of his life. His medical records, the ones he shared publicly, documented radiation exposure inconsistent with any civilian source. His disability claim cited injuries sustained in the line of duty during classified operations, language carefully chosen to reveal nothing while confirming something happened. Fast forward to 2021. Elias Ford sits in his cramped graduate student apartment in Los Angeles, the blue glow of his laptop screen illuminating stacks of research papers about government transparency, press freedom, and the limits of FOIA requests. Empty coffee cups form a small mountain on his desk. His thesis advisor's increasingly concerned emails sit unanswered in his inbox. His girlfriend stopped calling 3 weeks ago after one too many conversations that started with dinner plans and ended with theories about underground facilities. He's watching that Denver lecture for the 47th time, and he started keeping count because he's begun to notice things, small details, the way Schneider's left eye twitches when he mentions specific dates, the way he grips the podium when describing the entities, the way his voice breaks, genuinely breaks, when he talks about the men who didn't make it out. Elias isn't a conspiracy theorist, at least not the kind who sees patterns in pizza restaurant logos, or believes in shape-shifting reptilians running world governments. He's methodical, trained in verification and source analysis, taught to follow evidence wherever it leads, and to trust documentation over speculation. His undergraduate work in investigative journalism earned him awards. His professors called him unusually rigorous in his approach to research. But something about Schneider's testimony gnaws at him with the persistence of a splinter working its way deeper under the skin. It's not what the man says, it's how he says it. The specific details, the technical language that rings true to anyone who knows construction and engineering. The way he references real places, real agencies, real protocols. The way his voice cracks when he describes the smell of ozone and burnt flesh. A description so visceral and specific that it feels like sense memory rather than fabrication. People who lie tend to embellish. They add dramatic details, create heroic narratives, paint themselves as central figures in grand conspiracies. Schneider's account is almost clinically spare. He doesn't claim to understand what he encountered. He doesn't pretend to have special knowledge of alien civilizations or government conspiracies. He simply describes what he says he experienced. in the language of a construction worker who found something he wasn't supposed to find. And then there's the death. January 7th, 1996. Phil Schneider found dead in his apartment after being missing for several days. The autopsy report, publicly available, notes the catheter hose wrapped around his neck with enough force to crush the hyoid bone and thyroid cartilage. The medical examiner ruled it suicide, but Elias has read that autopsy report a dozen times, and the details bother him. Schneider's hands, already damaged and missing fingers, would have struggled to generate the force necessary for that kind of strangulation. The positioning of the ligature suggested pressure applied from behind and above, awkward for self-infliction. There were no drugs in his system, no alcohol, nothing to suggest impaired judgment or suicidal ideation. Friends and family insisted Schneider was preparing for more lectures. He had bookings scheduled. He was working on a presentation about government black budgets. He told multiple people he had more information to share, documents he was still organising. Then he was dead, and the narrative shifted from whistleblower to troubled man who took his own life. Elias makes a decision that will unravel his life, though he doesn't know it yet. He's going to find out what really happened at Dulce. He's going to treat this like a real investigation, following evidence, tracking down sources, building a case that can withstand scrutiny. He's going to assume Schneider was telling the truth and see where that assumption leads. It's 2 a.m. when he creates a new folder on his laptop, Dulce Protocol. Inside, he begins cataloguing everything he can find. Schneider's lectures, transcribed word for word. Geological surveys of the Archuleta Mesa region. Historical records of construction projects in northern New Mexico during the late 70s. News articles about cattle mutilations. Reports of UFO sightings. Missing person cases. The coffee goes cold as he works. Outside his window, Los Angeles sleeps. And somewhere in New Mexico, beneath a mesa that rises from high desert like a monument to secrets, machinery hums in tunnels that officially don't exist. Elias doesn't sleep that night. He's crossed a threshold, made a commitment to a path that will consume him. In the morning he'll start making calls. He'll reach out to witnesses, researchers, anyone who might remember the events of 1979. But for now, he watches the lecture one more time. Phil Schneider's damaged hands gripping the podium, his voice carrying the weight of truth that no one wants to hear. They're still there, under Archuleta Mesa, still working, still waiting. Waiting for what, Elias wonders, and more importantly, waiting for whom? Act 1. The history they don't talk about real-world origins. Every conspiracy theory has an origin point. A moment where documented reality blurs into speculation, where the solid ground of verifiable fact gives way to the quicksand of possibility. For Dulce, that moment begins not with a dramatic revelation, but with routine police work in a place most Americans couldn't find on a map. October 1967. The town of Dulce, population roughly 2,000, sits in the high country of northern New Mexico like a secret the landscape is trying to keep. It's Jicarilla Apache reservation land, a place of stunning vistas and deep cultural significance, where the modern world sits uncomfortably alongside traditions that stretch back centuries. The town itself is small, the kind of place where everyone knows everyone, where the arrival of strangers is noticed and remembered. New Mexico State Police records from that October tell a story that doesn't fit comfortably into official narratives. Multiple officers, working different shifts, responding to different calls, all report the same thing. Lights in the sky near Archuleta Mesa, not distant aircraft lights or stars misidentified by unreliable witnesses. These are objects moving in patterns that violate basic physics as the officers understand it. Patrolman James Bustamante files a report on October 14th, describing an object that appeared stationary for 17 minutes before accelerating to impossible speed with no visible means of propulsion. His report is detailed, clinical, the work of a professional trying to document something that challenges his understanding of reality. He notes wind conditions, visibility, the presence of his partner as a corroborating witness. He sketches the object's flight path and estimates its size relative to known landmarks. 3 days later, Sergeant Maria Sanchez reports a similar sighting from a different location, then Officer Thomas Whitehorse, then others. The reports accumulate in files that will sit in archives for decades, neither investigated nor explained, simply recorded and filed away under classifications that ensure they won't be casually discovered. These aren't anonymous reports from unreliable witnesses claiming they were abducted or probed. These are sworn law enforcement officials filing paperwork that could affect their careers and credibility, documenting something they can't explain but can't deny they witnessed. The sightings continue sporadically over the next several years. Sometimes months pass between reports. Sometimes multiple sightings occur within days. The pattern is inconsistent enough to resist easy explanation, but persistent enough to establish that something unusual is happening in the airspace around Archuleta Mesa. Then comes the cattle mutilation wave, and the strangeness takes on a darker character. Between 1975 and 1979, ranchers across northern New Mexico report something that transforms the region from mysterious to actively frightening. Cattle found dead in fields, their bodies surgically altered with precision that baffles veterinarians and law enforcement alike. The cases share disturbing commonalities that suggest systematic rather than random events. The animals are found drained of blood, their bodies showing no signs of bloating or decomposition that would normally occur within hours of death. Organs are removed through incisions so clean they appear to be made with surgical instruments far more precise than any farmer or veterinarian in the region possesses. Eyes excised with circular cuts, tongues removed through the jaw, reproductive organs extracted with what forensic veterinarians describe as laser-like precision. No blood pools around the bodies, no tracks approach or leave the carcasses, no signs of predation, no evidence of scavengers, just the bodies, arranged in ways that seem almost deliberate, as if left as messages or warnings. Local veterinarian Thomas Chen examines dozens of these animals between 1976 and 79. His reports, preserved in county records and later obtained through FYA requests, note details that defy conventional explanation. Hemoglobin levels in remaining tissue suggest rapid exsanguination, but there's no blood at the scene. Incision edges show heat damage at the cellular level, consistent with cauterization by directed energy rather than cutting by blade. In several cases, bones appear to have been softened or partially dissolved to allow organ removal through impossibly small openings. These are not predator kills, Chen writes in a report dated March 1978. These are not the work of cultists or pranksters. The precision and methodology suggest technology and knowledge beyond what any civilian operation would possess. I have no explanation that satisfies the evidence. In March of 1979, the phenomenon reaches a crescendo. Local rancher Manuel Gomez discovers 17 mutilated cattle on his property over a span of 8 days. The animals represent a significant portion of his herd, thousands of dollars in losses that insurance refuses to cover, because no one can determine the cause of death. Gomez is the third generation of his family to work this land. He knows cattle. He knows predators. He knows what natural death looks like. What he finds in his fields is something else entirely. He calls the sheriff. He calls the state police. He calls federal authorities. A team from the FBI's Albuquerque field office arrives to investigate, part of a broader multi-state effort to understand the cattle mutilation phenomenon that's been terrorizing ranchers across the Southwest. The FBI reports, later released through FOI gay requests after decades of classification, make for disturbing reading. Special agents document incision patterns, tissue samples, the complete absence of forensic evidence that would normally accompany either human or animal predation. They interview ranchers, veterinarians, local law enforcement. They consult with pathologists and forensic specialists. Their conclusions are carefully worded, written in the bureaucratic language designed to convey information without making inflammatory statements. But one phrase appears 17 times across multiple reports, always in quotes, As if the agents writing the reports want to distance themselves from the implications, cutting instruments of unknown origin. Unknown origin. Not advanced surgical tools, not specialised equipment. Unknown origin, as if the FBI, with all its resources and expertise, cannot identify what created these precise, cauterised incisions in dead cattle across the American Southwest. The mutilation wave creates a climate of fear in rural New Mexico. Ranchers start keeping their cattle closer to their homes. People install lights, motion sensors, cameras. Some organise armed patrols. The economic impact is substantial, but the psychological impact is greater. This is a region where people pride themselves on self-reliance, on understanding their land and its dangers. But how do you defend against something you can't identify, that leaves no evidence, that operates with technology you don't understand? Then, in 1980, the story takes another turn with the introduction of Paul Bennewitz. Bennewitz was a physicist and inventor who ran Thunder Scientific Corporation in Albuquerque, a successful business that manufactured precision instruments for measuring humidity and temperature. He held patents. He had government contracts. He'd done work for classified programs. This wasn't a crank or a paranoid recluse. This was a respected member of the scientific community with security clearances and a reputation for rigorous, methodical work. He lived near Kirtland Air Force Base, home to numerous sensitive operations and one of the Department of Energy's nuclear weapons facilities. His house sat on a hill with a clear view of the base's remote sections, areas where unusual activity sometimes occurred after dark. Being a scientist and an inventor, Bennewitz had equipment, radio receivers, recording devices, cameras with telephoto lenses. He was curious by nature and by profession, the kind of person who notices patterns and wants to understand their underlying causes. In 1980, he began intercepting strange radio signals. Bennewitz was experienced with radio technology. He understood frequency allocation, transmission protocols, the characteristic signatures of different types of communications equipment. What he was receiving didn't match anything in his experience. Low-frequency transmissions, pulsed in patterns that suggested data transfer rather than voice communication, coming from a bearing that pointed northeast of Albuquerque. He triangulated the signals using multiple receivers at different locations. The source appeared to be somewhere in the direction of Dulce, New Mexico, approximately 120 miles away, in the vicinity of Archuleta Mesa. Bennewitz did what any responsible scientist would do. He documented everything meticulously. He recorded the signals, he analysed their patterns, he created maps showing the apparent source location. He compiled his findings into a detailed report, and then he did something that would change his life irrevocably. He approached the Air Force with his findings. You have to understand the context. This is 1980. The Cold War is still very much active. The Soviet Union represents an existential threat. Kirtland Air Force Base is a strategic facility housing nuclear weapons and conducting classified research. An experienced physicist and defence contractor reporting unusual signals in the vicinity of sensitive installations would normally be taken seriously, and they did take him seriously, but not in the way Bennewitz expected. What happened next is documented fact, confirmed by declassified documents and later admissions by intelligence officials. The Air Force Office of Special Investigations didn't investigate Bennewitz's claims. They investigated Bennewitz himself, and then they began one of the most elaborate and sustained psychological operations ever conducted against a private US citizen. They fed him disinformation. They encouraged his most paranoid theories. They provided him with forged documents suggesting underground bases and alien technology. They sent agents posing as fellow researchers to feed him elaborate stories. They monitored his communications, his movements, his mental state. Over several years, they systematically destroyed Paul Bennewitz's grip on reality. By the mid-80s, Bennewitz was hospitalized for psychological treatment. His business suffered. His family relationships fractured. The brilliant physicist who'd held security clearances and government contracts became known as a delusional conspiracy theorist. His legitimate findings about unusual signals drowned in a sea of false information fed to him by the very people he'd tried to help. Benowitz died in 2003. His reputation never fully recovered. And the question that haunts his story, the question that draws researchers like Elias decades later, is simple. Why would the US Air Force devote years of resources and sophisticated psychological warfare techniques to discrediting one man unless he'd actually found something they needed to keep hidden? Elias begins digging. Elias's investigation begins with phone calls to people who don't want to remember, to people who've spent decades trying to forget, to people who made peace with burying the truth so deeply that excavating it feels like a violation. Manuel Gomez died in 2003, his final years marked by declining health and a reluctance to discuss the events of '79. But his daughter, Rosa Gomez Martinez, still lives on the family ranch, maintaining the land her grandfather cleared and her father expanded. When Elias reaches her after 3 weeks of trying to track her down, there's a long pause after he introduces himself and his research topic. He can hear her breathing on the other end of the line, can hear the sound of wind through an open window, that high desert wind that never really stops, can hear her considering whether to hang up or speak. "Nobody's asked about that in 20 years, she says finally. Her voice carries the weight of memories she's tried to bury, trauma inherited and personal. My father saw things that broke him. He was a practical man, raised cattle for 40 years before those months changed everything. Rosa describes her father's transformation after the mutilations, how he went from a confident, self-assured rancher to someone who checked the locks 3 times before bed, how he installed floodlights all around the property, turning night into something approximating day, the electricity bills becoming prohibitive but preferable to darkness. How he started sleeping with a loaded .30-06 rifle beside his bed, the safety off, his hand resting on the stock even in sleep. He would stand on the porch at night, Rosa continues, her voice dropping to almost a whisper, as if the phone line itself might be monitored. Just stand there for hours, watching the mesa, watching the sky. I'd wake up at 2, 3 in the morning, and he'd be out there in his robe, perfectly still, just watching. She tells Elias about the nights when the cattle would go silent. Not the normal quiet of sleeping animals, but an eerie, absolute silence that felt wrong on a cellular level. Her father would notice it immediately, would grab his rifle and his flashlight and go out into the fields, searching for whatever was spooking his herd. Sometimes he'd find nothing. The cattle would be standing motionless, awake but frozen, as if paralysed by fear or something else. Other times he'd find them the next morning, the mutilated ones, the ones that had been alive at evening check but were dead by dawn, their bodies altered in ways that denied explanation. He used to tell me, "They come at night, Micha. They come when the dogs won't bark." The dogs. Rosa's voice breaks slightly when she mentions them. Multiple ranchers reported the same phenomenon. Their dogs, normally aggressive protectors of livestock, would fall silent before mutilation events, not cowering or hiding, but simply standing still, as if their instinct to bark and defend had been switched off like a light. Rosa's own dog, a German shepherd named Lobo who would bark at coyotes half a mile away, stood silent on the porch the night 7 more cattle were found mutilated in the south pasture. Just stood there, looking toward the mesa, body rigid, not making a sound. My father never recovered from those months, Rosa says. Even after the mutilation stopped, even after things went back to what everyone called normal, he was never the same. He'd wake up screaming sometimes, nightmares about things watching from above, about lights that moved with intention, about feeling helpless on his own land. She agrees to meet Elias, but only after making him promise he won't use her full name, won't identify the specific location of her ranch, won't include details that might make her family identifiable. There are still consequences, she suggests, for talking too openly about what happened in '79. Elias flies to Albuquerque and drives north, watching the landscape change from urban sprawl to open country to the dramatic mesas and valleys of the Jicarilla Apache Nation. He meets Rosa at a truck stop diner in Dulce, a place where they can talk without being overheard, but where their meeting won't seem unusual or noteworthy. She's in her mid-50s, with her father's strong features and eyes that carry the wariness of someone who's learned that truth is often unwelcome. She brings a box of her father's papers, photographs of mutilated cattle, veterinary reports, insurance claim forms that were rejected, correspondence with law enforcement agencies that never led anywhere. The photographs are difficult to look at. Elias has seen crime scene photos before, has looked at images of violence and death as part of his journalism training, but these images are different. The precision of the mutilations, the absence of any evidence of struggle, the almost surgical quality of the alterations, all of it suggests something beyond human capability or animal predation. The FBI came, Rosa says, spreading documents across the diner table. Spring of '79, 2 agents, very professional, very thorough. They walked the fields, they examined the bodies, they took tissue samples, they interviewed my father for hours. She produces a copy of their report, obtained years later through an FOIA request. The language is careful, clinical, designed to document without concluding. But reading between the bureaucratic phrasing, Elias can see the agents' confusion. They can't explain what they're seeing. They can attribute the mutilations to neither human nor animal causes. They note the absence of evidence that should be present and the presence of evidence that shouldn't exist. They told my father they'd be in touch, Rosa continues. They said they were pursuing multiple lines of investigation across several states. Then nothing, no follow-up, no answers, like they documented everything and then just stopped. Elias asks if her father ever speculated about what was responsible. Rosa's expression darkens. He knew, she says quietly, or thought he did. Toward the end of his life, when he'd been drinking, he'd talk about it. About lights he saw moving low over the fields. About sounds he heard. Mechanical sounds that didn't match any aircraft or vehicle he knew. About feeling watched, not by people, but by something else. Something studying him like he was an experiment. She tells Elias her father became convinced the mutilations were connected to something operating out of Archuleta Mesa. He'd driven up there, hiked some of the accessible trails, talked to Apache elders who warned him away. They told him the mesa was bad land, that their people avoided it, that there were places where the earth felt wrong and the air tasted like metal. Before Rosa leaves, she places her hand on Elias's, the same gesture her father would use when he needed someone to really listen. My father died never knowing what happened to his cattle, she says, but he died believing it was real, that it was deliberate, and that whoever or whatever was responsible didn't care about him or his animals except as subjects. That helplessness, that knowledge that he couldn't protect what was his, that's what broke him. Not the financial loss, the powerlessness. Elias tracks down 3 researchers who met with Paul Benowitz in the early 80s, before his breakdown, when he was still coherent and methodical in his claims. Each lives in a different parts of the country now. Each left New Mexico decades ago. Each tells a similar story about a brilliant man who became increasingly unstable, though they disagree on whether his instability was organic or induced. The first is Leonard Stringfield, a former Air Force intelligence officer turned UFO researcher who met Benowitz in 1981. They talk via video call, Stringfield now in his late 70s, speaking from his home in Ohio. Paul was brilliant, Stringfield says, his face filling the screen, lined with age but his eyes still sharp. Absolutely brilliant. The first time I met him, he walked me through his data like he was presenting at a scientific conference. Frequency analysis, signal intercepts, directional triangulation. This wasn't some amateur with a radio scanner. This was professional grade work. Stringfield describes visiting Benowitz's home laboratory, seeing the equipment set up, the meticulous records. Benowitz had invested tens of thousands of dollars in radio monitoring equipment. He'd developed software for signal analysis years before such tools became common. He approached the mystery like an engineering problem to be solved. But something happened between 81 and 84, Stringfield continues, his expression troubled. Paul started making claims that went beyond what his data supported. He started talking about alien bases and genetic experiments. The methodical scientist became the paranoid theorist, and it happened fast. Too fast. The second researcher, Angela Morrison, is more direct in her assessment. She's a physicist who worked with Benowitz on consulting projects in the late 70s, before any of the UFO research began. "They broke him," she states flatly over the phone, her voice carrying absolute conviction. The Paul Benowitz I knew would never have descended into the paranoid ramblings he became known for without external pressure. Someone fed him disinformation systematically and deliberately. Morrison tells Elias about watching Benowitz change, how he became increasingly agitated, how he started seeing patterns that weren't there, how he began trusting sources that, in retrospect, were obviously feeding him false information designed to discredit everything he'd legitimately discovered. The Air Force admitted it later, Morrison says. They admitted running operations against Paul, but they framed it as protective, as trying to steer a civilian away from sensitive installations. That's not what it was. It was character assassination through psychological manipulation. The third researcher refuses to speak on record, but agrees to an off-the-record conversation. He's a former NSA analyst who worked signals intelligence in the Southwest during the early 80s. He won't confirm or deny specific operations, but he provides context that makes Elias's blood run cold. Paul Benowitz intercepted real signals, the analyst says. I can't tell you what they were or where they originated, but the response he received, the level of attention directed at him, that tells you everything you need to know. We don't run multi-year psychological operations against private citizens who've stumbled onto nothing. The analyst explains how these operations work, how you identify someone who's found something sensitive, then feed them a mixture of truth and fiction until they can no longer distinguish between them. How you encourage their most extreme theories while systematically discrediting them publicly. How you transform a credible witness into a cautionary tale. The goal isn't to silence them, the analyst explains. The goal is to make them silence themselves by destroying their own credibility. Paul Benowitz did more damage to his own claims than any government denial ever could, because by the end, everything he said sounded crazy, including the parts that were true. Elias's most disturbing interviews come from Navajo and Apache locals who've lived near Dulce for generations, whose connection to the land predates American sovereignty, predates Spanish colonization, predates the written history that treats this region as discovered when Europeans arrived. They speak carefully, as if the land itself might be listening, as if speaking too openly about certain things might draw attention better left avoided. Several refuse to speak at all. Others agree only to talk off record, their words documented in Elias's notebooks but not recorded, their names replaced with descriptions. Elderly man, former Apache tribal council, member, or woman, mid-60s traditional healer. Each Soci is different. She agrees to speak on record, tells Elias to use her name, says she's too old to care about consequences anymore. She's 78, a grandmother and great-grandmother, with family roots in the region going back so many generations that the exact count has been lost to time. They meet at a diner in Dulce, the same one where Elias met Rosa. Marie arrives exactly on time, moving with the careful precision of someone whose body has been worn down by decades of hard living but whose mind remains sharp. She orders coffee. She doesn't drink and speaks in a voice barely above a whisper, forcing Elias to lean close to hear her over the ambient noise of the diner. My people have stories about Archuleta Mesa that go back centuries, she begins, her hands wrapped around the coffee cup for warmth despite the summer heat outside. We call it different names in Apache. The closest translation is the place where the earth breathes, or the place of deep voices. Marie explains that in traditional Apache cosmology, certain locations are considered powerful, places where the boundary between the physical and spiritual worlds grows thin. Archuleta Mesa is one of these places, but not in a benevolent sense. There are caves, she continues, her eyes focused somewhere beyond the diner walls as if seeing the landscape in her mind. Tunnels that go deep. My grandfather told me stories his grandfather told him about warriors who went into those caves and came back changed. Some didn't come back at all. When Elias asks what changed means, Marie takes a long moment before answering. Their minds, she says finally. They would see things that weren't there or stop seeing things that were. They would speak in voices that didn't sound like themselves. They would know things they shouldn't know and forget things they should remember. We learned, over generations, to avoid those caves, to mark them as forbidden, to teach our children that some darkness is meant to remain unexplored. She slides a piece of paper across the table. On it are names and dates written in careful handwriting. 12 entries, spanning from 1982 to 2015. Missing people, Marie says quietly. Hikers, hunters, tourists, people who went into the area around Archuleta Mesa and never came out. The Forest Service says it's the terrain. The Bureau of Land Management says people get lost. They organise searches, use helicopters and dogs, and they find nothing. No bodies, no equipment, no signs of where these people went. She tells Elias about her cousin, Benjamin Sosi, who worked search and rescue for 15 years. Benjamin was skilled at tracking, at reading the landscape, at finding people who didn't want to be found. He participated in searches for 6 of the names on Marie's list. He told me once, after he retired, that they were told to avoid certain areas during searches, Marie says, her voice dropping even lower. Grid coordinates marked off limits by federal authorities. No explanation given, just orders that certain zones were not to be entered by search teams, even if tracks or evidence pointed in those directions. Benjamin died in 2018, but before his death he told Marie something that still haunts her. He said on one search, in 2007, they found a camp, tent, supplies, equipment, fresh food, nothing disturbed, like the person had just stepped away. But there were no tracks leading from the camp, no signs of where they'd gone, just the camp, perfectly preserved, and no person. The missing person from that search, a 28-year-old geologist named Sarah Chen conducting soil surveys, was never found. Her family eventually held a memorial service without a body. The official conclusion was that she likely fell into a ravine or crevice, and her remains were unrecoverable. But Benjamin told Marie there were no ravines or crevices within 2 miles of that camp. The geology didn't support that explanation. It was as if Sarah Chen had simply ceased to exist mid-activity, leaving her belongings behind as the only evidence she'd been there at all. Before Marie leaves, she places her hand on Elias's. Her skin is warm despite the cold coffee cup she'd been holding, and her grip is surprisingly strong. They hear things under the ground, she says, her dark eyes holding his with an intensity that allows no room for dismissal. Machinery where no machinery should be. Voices that sound human but use words that make no sense. Lights in the caves that move with purpose. My people have heard these things for longer than the United States has existed. She stands, gathering her bag, preparing to leave. But she pauses, looking down at Elias with an expression that might be pity or might be resignation. The white people who came to this land, they didn't believe our warnings about the mesa. They thought we were primitive, superstitious. Then they went digging, and they found what we have always known was there. The difference is we respected it, avoided it, survived by keeping our distance. They tried to control it. That's the mistake that changes everything. Marie walks out of the diner into the bright New Mexico sunlight. Elias watches her go, his recorder still running, the list of names still on the table before him. 12 people, 12 disappearances, 12 families with questions that will never be answered, and beneath it all, under tons of rock and earth, machinery humming in places where no machinery should exist. Act 2. The government connection declassified hints. Elias spends 3 months buried in FOIA requests and declassified documents, transforming his apartment into something between a research archive and a conspiracy theorist's lair. His walls are covered with printouts, timelines, maps with pins connected by red string. His thesis. Advisor stops returning his emails. His funding situation becomes precarious. Friends start avoiding his calls. But he can't stop because what he's finding isn't smoking gun-proof of underground alien bases, but something almost more disturbing, evidence of systematic misdirection and unexplained government activity concentrated around a single remote location with no obvious strategic value. The FOIA requests yield results slowly, each document arriving with heavy redactions, black bars obscuring names, dates, operational details. But even redacted, the documents tell a story. Air Force OSI memos from 1982, their headers stamped with classification levels that should have expired decades ago, discuss what they call Bennewitz activity and containment protocols. The language is bureaucratic but telling. They're not investigating whether Bennewitz's claims have merit. They're containing him, managing the problem he represents. One memo, dated September 1982, outlines a strategic disinformation campaign designed to redirect subjects' research focus toward non-sensitive areas while maintaining subjects' belief in primary hypothesis. In plain language, feed Bennewitz false information about aliens to distract him from whatever he'd actually found. But here's what keeps Elias awake at night. Why would a private citizen investigating radio signals require containment protocols? You don't deploy strategic disinformation campaigns against someone who's chasing nothing. You ignore them, or you politely correct them, or you send them a cease and desist letter if they're trespassing on secure frequencies. You don't wage psychological warfare against them unless they've found something real. NSA documents released in 2015, part of a broader transparency initiative that nobody paid much attention to, show surveillance orders for radio interception in the Dulce area between 1980 and 1984. The stated purpose is redacted. The target of the surveillance is redacted. The results of the surveillance are redacted. But the resource allocation is visible. Dedicated monitoring stations, specialized equipment, trained personnel assigned for 4 continuous years. Elias does the math. The cost of maintaining that level of surveillance in a remote area with minimal population would run into millions of dollars. For what? To monitor radio signals in the middle of nowhere? To watch a handful of ranchers and a small Apache community? The disproportion between resources expended and official explanation offered suggests something significant enough to warrant sustained, expensive attention. Then there are the FBI reports on the cattle mutilation phenomenon, obtained through multiple FOIA requests and cross-reference with state police records and veterinary reports. The documents span from 1975 through 1984, hundreds of pages documenting mutilation events across New Mexico, Colorado, Kansas and Montana. The reports are clinical, detailed, increasingly frustrated. FBI agents and forensic veterinarians document tissue samples showing thermal cutting effects, inconsistent with predation or known surgical tools. One report from a veterinary pathologist at New Mexico State University, dated April 1979, is particularly unsettling. The pathologist, a specialist in forensic animal medicine with 23 years of experience, describes examining a mutilated cow from the Gomez Ranch. He notes hemoglobin distribution patterns suggesting rapid exsanguination through unknown means, possibly vacuum extraction. The incision edges show cellular damage consistent with temperatures exceeding 1000 degrees Fahrenheit, but there's no burning or charring of surrounding tissue, as if the heat was impossibly focused, more precise than any cutting tool available to veterinary or surgical medicine at the time. The level of precision observed, the pathologist writes, exceeds the capabilities of even the most sophisticated surgical facilities. The absence of forensic evidence that should accompany either human perpetrators or animal predators suggests a methodology outside my professional experience and knowledge. A FBI summary report from 1980 attempts to draw conclusions from hundreds of documented cases. The report notes that despite extensive investigation, including laboratory analysis, field interviews, and consultation with medical and veterinary experts, no definitive explanation can be offered for the observed mutilation phenomena. The precision of the alterations and the absence of conventional forensic evidence preclude standard explanatory frameworks. Then, buried in a footnote, a single sentence that Elias highlights and photographs and stores in multiple locations. Tissue analysis conducted at Federal Facility Omega-7 indicates possible exposure to directed energy sources of unknown configuration. Federal Facility Omega-7, Elias searches every database he can access. The designation appears nowhere else in publicly available documents. It's a ghost reference, a hint of infrastructure that officially doesn't exist. But the psychological operations angle is what truly disturbs him, because it's documented, admitted, and still partially classified. Declassified documents confirm that from 1977 to 1981, Air Force intelligence ran active measures against Paul Benowitz under a program codenamed Desert Shepherd. They fed him false information about underground bases and alien technology. They created forged documents suggesting elaborate conspiracies. They encouraged his beliefs while systematically destroying his credibility. They monitored his mental health deterioration with the detached precision of scientists observing an experiment. One memo, written by an Air Force psychologist in 1983, assesses Benowitz's psychological state and recommends continued reinforcement of constructed narratives to maintain subjects' focus on non-operational areas. The memo notes that Benowitz is approaching critical psychological threshold, but recommends maintaining current operational tempo unless subject presents danger to himself or others. They knew they were destroying him. They documented his deterioration. They made calculated decisions about how far to push before his mental collapse might create unwanted attention. And they did it all in the service of protecting something near Dulce, New Mexico. Elias files FOIA requests for the files that remain classified, the documents that should have been automatically declassified decades ago under standard protocols. His requests are carefully worded, specific, citing exact statutes and precedents. He's learned the language of FOIA law, the magic phrases that theoretically compel disclosure. Each request comes back denied. The denials follow a template. The requested documents, if they exist, would contain information that could reasonably be expected to cause damage to national security if disclosed. The information remains properly classified under Executive Order 1295 and is exempt from disclosure under FOIA Exemption 1. But here's the thing that makes Elias's hands shake as he reads these denials. The exemption claims relate to ongoing operations and current intelligence activities. Ongoing operations, current activities. In reference to events from 40 plus years ago, in reference to a psychological operation against a man who died nearly 2 decades ago, in reference to cattle mutilations and UFO sightings that the official narrative dismisses as mass hysteria and mundane phenomena. If it's all nonsense, if there's nothing to hide, why are documents from the late 70s and early 80s still classified in 2021? What are they still protecting? Elias creates timelines, cross-referencing dates of mutilation events with dates of signal intercepts reported by Benowitz, with dates of unusual seismic activity recorded by USGS monitors, with dates of military exercises in the region. Patterns emerge that could be coincidence or could be something else. Spikes in mutilation reports correlate with increases in radio signal intercepts. Both correlate with unexplained seismic events that show rhythmic patterns inconsistent with natural earthquakes. All 3 phenomena cluster around Archuleta Mesa with statistical significance that resists random explanation. Something is happening in that location. something sustained, deliberate, and significant enough that the government devoted enormous resources to monitoring it, containing information about it, and destroying the credibility of anyone who got too close to understanding it. Elias compiles his findings into a timeline that stretches across his living room wall. 1967, first documented UFO sightings. 1975 through 79, cattle mutilation wave. 1980, Benowitz intercepts signals. 1980 through 84, government surveillance and psychological operations. 1995, Schneider gives Denver lecture. 1996, Schneider found dead. And beneath all of it, the constant presence of Archuleta Mesa, rising from the high desert like a monument to secrets the government has decided the public has no right to know. The anonymous contact. The encrypted message appears in Elias's inbox on a Tuesday morning in April 2022, arriving through an anonymous email service routed through servers in Iceland, Switzerland and Estonia. The sender's address is a string of random characters that will never be traceable. The message itself is brief, almost terse, written by someone who understands operational security and chooses every word with care. You're asking the right questions. You're looking in the wrong places. The base is real. Schneider was partially correct. Meet me. Instructions will follow if you're serious. Elias's first instinct is to delete it. This is how journalists get compromised, how careful researchers get led into traps, how people investigating sensitive topics end up discredited or worse. Anonymous contacts are the oldest trick in the information warfare playbook. Promise revelation, deliver misdirection, and document the target's gullibility for later exploitation. But something about the message's phrasing, its specificity about Schneider being partially correct rather than completely right or completely wrong, suggests someone with actual insider knowledge, someone who knows the full picture and recognises that Schneider's account, while genuine in parts, was incomplete or misunderstood in others. Elias responds with a test. How do I know you're not trying to Benowitz me? The reply comes within an hour. Paul's mistake wasn't investigating the signals. His mistake was trusting people who claimed to be helping him. I'm not claiming to help you. I'm offering information. What you do with it is your choice. They negotiate the terms through layers of encryption. The contact insists on a public place, broad daylight, multiple exit points, no recording devices, no witnesses. They settle on the Santa Fe rail yard district during the Saturday farmers market, crowds of tourists and locals providing both cover and safety. The contact provides a detailed protocol. Elias should arrive at 10 in the morning, buy a coffee from a specific vendor, then walk the perimeter of the market counterclockwise. Someone will approach him. They'll speak for exactly 20 minutes, then part ways. No subsequent contact will be possible through the email channel. Elias spends the week before the meeting running through every scenario, every possible trap. He tells a friend where he's going, leaves detailed notes, and a safe deposit box sets up a dead man's switch that will release his research if he doesn't check in within 48 hours. He's probably being paranoid, but paranoia and caution become indistinguishable when investigating subjects where people have actually died under mysterious circumstances. The Santa Fe rail yard on a Saturday morning is exactly what the contact promised. Crowded, public, impossible to control or monitor completely. Tourists browse artisan crafts. Families buy fresh produce. Musicians play for donations. It's aggressively normal, the kind of setting where clandestine meetings seem absurd. Elias buys his coffee and begins his counterclockwise circuit. He's halfway through his first lap when a man falls into step beside him, matching his pace exactly. The approach is so casual, so natural, that anyone watching would think they're friends who just ran into each other. The man is in his mid-60s, trim and precise in his movements, dressed in the kind of nondescript outdoor wear that's universal in New Mexico. His eyes are what catch Elias's attention, sharp, constantly scanning, taking in everything while appearing to focus on nothing. These are eyes trained by decades of operational awareness, by work that requires noticing threats before they develop. "Keep walking," the man says quietly. His voice is educated, with hints of East Coast upbringing softened by years in the Southwest. "Don't look at me directly. We're having a casual conversation. We're old acquaintances catching up." He introduces himself only as Robert, though everything about the introduction suggests this isn't his real name. It's a working name, chosen for this specific interaction, meaningless beyond this context. They walk through the market, weaving between stalls, Robert's eyes constantly tracking their surroundings. He identifies potential surveillance with subtle shifts of his gaze. A man in a parked car who's been sitting too long without buying anything. A woman with a camera who's taking pictures of people rather than produce, angles that could conceal directional microphones. "I worked at Sandia National Laboratories from 1976 to 2008. Robert begins, his voice low, but clear enough for Elias to hear over the market noise. "Materials Engineering Division. We did contract work for multiple agencies, DOE, DOD, projects I couldn't discuss even with my security clearance, projects that appeared on budget spreadsheets as line items without descriptions." He describes a career spent in the shadow world between acknowledged government programs and black budget operations that officially don't exist. Working on materials for projects he wasn't allowed to know the purpose of, shipping specialised components to locations he wasn't permitted to visit, signing non-disclosure agreements that turned his work into something he couldn't discuss with family or friends. "In 1983, I was part of a team designing composite materials for underground construction," Robert continues. "They pause at a fruit stand examining apples while they talk. High-strength concrete with radiation-shielding properties, acoustic dampening systems for containing sound in subterranean environments, biological containment seals designed for laboratories working with hazardous materials. The specifications," he explains, "were unusual. The materials needed to function at depths exceeding 1,000 feet, in environments with specific temperature and humidity parameters, with redundant containment systems suggesting work with exceptionally dangerous substances. The requisition orders were tagged with a facility designation, Unit Delta 5, Robert says. That designation appeared on internal logistics documents, shipping manifests, budget allocations. But when I tried to find information about what Unit Delta 5 was or where it was located, I hit walls. Classified, need to know, above your clearance level." He tells Elias about becoming curious, the way engineers become curious when specifications don't make sense, when projects seem to violate standard protocols. He started paying attention to patterns, shipments going to the same redacted location, materials ordered in quantities suggesting large-scale construction, timelines that implied ongoing operations rather than single projects. "The shipping addresses were always redacted in the documents I saw," Robert says. "They've moved to a quiet section of the market, ostensibly admiring handmade pottery. But requisition forms from the Geological Survey Division weren't as carefully scrubbed. They included topographical coordinates for delivery locations. Those coordinates pointed to an area near Dulce, New Mexico." Robert explains what he believes the Dulce facility actually is, and his explanation is more disturbing for its mundanity than any alien conspiracy theory would be. He describes a multi-level underground installation with compartmentalized purposes, where workers on different levels never interact, where each section operates in isolation without awareness of the full scope. "Level 1 through 3, that's standard military research," Robert says, his voice taking on the quality of someone who's rehearsed this explanation in his mind countless times. "Black budget projects, weapons development, classified material storage, nothing exotic by Department of Defense standards. You could find similar facilities in Nevada, Utah, New Mexico. Underground installations designed to survive nuclear war, to protect critical research, to operate independent of surface infrastructure." He pauses to buy a jar of local honey, the transaction giving them a moment to ensure no one is paying attention to their conversation. Level 4 is psychological operations, Robert continues as they walk. Information warfare, strategic deception, the kind of work the Air Force was doing when they ran operations against Benowitz. They study how information spreads, how to contain leaks, how to discredit sources without making martyrs of them. His voice drops lower, forcing Elias to lean in slightly to hear. Level 5 is listed in some documents as a genetic research facility. The specific phrasing in a 1983 budget allocation I saw was interspecies compatibility studies, not cross-species, not comparative genetics. Interspecies, which implies comparison between species that have some reason to need compatibility assessment. Elias feels his skepticism fighting with the meticulous detail Robert provides. This isn't wild speculation. This is someone reciting from memory documents he's spent years thinking about. Documents that haunt him enough that he's risking this meeting despite obvious personal cost. And level 6, Elias asks, his voice steadier than he feels. Robert's expression darkens, and for the first time his careful surveillance of their surroundings falters, as if the mention of level 6 pulls his attention inward. There are rumours, he says carefully. Personnel who worked the upper levels and heard things. Nightmare Hall, they called it. Supposed collaboration between human researchers and non-human entities working on genetic material exchange, hybrid development programs, compatibility testing for purposes no one would discuss. Before Elias can respond with the obvious objection, the reasonable dismissal of alien conspiracy theories, Robert pulls out a tablet computer from his bag. The motion is casual, as if he's just checking email or showing photos. But what appears on the screen is a document that makes Elias's breath catch. It's a geological survey map from 1968, stamped with Department of Interior seals and Bureau of Land Management authorization numbers. The document appears authentic, with a kind of degradation and period-appropriate formatting that's difficult to forge convincingly. It shows Archuleta Mesa and the surrounding area in topographical detail, but beneath the surface features notations indicating hollow chambers, multiple levels of them marked in blue ink with dimensional annotations. The chambers show clear geometric organisation, regular spacing connecting passages. Natural cave systems don't form in these patterns. These are engineered spaces, marked on a map 4 years before anyone outside classified circles was talking about underground bases at Dulce. This survey was commissioned in '68, Robert says, zooming in on specific sections. 4 years before Schneider's alleged firefight, 8 years before the cattle mutilations, 12 years before Benowitz started intercepting signals. They knew what was under that mesa before any of the conspiracy theories existed. He highlights a section showing a large central chamber with multiple levels extending downward. The annotations indicate depths exceeding 1,500 feet, with reinforced ceiling structures and what appear to be vertical access shafts. The survey was classified immediately after completion, Robert continues. I only saw it because a clerical error in the document control system at Sandia briefly made it accessible to my clearance level in 1987. When I tried to access it again 3 days later, it was gone from the system, but I remembered it. I've spent 35 years remembering it. He uploads the document to an encrypted drive and provides Elias with access codes. A string of characters Elias immediately commits to memory and writes in multiple secure locations. I'm telling you this because what's happening there, whatever it is, the public has a right to know, Robert says, his voice carrying the conviction of someone who's made a difficult ethical choice. But I'm also warning you, the people running this operation, they don't make mistakes. If you keep digging, they'll know, and they'll respond. Not necessarily with violence or obvious intimidation, but with something more sophisticated. They'll manage you, study you, turn you into data that helps them refine their containment protocols. Robert checks his watch, notes that they've been talking for exactly 18 minutes. In 2 minutes, he'll walk away, and this conversation will end. One more thing you should understand, he says as they make a final circuit past the vegetable stands. The psychological operation against Benowitz wasn't a failure. It was a wildly successful experiment. They learned how to destroy a credible witness without making him disappear, how to transform legitimate findings into conspiracy theories by feeding the source false information until truth and fiction became inseparable in his mind. Every operation since has used those techniques. Benowitz was the prototype. Everyone who's investigated Dulce since has been running variations of the same program. He stops walking, turns to face Elias directly for the first time. His eyes carry a weight of knowledge that seems almost burdensome. "They're going to do it to you," Robert says quietly. "They're probably already doing it. Every source you contact might be real, or might be feeding you disinformation. Every document you find might be authentic or might be planted. By the time you realise you can't trust your own research, you'll have discredited yourself so thoroughly that nothing you say will matter. That's the real genius of the system. They don't suppress the truth. They drown it in so much noise that no one can distinguish signal from static." Robert walks away through the farmers' market crowd, disappearing among the vendors and tourists, becoming just another figure browsing produce on a Saturday morning. Elias never sees him again. The email address stops working within an hour of their meeting. Every trace of their communication is wiped from servers that thought they kept permanent records. But Elias has the map. He has the coordinates. And he has a terrible certainty that everything Robert told him is true, which means everything that comes next is already anticipated, already planned for, already part of someone else's carefully designed response protocol. The question isn't whether he should stop. The question is whether continuing serves truth, or whether it makes him a willing participant in his own manipulation. He looks at the tablet, at the geological survey showing chambers that officially don't exist, and makes a choice that will define everything that follows. He's going to Dulce. Act 3. The descent into Archuleta Mesa. Meeting the others. October 2022. Elias's research has consumed nearly a year of his life. His thesis advisor has stopped returning his emails. His graduate funding is running out. Everyone who cares about him thinks he's lost perspective, but he can't stop. He drives northeast from Albuquerque, watching the landscape shift from city sprawl to high desert to the imposing mesas of the Jicarilla Apache Nation. Dulce sits in a valley, a small cluster of buildings dwarfed by the vast landscape and the looming presence of Archuleta Mesa. The town feels like it's watching him. Through local contacts, Elias arranges a meeting with Edmund Valdez, a former Jicarilla Apache tribal police officer who resigned abruptly in 1994 after 23 years of service. Edmund is now 71, living in a small house on the edge of Dulce proper. He invites Elias in with the wary hospitality of someone who's told his story before and not been believed. "You want to know about the night I stopped being a cop," Edmund says, pouring coffee with hands that still move with authority despite his age. "February 19th, 94. I responded to calls about earthquake sounds coming from under the mesa. Multiple witnesses, not tourists, locals, people who know the difference between thunder, drilling and something else." Edmund describes arriving at a trailhead near one of the old uranium mine entrances, long since officially sealed. The ground was vibrating. Not the rolling motion of an earthquake, but a steady rhythmic pulse, like massive machinery operating far below. "We had seismographs at the station. They registered nothing, no earthquake, but I felt it through my boots. We all did." He shows Elias photographs, taken with a film camera, of scorch marks in cave systems near the mesa. The patterns are unusual, radiating outward from central points in ways that don't match lightning strikes or campfires. Then Edmund produces audio files, transferred from old cassette tapes to digital format. He plays one. It's the sound of deep, rhythmic humming, so low it's almost subsonic. Elias feels it in his chest as much as hears it. Recorded in 2003 by a geological survey team, Edmund explains. They were doing environmental impact studies, found this in one of the accessible caves, never released publicly. The team member who gave me this copy quit 6 months later. Wouldn't say why. But the most chilling evidence Edmund presents is a folder of missing person reports. Cases from 1981, 1989, 1992, all within a 15-mile radius of Archuleta Mesa, all officially unsolved. 2 were experienced hikers. One was a geologist, another was a journalist working on a story about land use conflicts on the reservation. The FBI came for 2 of these, Edmund says, tapping the folder. Took the files, the evidence logs, everything. Said it was part of a broader investigation. We never heard anything again. The families never got answers. Edmund walks Elias to the door as evening settles over Dulce. The mesa is a dark silhouette against the sunset. I spent 23 years keeping people safe, he says quietly. But there's a boundary out there, invisible but real. Inside that boundary I couldn't help anyone. Nobody could. After that night in '94, after feeling whatever was moving under that ground, I realised I was protecting people from the wrong things. He looks directly at Elias. They run the base, not us. Remember that if you go looking. Breaking into the tunnel system. Elias spends 3 days hiking the area around Archuleta Mesa, ostensibly documenting the landscape, actually mapping old mine entrances against Historical Bureau of Indian Affairs surveys from the 70s. He finds what he's looking for on the 4th day, a ventilation shaft, partially concealed by collapse and vegetation, that matches coordinates from a 1974 mining safety inspection report. The shaft is marked on old maps as sealed, but the seal is clearly compromised, broken from the inside based on how the concrete is fractured. He waits until after midnight. The moon is a thin crescent, providing just enough light to navigate by without a flashlight. He's equipped with a small camera, a voice recorder, climbing gear, and a level of determination that overrides his better judgment. The shaft descends at a 40-degree angle. The walls show evidence of industrial drilling, clean and uniform. This wasn't natural cave formation. About 200 feet down, the shaft levels out into a horizontal tunnel. That's when Elias notices the air. It's moving. Not the stagnant air of a sealed mine, but a steady breeze coming from deeper in the complex. Conditioned air. Cool and filtered. He follows the airflow. The tunnel branches, connecting to what appears to be a much larger system. The walls here are reinforced with concrete and steel. There's infrastructure, ventilation ducts, electrical conduits, junction boxes with recent manufacture dates. This isn't abandoned, this is active. Elias moves deeper, his camera recording everything. The smell shifts, becoming chemical, antiseptic, like a hospital or a laboratory. The mechanical sounds grow louder, pumps, air handlers, something that sounds like generators in the distance. He reaches a junction where 3 tunnels converge. On the wall is a faded sign, military standard font. Unit D5, Joint Genetic Operations Center. Authorized personnel only biosafety level 4 protocols in effect. His hands shake as he photographs the sign. JGOC, Joint Genetic Operations Center. Robert's information was accurate. Then he hears voices. Footsteps echoing from one of the adjacent tunnels. Multiple people moving with purpose. Elias retreats, but the complex branches and he's disoriented. He takes a wrong turn and finds himself in a wider corridor with LED lighting and a large steel blast door. The door is marked D5 Primary Access. Security cameras rotate on mounts. Alarms begin to sound. Elias runs, adrenaline overriding thought. He crashes through the tunnel system, scraping against walls, his camera banging against his chest. He can hear pursuit behind him, coordinated and professional. He finds a side passage, squeezes through, emerges into what looks like a natural cave system. The sounds of pursuit fade. He climbs, finding another shaft, pulling himself up through darkness and panic until he emerges into cold night air. He doesn't stop running until he reaches his car, parked 3 miles away on a Forest Service road. He's violated federal property. He's documented classified infrastructure. He's crossed a line that cannot be uncrossed. The question now is what happens next. Act 4. The capture and the truth. Detained by unknown forces. Elias makes it 17 miles before the black SUVs force him off the road. It happens with professional efficiency. No sirens, no dramatic chase. Just 3 vehicles boxing him in on a remote stretch of highway near the Colorado border, their headlights turning night into day. Men in tactical gear, no insignia, weapons drawn but not pointed. They're calm, practiced. This isn't their first extraction. Step out of the vehicle, keep your hands visible. They search his car with systematic thoroughness. They find his camera, his notes, his laptop, his phone. Everything goes into evidence bags with alphanumeric designations. They find the GPS tracker he didn't know was attached to his undercarriage. "How long have you been following me?" Elias asks. No one answers. They transport him in a vehicle with blackout windows. He loses track of direction and time. When they finally stop and remove him, he's in an underground parking structure. Concrete, fluorescent lighting, the hum of ventilation systems. They take him to a room that's aggressively ordinary. Grey walls, a metal table, 2 chairs, a camera in the corner, its red light steady and unblinking. He sits there for 6 hours before anyone speaks to him. The 2 men who enter wear business casual clothing, the kind of nondescript professional attire that could belong to middle managers at any corporation. But their bearing is military, intelligence, community. They sit across from him, tablet computers in hand. "You entered a restricted federal facility," the first one says. No introduction, no badge. "You photographed classified infrastructure. You're facing charges under the Espionage Act." The Espionage Act. The same statute used against Snowden and Manning. Decades in federal prison. "I'm a journalist," Elias says, trying to keep his voice steady. "I'm researching." "You're a graduate student with no press credentials investigating conspiracy theories," the second man interrupts. "You broke into a Department of Energy secure research facility. Your intentions are irrelevant. Your actions are prosecutable." They show him photographs on their tablets. Paul Benowitz in his workshop looking gaunt and paranoid. Phil Schneider at that Denver lecture. 2 hikers who vanished in 2009, their faces smiling in photos that became missing person posters. Then a photograph of Elias himself climbing into the ventilation shaft. "You were in level 2, the first man says. "You saw signage for Unit Delta 5. You photographed infrastructure belonging to a joint operations centre. What you didn't see, what you couldn't have understood even if you had, is context." The second man leans forward. The facility under Archuleta Mesa is a collaborative research installation. It operates under joint oversight of the Department of Energy, the Air Force Directorate of Logistics, and the Defense Intelligence Agency. Its work is classified, its very existence is classified, and people who compromise that classification face consequences. "Then charge me," Elias says. "Put me in front of a judge. Let me make my case public." They exchange a glance. Something passes between them, a decision made silently. "We're not going to charge you," the first man says. "You're going to be released." They let him go. The next 48 hours blur into a surreal nightmare of bureaucratic processing. They photograph him. They take his fingerprints. They have him sign documents he's not allowed to read completely, non-disclosure agreements with criminal penalties, waivers of rights he doesn't fully understand. They don't interrogate him about who he's talked to or what he knows. They don't seem concerned about his research. It's as if his entire investigation, everything he's done, is already known and already contained. On the morning of the 3rd day, they transport him again. This time, when the vehicle stops and the doors open, he's standing on a street corner in Santa Fe. Morning traffic, coffee shops, normalcy. His phone is gone. His camera is destroyed, handed back to him in a clear plastic bag, the memory card removed and the housing smashed. His car is nowhere to be found, and when he asks about it, the men simply point to a taxi waiting at the curb. Your vehicle will be returned to your Los Angeles address within 2 weeks, one of them says. Go home, resume your life, forget what you think you saw. They drive away, leaving him standing in the morning sun with nothing but the clothes on his back and a growing sense of unreality. He checks into a motel and tries to process what happened. They caught him in a restricted facility. They had every legal justification to prosecute him into oblivion. Instead, they released him with what amounts to a warning. Why? He searches his pockets, looking for his wallet, and finds something that wasn't there before. A small white card, unmarked except for a single line of text printed in black. Stop digging. You were in level 2. There are 7. 7 levels. He made it to level 2. What's below? Act 5. The information wore the cover-up machine. Back in Los Angeles, Elias tries to rebuild his research from memory. He creates new anonymous accounts. He begins posting what he knows on conspiracy forums, Reddit threads, anywhere people might listen. The posts disappear within hours, not removed by moderators, not flagged by users, simply gone, as if they never existed. His accounts get shadow banned. His IP address gets blocked. When he tries to contact journalists who cover national security issues, his emails bounce back or go unanswered. He's being suppressed systematically and efficiently. Desperate, he begins analysing historical data. He looks at online discussion trends around Dulce space over the past 2 decades. What he finds is disturbing. Discussion spikes occur in 3 distinct periods: 1999, 2012, and 2020. He cross-references these spikes with other data. In 1999, FEMA conducted large-scale disaster response exercises across New Mexico. The exercises involved underground rescue scenarios and lasted 3 weeks. In 2012, residents near Dulce reported unusual air traffic, military helicopters, unmarked cargo planes. The activity lasted for 2 months, then stopped abruptly. In 2020, the USGS recorded a series of small seismic events under Archuleta Mesa. The events showed unusual patterns, rhythmic rather than random, consistent with underground excavation or construction. Each spike in public interest coincides with increased activity at or around the Dulce site. Each time, the discussion gets loud, then gets quiet. Information gets shared, then disappears. It's a pattern, a cycle, as if someone is deliberately allowing information to surface, then systematically removing it, studying how far it spreads and who pays attention. Elias realizes he's not uncovering a conspiracy. He's participating in a study. The entire phenomenon, the leaks, the suppression, the cycle of revelation and concealment, it's managed. It's controlled. The conspiracy isn't the base. The conspiracy is the information warfare around it. The final confession. The message from Robert arrives 6 weeks after Elias's return to Los Angeles. It comes through the same encrypted channels, but this time there's an urgency to it. They know I've been talking to you. This is the last time. What I'm about to tell you is the truth, as far as I understand it. Whether you believe me is irrelevant. You deserve to know why they let you go. What follows is a narrative that Elias reads 3 times, each time hoping he's misunderstood. According to Robert, the Dulce facility wasn't built to experiment on anyone. It was built to facilitate an exchange. In 1954, the Eisenhower administration made contact with a non-human intelligence. This isn't speculation. This happened. The contact was managed through a series of intermediaries and resulted in an agreement. The terms of that agreement are above my clearance, but the implementation is not. Robert describes Dulce as one of several exchange facilities established in the late 50s and early 60s. The US provided access, infrastructure, and research collaboration. In return, they received technology and a guarantee of non-interference. The genetic research programs weren't about creating hybrids or conducting experiments. They were about compatibility studies, understanding biology different from ours. The exchange involved information, genetic material, research methodologies, both sides studying the other. Elias wants to dismiss this as insanity. But Robert's message continues with specific details that match too many pieces of his research. Paul Benowitz intercepted real signals. The Air Force destroyed him because he got too close to understanding the communication protocols. Phil Schneider was telling the truth about the firefight, but it wasn't an ambush. It was a containment breach, security protocol failure. People died on both sides. Both sides. You stumbled into level 2, Robert's message continues. That's administrative and logistics. You saw the signage for joint genetic operations because that's where they process biological samples and conduct comparison studies. You didn't see level 5 or 6. Level 5 is where the actual exchange takes place. Level 6 is where they keep the agreements themselves, the contracts, the terms, the proof. Robert's final paragraph is a warning and an explanation. They let you go because you're not a threat. Your data, your investigation, your research patterns, your online behaviour, it all feeds into their analysis of information containment. They study how far someone can get, what they can find, how they respond to suppression. You think you were investigating them. They were studying you. And now that the study's complete, you're free to go about your life, knowing that anything you say will be dismissed as conspiracy theory, anything you prove will be deleted, and anyone you convince will be written off as delusional. The message ends with a single sentence. The truth isn't being hidden, it's being managed. Ending. The exit that isn't an exit, December 2022. Elias sits in his Los Angeles apartment, surrounded by the fragments of his investigation. His thesis is abandoned. His graduate funding is gone. His relationships are strained to breaking. But he has one thing left, the knowledge that he's right. The apartment has been searched. He knows this because small things are different. A book moved slightly, papers in a different order, the scratches around his door lock that weren't there before. His neighbours mentioned men in suits asking questions about him. Polite questions, official questions. He's being watched, assessed, catalogued. Elias makes a final decision. He uploads everything he can remember, everything he's reconstructed, to an encrypted site hosted in a country with strong digital privacy laws. He writes his testimony clearly and carefully, knowing it will be read by exactly 3 types of people. Those who already believe and need no convincing, those who will never believe regardless of evidence, and the analysts whose job is to monitor how this information spreads. His final words are chosen with precision. The Dulce base is real. I've seen it. I've walked its corridors. I've been detained and released by the people who run it. What's under level 6 isn't the problem, though I suspect it would reshape our understanding of reality. The real problem is how easily they made me stop talking about it. Not through threats, not through force, but through something more insidious. By making the truth indistinguishable from paranoia. By ensuring that anyone who speaks about this sounds exactly like someone who's lost their grip on reality. By creating a system where the evidence can exist in plain sight because nobody with credibility will touch it. They don't need to hide the truth anymore. They've made the truth hide itself. I know what I saw. I know what exists under Archuleta Mesa. And I know that by the time you read this, it won't matter. Because the mechanism designed to keep this secret isn't classification or suppression. It's something far more elegant. The certainty that anyone who talks about it will be dismissed as exactly what I sound like right now. There are 7 levels beneath the mesa. I made it to level 2. What's on the levels below is less important than the question of why we're not supposed to ask. What's being studied down there matters less than who agreed to let it be studied. What's being exchanged is secondary to the fact that an exchange is happening at all. They let me go because I'm not dangerous to them. I'm useful. Another data point. Another case study in how far someone can dig before they're neutralised, not by violence or prosecution, but by the simple act of being made to sound crazy. So, here's my testimony. Believe it or dismiss it. Share it or forget it. Either way, underneath a mesa in New Mexico, there's a facility with 7 levels, and on those levels things are happening that we're not meant to understand. And the people who run it are counting on the fact that you'll never take this seriously enough to find out for yourself. Aloysius hits upload and watches the progress bar fill. His story joins thousands of others like it, indistinguishable from fiction, impossible to verify, easily dismissed. He closes his laptop and looks out at the Los Angeles skyline. Somewhere beneath the ground in New Mexico, machinery hums, research continues, agreements are honoured, and the world goes on, blissfully unaware or deliberately ignorant, he's no longer sure which. The truth isn't hidden, it's managed. And he's just become part of the management system, a cautionary tale about what happens when you dig too deep, packaged and presented in a way that ensures nobody else will make the same mistake. Elias Ford's investigation ends not with revelation, but with assimilation. He sought the truth. Instead, he became part of the mechanism that obscures it. Project Looking Glass, the machine that saw too much. Before we begin tonight's journey into one of the most disturbing classified programs ever whispered about in intelligence circles, I want to ask you something. If you're enjoying this documentary and want to support the channel, please consider using your hype points on this video. It really helps us continue bringing you these deep dives into the unknown. Also, if you'd like, drop a comment letting us know what time it is where you are and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing our community span across different time zones and countries. It's incredible to know some of you are listening as the sun rises, while others are drifting off to sleep. But only share if you're comfortable doing so. Now let me ask you a question that will haunt you long after this story ends. What if I told you that somewhere in the Nevada desert, buried beneath layers of classification and denial, the United States government built a machine that could see the future, not predict it, not calculate probabilities, actually see it, like looking through a window into tomorrow? And what if I told you that the machine worked? But here's where it gets truly terrifying. What if the reason they shut it down wasn't because it failed, but because of what it showed them? What if every future they looked at, every possible timeline they explored, all converged into one single outcome? And what if the people who operated this machine were so horrified by what they saw that they spent the rest of their lives trying to warn us, only to disappear one by one? This is the story of Project Looking Glass, and before we're done tonight, you're going to question everything you think you know about free will, government secrecy, and whether the future is something that happens to us or something that's being carefully managed without our knowledge. The Man Who Saw Tomorrow. March 2003. The Mojave Desert stretches endlessly in every direction, a landscape so barren and hostile that the government has used it for decades to hide things they don't want the public to see. In a motel room just outside of Rachel, Nevada, a man named Michael Harrington sits alone with a Hi-8 camcorder, balanced on a stack of phone books. Michael Harrington is not a conspiracy theorist. He's not an attention-seeking fraud. He's a former Army intelligence officer with 18 years of service, multiple commendations, and a top-secret security clearance that took him into places most Americans don't even know exist. Tonight, his hands are shaking as he presses the record button. The footage is grainy, lit by a single desk lamp. Harrington looks like he hasn't slept in days. His eyes are sunken, his face drawn. He leans toward the camera and speaks in a low, urgent whisper. "My name is Michael James Harrington. If you're watching this, then something has happened to me. I need you to understand something. Everything I'm about to tell you is true. I have documentation. I have photographs. I have testimony from people who will never come forward publicly because they're too afraid." He pauses, glancing toward the window as if expecting someone. Project Looking Glass was real. It wasn't about remote viewing. It wasn't about predicting the future through statistical analysis or intelligence gathering. They built a machine, an actual device that allowed operators to view temporal possibility fields. They could see different versions of the future based on different decisions made in the present. Harrington's voice cracked slightly. But here's what they don't want anyone to know. They weren't trying to predict the future. They were trying to control which one we end up in. And when the machine started showing them something they couldn't control, something inevitable, they shut it down. They classified everyone involved. They threatened us. They made us disappear. He reaches off camera and holds up a manila envelope. I'm mailing this to someone I trust, a journalist in Los Angeles. If I disappear, if I turn up dead in some convenient accident, she'll know what to do with it. The recording continues for 22 minutes. Harrington lays out names, dates, locations. He describes the device in technical detail. He explains the results of specific viewing sessions. And then, at the end, he says something that will haunt everyone who ever watches the tape. Every future past 2012 converges. Every single one. It doesn't matter what choices we make. It doesn't matter what actions we take. They all lead to the same place. And when the team realised that, when they understood that free will might be an illusion past a certain point, they were terrified. Because if the future is fixed, if everything is already decided, then what are we? The recording ends abruptly. 3 days later, Michael Harrington vanishes. His rental car is found abandoned on a desert highway. His motel room has been cleaned out. There's no body, no evidence of foul play, no leads. Local police treat it as a missing person case that goes cold within weeks. But the envelope reaches Los Angeles, and that's where our story really begins. Act 1. Origins in real history. To understand Project Looking Glass, you first need to understand that the United States government has been obsessed with psychic phenomena and consciousness research for more than half a century. This isn't speculation, it's documented fact. 1962, the height of the Cold War. The CIA is in a panic because intelligence reports suggest that the Soviet Union is investing millions of rubles into psychic espionage programs. The Americans can't afford to fall behind. If there's even a chance that the human mind can gather intelligence remotely, see through walls, read thoughts from a distance, they need to know about it. The CIA launches what will eventually become known as Project Stargate. Initially, it's a scattered collection of experiments testing whether certain individuals can perceive things beyond normal sensory range. The early results are mixed, but intriguing enough to keep the funding flowing. By 1973, the program has moved to the Stanford Research Institute in California. This is where things get serious. Scientists like Hal Puthoff and Russell Targ begin conducting rigorous experiments with subjects who claim to have psychic abilities. They use double-blind protocols, statistical analysis, rigorous controls, and the results, according to the declassified reports, are statistically significant. Remote viewers, as they're called, can apparently describe distant locations they've never seen. They can identify objects hidden in sealed containers. Some even claim to perceive events in the past or future, though these temporal experiments are considered less reliable and are buried in the classified annexes. 1981. The Defense Intelligence Agency takes over the program. The budget increases. The focus shifts from pure research to operational applications. Remote viewers are allegedly used to locate hostages, track Soviet submarines, even peer inside foreign military installations. But according to Michael Harrington's leaked materials, something else was happening in parallel. A splinter group within the program began exploring a troubling question. If consciousness can perceive distant locations in space, what about distant locations in time? The idea seems absurd on its surface. But quantum physics had already demonstrated that time might not work the way we intuitively understand it. Einstein proved that time is relative, that it can slow down or speed up depending on gravity and velocity. Quantum mechanics suggested that particles could be entangled across space and potentially across time, and certain interpretations of quantum theory implied that the future might not be a single fixed point. but rather a field of possibilities that only collapses into reality when observed. What if the human mind, operating at some quantum level we don't fully understand, could observe those possibilities before they collapsed? The researchers started calling these experiments temporal remote viewing. The results were inconsistent, contradictory, impossible to verify. But there were enough hits, enough inexplicable successes, that a small group of scientists became convinced they were onto something real. One name appears repeatedly in Harrington's notes: Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14 astronaut, the 6th human to walk on the moon. Mitchell was also a serious researcher into consciousness and quantum physics. After retiring from NASA, he founded the Institute of Noetic Sciences to study the intersection of science and human consciousness. Mitchell visited Stanford Research Institute multiple times in the 1980s. He met with the remote viewing team, and according to Harrington's documentation, Mitchell was particularly interested in temporal perception. He believed, based on his own experiences in space and his study of quantum mechanics, that consciousness might exist outside normal space-time constraints. Mitchell reportedly told the research team something that would shape the next phase of the program. He said consciousness might not be limited by the speed of light or the arrow of time. If that were true, if the mind could genuinely access information from the future, then the question wasn't whether it was possible. The question was how to amplify and focus that ability. That's when the machine enters the story. The first prototype. 1991. The Cold War has ended. The Soviet Union is collapsing. You'd think programs like Stargate would be shut down, defunded, forgotten. Instead, certain elements of the intelligence community see an opportunity. With the Soviet threat diminishing, funding is being redirected toward technological superiority and what military planners call full-spectrum dominance. This means not just winning current battles, but anticipating future conflicts before they emerge. And if there's any chance that a device could actually perceive future events, the strategic value would be incalculable. A classified facility near Papoose Lake, Nevada, becomes the center of a new research initiative. This area is already steeped in secrecy. It's the same region associated with Area 51, Groom Lake, and decades of classified aerospace development. The infrastructure for secrecy is already in place. The location is perfect. According to Harrington's materials, a team of scientists and engineers assembled from multiple black-budget programs begins working on what they internally call the Looking Glass platform. The device combines several cutting-edge technologies that, individually, are documented and real. First, the remote viewing protocols developed at Stanford Research Institute. These are the techniques that trained operators use to enter altered states of consciousness and perceive distant information. They're well documented in declassified CIA materials. Second, laser interferometry from Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory. This is real technology used to detect incredibly subtle changes in space-time, the same basic principle behind gravitational wave detectors. Lawrence Livermore had been researching advanced laser applications for decades, much of it classified. Third, early quantum computer prototypes funded under DARPA's Quantum Information Science program. This is also documented reality. DARPA was investing in quantum computing research throughout the 1990s, exploring how quantum states could be manipulated and measured. The Looking Glass platform allegedly integrated these elements into a single system. The quantum computing components created what the team called coherence fields, stabilized quantum states that could be manipulated by a trained operator. The laser interferometry measured minute fluctuations in these fields, and the remote viewing protocols trained the operator to focus their consciousness in specific ways while interfacing with the system. The theory, as Harrington understood it, went something like this. The future exists as a probability wave, multiple potential outcomes existing simultaneously in a quantum superposition. A trained operator, using the machine to amplify their natural perceptual abilities, could observe these probability waves before they collapsed into concrete reality. They could see the different possible futures branching out from the present moment. The first successful test allegedly occurred in December 1991. An operator sat in the device's chamber, a magnetically shielded room lined with sensors and equipment. They were given a target, a specific question about a future event. According to the session logs that Harrington leaked, the operator described seeing multiple overlapping images, different versions of the same event playing out in slightly different ways. The descriptions were fragmentary, often symbolic rather than literal. But when compared against actual events that occurred later, the correlation was significantly above chance. The team was electrified. They ran more sessions, refined the protocols, adjusted the equipment, and the results became more consistent, more detailed, more troubling, because they weren't just seeing the future, they were seeing multiple futures, and the implications of that were staggering. Ached 2, The Team Splits, 1999. The Looking Glass project has been running for 8 years. The team has conducted hundreds of viewing sessions. They've developed extensive protocols, they've recorded detailed data, and they've arrived at a terrifying conclusion. The device works, but nobody can agree on what it's actually doing. The team splits into 2 factions, and the division threatens to tear the entire project apart. The first faction believes the machine is genuinely perceiving multiple branching timelines, a real manifestation of the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics. In this view, every decision point creates a branching of reality into multiple parallel timelines, and the Looking Glass allows operators to perceive these branches before they fully separate. The future isn't fixed, it's a garden of forking paths, and different choices lead to genuinely different outcomes. The second faction has a darker interpretation. They believe the machine is only showing them the future we're being steered toward. In this view, there's only one actual timeline, one future that's going to happen, and the appearance of multiple possibilities is an illusion created by incomplete information. The machine, in their interpretation, is revealing the inevitable outcome of forces already in motion. Free will is an illusion. The future is already written. The debate becomes heated, philosophical, almost religious in its intensity. Because at stake isn't just the interpretation of experimental data. At stake is the fundamental nature of reality and human agency. The government nickname for the device, Looking Glass, takes on an ironic weight. Are they looking through the glass at real alternate futures? Or are they just looking at a mirror, seeing reflections of the present projected forward? This is when Hal Puthoff re-enters the story. Puthoff had moved on from the Stanford Research Institute and was working on advanced physics concepts, including zero-point energy and the quantum vacuum. He maintained security clearances and consulted for various classified programs. In 1999, Puthoff visits the Nevada facility at the invitation of the project director. He spends 3 days reviewing their data, observing sessions, examining the equipment, and at the end of his visit he delivers a warning that will haunt the team. He tells them the problem isn't seeing the future, the problem is the observer effect. In quantum mechanics, the act of observation affects what's being observed. You can't measure a quantum system without changing it. And if the future exists as a quantum probability field, then the act of observing it might be collapsing those probabilities in specific ways. In other words, by looking at the future, they might be creating it. Puthoff warns them that they could be trapped in a causal loop. If they see a future event and then make decisions based on that observation, they might be causing the very future they observed. The machine might not be predicting inevitability, it might be creating it. The implications are paralyzing. If he's right, then the more they use the device, the more they are eliminating alternate possibilities and steering reality toward whatever outcomes they happen to observe. They're not passive viewers of time, they're active participants in shaping it, and they have no idea what they're actually creating. September 2, 2001. The team continues operating despite the philosophical uncertainties. The intelligence value is too high to shut down. The Department of Defense wants answers. They want to know about future conflicts, terrorist threats, geopolitical shifts. The pressure to produce actionable intelligence is immense. In the summer of 2001, multiple viewing sessions begin producing similar images. The descriptions are fragmentary, symbolic, often contradictory in details. But several operators independently describe the same general elements. A major event in a large American city, fire, collapse, smoke, mass casualties, early September timeframe. The reports are forwarded up the chain of command, but they're also vague enough to be almost useless. Which city? What kind of event? Natural disaster? Terrorist attack? Industrial accident? The images don't provide enough specificity to take preventative action. And then September 11th happens. The immediate aftermath within the Looking Glass team is devastating. They saw something. Multiple operators perceived elements of the attack. But the information was too fragmentary, too symbolic, too unreliable to prevent it. Or was it? Some team members begin asking a more disturbing question. What if they didn't just fail to prevent the attack? What if the act of viewing the future event somehow made it more likely to occur? What if their observations collapsed the probability wave toward that specific outcome? This is when Harrington claims the team became genuinely afraid of their own work. They started questioning whether they were intelligence gatherers or unwitting architects of catastrophe. The philosophical debate that had seemed abstract before suddenly felt very real and very dangerous. But there's something else in Harrington's notes, something even more disturbing. He claims the Looking Glass sessions before September 11th showed something the team couldn't fully understand. They saw the event as unavoidable. No matter how they frame the question, no matter which operator ran the session, every viewing showed the attack occurring. Not multiple possibilities, one outcome, inevitable. This was new. Previous sessions had always shown branching possibilities, different potential outcomes based on different choices. But the September 11th sessions showed no branches, just one timeline, one future. It was as if reality itself had funneled down to a single point, and nothing could prevent what was coming. The question that haunted the team afterward was simple and terrible. Why? Why did that event have no alternate timelines? Why was it inevitable? And more importantly, were there other inevitable events in the future? Other points where all timelines converged into a single outcome? They were about to find out. Act 3. The Convergence. March 2003. The United States invades Iraq. The official justification involves weapons of mass destruction that will later prove not to exist. The intelligence community is under enormous pressure to support the administration's policy decisions. According to Harrington's leaked materials, the Pentagon accelerates Looking Glass viewing sessions during this period. They want to know about the occupation, about insurgency potential, about regional stability, about the long-term geopolitical consequences of the invasion. The team runs session after session. Different operators, different target questions, different methodological approaches, and something unprecedented begins happening. The machine starts returning the same output over and over, not similar outputs, the exact same imagery, the same symbolic elements, the same temporal markers. No matter how they frame the questions, no matter which operator is running the session, they keep seeing the same thing. Every future past 2012 converges into one outcome. The viewing session showed branching possibilities for events in the near term, different potential outcomes for the occupation, different scenarios for regional conflict, different possibilities for American domestic politics. But past a certain temporal horizon, all the branches merge. Every possible timeline, every different set of choices, every alternate decision tree, they all lead to the same place. The team is baffled, terrified. They run diagnostic tests on the equipment. They suspect malfunction. They bring in outside engineers to examine the quantum computing components. Everything checks out. The system is functioning normally, which means the convergence is real. Harrington's journal entries from this period reflect growing panic within the team. He writes about heated arguments between the scientists. Some believe the convergence represents a limitation of the technology, that they're simply reaching the edge of what the device can perceive. Others believe it's real, that the future genuinely locks into a single timeline at some point. And if it's real, what does it mean? One physicist on the team proposes a theory. She suggests that the convergence might represent a critical event, a moment so significant, with such far-reaching consequences, that it eliminates all other possibilities. Like a boulder dropped into a stream, forcing all the water to flow around it in a specific way. But if that's true, what is the event? The viewing sessions can perceive the convergence point, but they can't see past it. It's like a wall in time, a horizon beyond which the machine cannot penetrate. Is it a catastrophic event? Nuclear war? Environmental collapse? Economic implosion? Or is it something else entirely? A technological singularity? First contact? A breakthrough that fundamentally changes the nature of human civilization? The team doesn't know, and the uncertainty is maddening. There's another possibility that Harrington mentions in his notes, one that the team finds even more disturbing. What if the convergence isn't about a specific event at all? What if it represents the point at which human free will effectively ends? The moment when the accumulated weight of all previous decisions, all previous choices, all previous actions becomes so great that only one outcome remains possible. If that's true, then the looking glass isn't showing them the future being controlled by some external force. It's showing them the future being controlled by us, by the inevitable consequences of our collective choices, by a trap we're building for ourselves without even realising it. The shutdown, late 2003. The decision comes down from somewhere high in the chain of command. Project Looking Glass is being terminated. The equipment is to be dismantled. The data is to be archived under the highest classification levels. The personnel are to be reassigned and subjected to new non-disclosure agreements. The official explanation, according to Harrington, is that the program has failed to produce actionable intelligence. The viewing sessions are too unreliable, too symbolic, too subject to interpretation. The cost cannot be justified. But Harrington and others on the team believe the real reason is the convergence. The people making decisions at the highest levels are terrified by what the machine is showing. A future that cannot be changed, a timeline that cannot be avoided, an outcome that renders all their planning and manipulation meaningless. If the future is fixed, if everything converges to a single point regardless of what actions they take, then what's the point of intelligence gathering? What's the point of strategic planning? What's the point of anything? Several team members resign before they can be reassigned. A few speak quietly to their colleagues about going public. Most are too afraid of the consequences. The classification levels on the project are extreme. The penalties for disclosure could include decades in federal prison. Michael Harrington is one of the few who decides the public has a right to know. He begins secretly copying documents. He photographs the equipment before it's dismantled. He records conversations with other team members who share his concerns, and he starts preparing his insurance policy, the tape, the envelope, the journalist in Los Angeles. In March 2003, shortly after recording his confession, Harrington vanishes. His disappearance is convenient for some, tragic for others, and terrifying for the remaining team members who know what he was planning to do. But the envelope has already been mailed. The evidence is already in motion. And the story is about to enter a new phase. Act 4. The Journalist. Erin Malone is an investigative journalist at the Los Angeles Times. She's 34 years old, ambitious, respected by her colleagues for her meticulous research and unwillingness to run stories that aren't airtight. She's broken stories about police corruption, corporate fraud, environmental violations. She's good at her job. In early April 2004, a package arrives at her office. There's no return address. The postmark is from Nevada. Inside is a high-8 videotape. several dozen pages of handwritten notes, photographs of equipment she doesn't recognise, and what appear to be classified documents with heavy redactions. She watches the tape. Michael Harrington's confession. 22 minutes of the most extraordinary claims she's ever heard. And her first instinct, her journalistic instinct, is deep scepticism. This has to be a hoax. It has to be. Time-viewing machines, government conspiracies, converging timelines. It sounds like bad science fiction. But then she starts researching the verifiable elements. Michael Harrington is real. He was Army intelligence. His service record checks out. He did have high-level security clearances, and he's been missing since March 2003, exactly when he said something might happen to him. She researches Project Stargate. That's real too. Declassified in the mid-90s. The CIA really did spend 20 years researching psychic phenomena. The Stanford Research Institute really did conduct remote viewing experiments. Hal Puthoff is real. Edgar Mitchell is real. The names and programs Harrington mentions have actual historical anchors. This isn't coming from nowhere. Malone spends 6 months investigating. She tracks down former Stargate personnel. Most refuse to talk to her. A few confirm that there were temporal experiments, but claim they never produced reliable results. No one will confirm the Looking Glass device specifically. She files Freedom of Information Act requests. She gets back heavily redacted documents that neither confirm nor deny anything useful. She contacts the Department of Defense. They tell her they cannot comment on classified programs. She writes up her findings. She presents the story to her editor, and her editor kills it immediately. The reasoning is simple. She has a tape from a missing person making extraordinary claims. She has documents that could be forgeries. She has photographs of equipment that could be anything. She has no corroborating sources willing to go on the record. She has no way to verify the central claims. If they publish this and it turns out to be false, the paper's credibility is destroyed. If they publish this and it turns out to be true but unprovable, they'll be dismissed as conspiracy theorists. Either way, it's a losing proposition, Malone argues. She pushes back. She insists the story is important even if they can't verify everything, but the decision is final. 2 weeks later, she quits the Los Angeles Times. She cashes out her retirement account, and she decides to pursue this independently, because whatever the truth is, someone needs to find it. The pattern, 2004 through 2016. Erin Malone becomes obsessed. She tracks down every person who might have been connected to Project Looking Glass. She follows every lead, no matter how tenuous. She builds a timeline of events that might be connected. And slowly, a pattern begins to emerge. The Large Hadron Collider at CERN activates in 2008, the world's most powerful particle accelerator, capable of probing the fundamental structure of space-time. Malone finds references in physics journals to experiments involving quantum entanglement and retrocausality, the idea that quantum effects might propagate backward in time. The National Security Agency massively expands its surveillance capabilities under programs like Stellar Wind. Malone wonders if there's a connection. If you could see the future, wouldn't the next logical step be trying to control the present to steer toward specific outcomes? And wouldn't that require total information awareness, the ability to track and influence everyone? The 2008 financial crash. Malone interviews economists who describe the crisis as almost inevitable, the result of systemic forces that had been building for years. She wonders about convergence, about timelines narrowing, about outcomes that become unavoidable. The 2013 Snowden leaks reveal the extent of NSA surveillance. Malone sees the confirmation of what she suspected. The intelligence community has access to nearly everything: communications, financial transactions, travel patterns, social connections. If you wanted to manage the future, this is the infrastructure you'd need. The rise of predictive policing algorithms throughout the 2010s, software that claims to predict where crimes will occur before they happen. Malone sees echoes of Looking Glass. Not psychic prediction, but algorithmic prediction. A different method toward the same end. DARPA funding bursts in quantum computing between 2010 and 2013. Public programs receiving hundreds of millions in funding. Malone wonders what the classified budget looks like. What are they building that we don't know about? She finds 3 separate former contractors over the years. Each worked on different classified programs. None will confirm Project Looking Glass specifically, but each, independently, describes the same philosophy that seems to permeate certain black budget programs. The future isn't predicted anymore, it's managed. One of them, a retired engineer who worked at Sandia National Laboratories, tells her something chilling over drinks in a bar in Albuquerque. He says the intelligence community has moved beyond trying to see the future. They're trying to create it. Every surveillance program, every data collection initiative, every predictive algorithm, it's all part of a larger architecture designed to eliminate uncertainty. If you have enough data, if you have enough computing power, if you have enough control over information and communication, you can effectively collapse the future into a limited set of outcomes. You can engineer convergence. Maybe Project Looking Glass was shut down not because it failed, but because they found a better method. Not a machine that lets you see the future, but a system that lets you build it. Act 5. The Discovery. 2017. Something changes. Erin Malone has been pursuing this story for 13 years. She's spent her savings. She's lost relationships. She's developed a reputation among mainstream journalists as someone who went off the deep end chasing ghosts. But she's never stopped believing that Michael Harrington was telling the truth. Then, in late 2017, the CIA releases a massive tranche of declassified documents as part of the CREST database project. Millions of pages of previously classified material from the 50s through the early 2000s made available to researchers and the public. Malone spends weeks combing through the files. Most are mundane. Intelligence assessments, memos, reports. But buried among unrelated material, she finds something that makes her hands shake. A partially redacted reference to something called QGS, Quantum Guidance System, Nevada Test Range, dated 1998. The author is listed as a Department of Energy physicist, name redacted. The document is only 3 pages, most of it is blacked out. But what remains describes equipment specifications for a device that matches elements of what Harrington described: laser interferometry, quantum coherence fields, shielded chamber, trained operator interface. The program name is different, but the description is too close to be coincidental. This is the first piece of documentary evidence from an official government source that corroborates Harrington's claims. It's not proof of everything he said, but it's proof he didn't make the whole thing up. Malone tries to follow the trail. She files new FOIA requests referencing the QGS program specifically. She gets back nothing useful, just the same non-denial denials. But she knows now that she's onto something real. The machine turns back on 2019. The Pentagon launches the Joint Artificial Intelligence Center. The public explanation is that it's designed to coordinate military artificial intelligence programs and accelerate adoption of AI technology across the Department of Defense. Malone's anonymous sources tell her something different. They say the AI Center is being fed historical data from legacy programs, including, possibly, Looking Glass session logs. Think about it. If you have years of data from future viewing experiments, successful or not, you could train neural networks to look for patterns. You could use machine learning to refine predictive capabilities. You could merge psychic research with algorithmic analysis and create something entirely new. 2020. The United States Space Force is officially established. Among its responsibilities is something called space domain awareness. The public explanation involves tracking satellites and space debris. But Malone finds references in military journals to quantum sensing technologies, advanced detection systems, possible applications for temporal anomaly detection. She starts receiving encrypted messages from a new source, someone who claims to have current knowledge of classified programs. The source is careful, paranoid, probably breaking multiple laws by communicating with her. They tell her the device was reactivated, not the original Looking Glass hardware, but a next-generation system incorporating quantum computing advances from the past 2 decades. It's housed in a new facility, location unknown, probably underground. But the new system isn't showing branching futures anymore. According to the source, every session returns the same result. One timeline, one outcome, and nothing past a certain point. The convergence that terrified the original team hasn't changed. If anything, it's clearer now, more defined, closer. Whatever the convergence point is, we're approaching it, and there's nothing anyone can do to change it. Act 6. The Final Revelation, 2021. Erin Malone has been chasing this story for 17 years. She's followed every lead. She's accumulated boxes of documentation. She's interviewed dozens of people. And she's exhausted. She's also running out of money. The independent journalism outlets that might have supported her work in the past are struggling themselves. The information ecosystem is fragmented, polluted with misinformation, hostile to complex investigative work that can't be summarised in a headline. She decides to make one more attempt. She's going to find someone from the original Looking Glass team willing to talk on the record, regardless of the consequences. It takes her 6 months, but she finally locates Charles Dunning, retired engineer from Sandia National Laboratories, 78 years old, living in a modest house in Tucson, Arizona. He worked on the quantum computing components of the original Looking Glass device in the early 90s. He agrees to meet with her. Not because he's not afraid anymore, but because he's dying. Pancreatic cancer. 6 months, maybe less. The government can't do anything to him that the disease won't do first. They sit in his backyard. The desert stretches out behind his property. The sun is setting. Malone has a recorder running. And Dunning tells her everything. Yes, the machine was real. Yes, it worked, at least in the sense that it produced results significantly above chance correlation. Yes, the convergence was real. Every timeline narrowed past 2012 to a single outcome. But here's what the team eventually realised, what they could never prove but came to believe through years of observation and analysis. The device didn't show the actual future. It showed what the collective human unconscious expected the future to be, Dunning explains. Quantum mechanics tells us that observation collapses possibility into reality. But what if collective human consciousness, billions of minds all expecting certain outcomes, functioned as a kind of ongoing observation? What if our expectations, our fears, our assumptions about the future were actually constraining what futures were possible? The Looking Glass didn't break the laws of physics. It tapped into something real, a field of consciousness-influenced probability that exists at the quantum level. But what it showed wasn't destiny. It was collective expectation. And as global fear increased, as division deepened, as people became more and more certain that catastrophe was inevitable, the branching possibilities collapsed. Not because the future was predetermined by some external force, but because humanity had mentally locked itself into expecting only one outcome. The device mirrored humanity's mindset. When we believed in multiple possible futures, it showed us multiple possible futures. When we stopped believing in alternatives, when we became convinced that only one dark future awaited us, that's all the machine could show. Dunning looks at Malone with tears in his eyes. We didn't break time. We broke our ability to imagine alternatives. The convergence point isn't an event. It's a mindset. It's the moment when enough of humanity stops believing that change is possible, that different choices lead to different outcomes, that the future is something we create rather than something that happens to us. And once you reach that point, once collective will collapses into collective resignation, the future does become fixed. Not because of physics, because of psychology. He tells her the team tried to warn people. That's why some of them resigned. Why some of them spoke to journalists off the record. Why Michael Harrington made his tape. They realised they weren't looking at an inevitable future. They were looking at what we were creating through our own expectations. But nobody listened. The warning was too subtle, too philosophical, too easy to dismiss. Malone asks him what she should do with this information. How does she tell people that they have more power than they realise, that the future isn't fixed, that consciousness matters? Dunning shrugs. You tell them the truth, and you hope it reaches someone who can still hear it. The Real Looking Glass was Us 2021. Erin Malone publishes her findings through an independent media outlet. It's a comprehensive article, 17 years of research distilled into a long-form piece that lays out everything she's learned. She includes Harrington's tape, she includes her interviews, she includes the documentation she's gathered. The article is released on a Tuesday morning. Within hours it's flooded with bot comments, conspiracy theorist garbage, schizophrenic rambling, fake news, the usual dismissals. The algorithms don't promote it. The social media platforms don't amplify it. It exists in the information ecosystem for a few days and then effectively disappears, buried under the constant flow of new content. A few thousand people read it. A few dozen take it seriously. Most dismiss it as exactly what the mainstream journalists predicted years ago. Unprovable conspiracy theory. Waste of time. Malone uploads Michael Harrington's full confession tape to multiple platforms. Some take it down for violating terms of service. Others leave it up but demonetize it, ensure it doesn't appear in recommendations, bury it in search results. The tape exists. The article exists. The evidence exists. But it might as well not exist for all the impact it has. 6 months later, Charles Dunning passes away. His obituary in the local paper mentions his work at Sandia, but says nothing about classified programs or consciousness research. Erin Malone continues her work, but she's increasingly aware that the battle isn't just about uncovering truth. It's about whether truth even matters in an information environment designed to bury anything that doesn't fit pre-existing narratives. The last scene of our story returns to Michael Harrington's tape. The final moments that Malone didn't include in her initial reporting, because she thought they were too cryptic, too philosophical, too likely to undermine the credibility of everything else. Harrington sits in that motel room, the camera still recording. He's finished explaining the technical details. He's finished describing the convergence. He's finished warning about what's coming. And then he leans close to the camera and whispers, "Every civilization comes to a moment when it faces itself, when it has to decide what kind of future it wants to create. And the choice isn't made through grand declarations or official policies. It's made through a million small decisions, through what we expect, what we accept, what we're willing to imagine." When our civilization faced that moment, when we stood before the looking glass and saw what we were creating through our own fears and resignation, we made a choice. We turned the mirror off. We decided not to look, not to question, not to imagine anything different. And maybe that's the real conspiracy, not a government program to control the future, but a collective choice to stop believing we have the power to shape it. The tape ends, the screen goes black, and somewhere in the Nevada desert, in a facility that might not exist, a machine that might still be running shows the same thing it's shown for years. One timeline, one outcome, one future we're all creating together, whether we realise it or not. Hey everyone! Before we dive into tonight's story, if you're enjoying the content, please consider using your hype points on this video. It helps the channel more than you possibly know and makes a real difference in keeping these stories coming to you. Also, drop a comment letting us know what time it is for you and where in the world you're listening from, but only if you want to. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in from. It creates this amazing global community of truth seekers and curious minds. Now, let's get into tonight's investigation. There are places on Earth where the official story feels too clean, too rehearsed, like someone scrubbed the details until only the safe parts remained. Mount Shasta is one of those places. Rising over 14,000 feet above Northern California, it dominates the landscape like a frozen sentinel, beautiful and enigmatic. For over a century, stories have circulated about what lies beneath this mountain. stories of underground cities, stories of ancient civilizations, stories that get dismissed as folklore, new age fantasy, or the rambling of imaginative hikers who spent too long in thin air. But what if the dismissal is the cover-up? What if something beneath Mount Shasta forced the United States government to seal tunnels, confiscate research, and silence witnesses for nearly 90 years? This is the story of Harold Finnerty, a man who took his secrets to the grave. This is the story of his granddaughter Lila, who refused to let those secrets stay buried. And this is the story of what they found in the mountain. Something that challenges everything we think we know about human history. March 1979. The Deathbed Note. Harold Finnerty died on a grey morning in Ashland, Oregon. Heart failure, the doctor said. Quick and relatively painless for a man in his late 70s. He had lived a quiet life after retiring from the United States Geological Survey, tending a small garden, reading military history and keeping mostly to himself. His neighbours described him as polite but distant, the kind of man who never quite seemed at ease, even in his own home. His granddaughter Lila arrived 3 days after his death to help sort through his belongings. She had always been close to Harold, closer than most grandchildren manage with their grandparents. He had encouraged her curiosity, her questions, her refusal to accept simple answers to complex problems. As a child, she had asked him why the sky was blue, and instead of giving her the standard explanation, he had taught her about wavelengths and atmospheric scattering. That was Harold. He never dumbed things down. The house smelled of old books and pipe tobacco. Leela moved through the room slowly, feeling the weight of absence in every corner. Harold's desk sat near the window, covered in papers and notebooks. She began sorting them into piles: financial documents, personal letters, old survey maps from his USGS days. It was methodical work, the kind that keeps your hands busy while your mind processes grief. Then she found the envelope. It was tucked inside a locked drawer in the bottom of his desk, beneath a false bottom she only discovered because the drawer seemed too shallow compared to the others. The envelope was thick, made of heavy paper that had yellowed with age. Across the front, in Harold's precise handwriting, were words that made her stop breathing for just a moment. Mount Shasta. Do not open classified. Lila sat back in the chair, holding the envelope up to the light. Her heart hammered against her ribs. Harold had worked on dozens of geological surveys during his career. She'd seen his maps before, his field notes, his careful documentation of rock formations and water tables, but she'd never seen anything marked classified. The USGS did not deal in classified material. They mapped the Earth's surface. They studied earthquakes and volcanoes. They published their findings for other scientists to review. So why would her grandfather have a sealed envelope marked with government classification warnings? She broke the seal. Inside were 3 items. The first was a hand-drawn topographic map of Mount Shasta, rendered with the kind of precision that came from decades of professional cartography. The mountain's familiar silhouette was marked with contour lines, drainage patterns, and geological features. But there was something else. On the eastern side of the mountain, below the tree line, a location was marked with a red X and labelled in small, urgent letters, Adit 7, closed 1934. The second item was a series of photographs, black and white, badly faded. They showed the interior of what looked like a tunnel or cave. The walls appeared smooth, too smooth for natural rock formations. In one photograph, a hand was pressed against the wall for scale. The texture looked almost metallic, reflective in the harsh light of the camera flash. The third item was a handwritten note on a torn piece of paper. The mountain is hollow in the wrong places. They found something in 1934. We sealed it, but it wakes. Lila read the note 3 times, trying to make sense of it. Harold's handwriting, no question. But the words felt wrong, almost panicked. Harold had been a scientist, rational to his core. He did not write about mountains waking or hollow spaces in wrong places. He wrote about basalt layers and glacial movements and tectonic activity. She was still holding the note when she heard the vehicles pull up outside. 2 black SUVs parked in front of Harold's house. 4 men in dark suits emerged, moving with the kind of coordinated efficiency that suggested military or federal training. Lila watched from the window as they approached the front door. No badges visible, no agency identification. Just 4 men who knocked once firmly, and then waited. She opened the door. "Miss Finnerty?" The man hissed. Front was tall, late 40s, with a face that gave away nothing. "We're here to collect materials related to your grandfather's work with the United States Geological Survey. It's standard procedure when a former employee with security clearance passes away." "Security clearance?" Lila kept her voice steady. "My grandfather was a cartographer. He mapped mountains." Nevertheless, the man's expression did not change. "We need to collect his notebooks, maps, and any documents related to his survey work. It will only take a few minutes." They were inside before she could protest. They moved through Harold's house like they had done this before, opening drawers, checking shelves, moving with practiced efficiency. They took his notebooks, they took his old survey equipment, they took boxes of papers from the garage that Lila had not even opened yet. The tall man noticed her watching. "This is routine, Miss Finnerty. Nothing to be concerned about." "Then why do you need his old maps?" "Government property. Technically, any work he did while employed by the USGS belongs to the federal government. We're just reclaiming what's ours." They were gone in less than 20 minutes. Lila stood in the now ransacked house, feeling like she had just been robbed by her own government. But they had not found the envelope. It was still in her jacket pocket, pressed against her chest like a secret heartbeat. That night she spread the map and photographs across her kitchen table and began to research. If someone wanted Harold's materials badly enough to confiscate them within days of his death, then those materials contained something worth hiding. She was going to find out what. The real history, they tell us, Mount Shasta has always been a mountain wrapped in mystery. For the indigenous Karuk, Shasta and Modoc peoples, it was a sacred place, home to the Great Spirit. White settlers arriving in the mid-1800s found themselves equally drawn to the mountain's imposing presence, and soon stories began circulating about what might lie beneath its snow-covered slopes. The Lemurian legend emerged in the late 1880s. According to the story, survivors of a lost continent called Lemuria, similar to Atlantis, had fled to Mount Shasta and established an underground city called Telos. These tall, white-robed figures would occasionally emerge to purchase supplies in nearby towns, paying with gold nuggets of unusual purity. In August of 1884, the San Francisco Chronicle published an account from a prospector named J.C. Brown, who claimed to have discovered an underground city carved into the mountain, complete with gold shields, hieroglyphs, and mummified remains of beings over 8 feet tall. The story captivated readers, though Brown mysteriously vanished before he could lead an expedition back to the site. By 1904, the legend had solidified with the publication of A Dweller on Two Planets, written by Frederick Spencer Oliver. The book described advanced beings living beneath Shasta, possessing technology far beyond human capability. It became a foundational text for the New Age movement and cemented Mount Shasta's reputation as a centre of mystical activity. But here is what the legends do not tell you. Here is the part that gets buried beneath the folklore and the New Age tourism. The United States Geological Survey began heavily mapping Mount Shasta in 1925. Teams of surveyors spent months in the field, documenting every ridge, every canyon, every geological formation. They returned in 1932 for more detailed work, and then again in 1934. Something happened during that 1934 survey. The official records are sparse, almost deliberately vague. A USGS team led by a geologist named Thomas Eldridge was conducting cave surveys on the eastern face of the mountain when they disappeared for 48 hours. When they finally emerged, their report mentioned disorientation and strange acoustics inside the cavern system. They noted that sounds echoed in ways that seemed impossible given the cave's dimensions, and they experienced unusual equipment malfunctions that they could not explain. The report was filed and then seemingly forgotten, except the surveying tunnels, designated Adit 1 through Adit 9, were all quietly sealed within months. The official reason given was structural instability and risk of collapse. No further surveys were conducted in that region for over 20 years. Then there was the aerial incident of 1945. During post-war mapping missions, United States Army Air Force pilots were conducting photographic surveys of the West Coast. One pilot, Lieutenant Marcus Webb, documented an unusual observation in his flight log. While circling the south face of Mount Shasta, he noted what appeared to be an opening in the rock face that reflected light in a metallic manner. He circled back for a second pass and took additional photographs. The photographs exist. They are part of the official military archive. But the official explanation given was ice reflection, a play of light on glacial formations. The opening Lieutenant Webb documented does not appear on any current geological survey. When Lila Finnerty began researching these incidents, she was not looking for proof of underground cities or lost civilizations. She was looking for an explanation of why her grandfather would have a sealed envelope marked classified, and why federal agents would confiscate his materials within days of his death. What she found instead was a pattern of official interest, official secrecy, and official dismissal that stretched back almost 50 years. Harold Finnerty's shadow surveys. Lila spent 3 weeks in libraries and archives, chasing down references to her grandfather's work. His official employment record with the USGS showed steady, unremarkable service from 1948 through 1976. He had worked on surveys in California, Oregon, and Washington. He had published papers on volcanic geology and tectonic mapping. Everything was normal, documented, and publicly accessible, until she found the gaps. Between 1956 and 1959, Harold's official work record showed him assigned to routine topographic surveys in the Cascade Range. But when Lila requested the specific survey reports from that period, she was told that those documents were not available for public review. When she asked why, she was informed that they had been reclassified by the Department of Defense as part of Cold War security protocols. Why would basic geological surveys be classified for national security reasons? She started searching for anything Harold might have left behind that the federal agents had missed. She checked his house again, more carefully this time, looking for hiding places she might have overlooked. She found them in the garage, tucked inside the hollow leg of an old workbench. More notebooks. These were different from his official USGS field books. The pages were water-stained, the handwriting hurried, almost frantic in places. They were dated between 1956 and 1959, the exact years of the classified surveys. Lila spread them across her table and began reading. The surveys had been ordered by the United States Army Corps of Engineers, not the USGS. Harold had been temporarily assigned to a joint military-civilian team conducting what was officially described as seismic monitoring research. The Cold War was at its height, and the government was deeply concerned about detecting Soviet nuclear tests. Seismic stations were being established throughout the western United States to create an early warning network. But Harold's notes describe something else entirely. Subterranean resonance patterns inconsistent with known cave systems, he wrote on one page. Echoes suggest regular geometric spacing beneath primary cavern. On another page, thermal void pockets at depths that should not support such temperatures, heat source unknown. And then, circled in red ink, not natural. Lila felt something shift in her understanding. Her grandfather had not been mapping the surface of Mount Shasta. He had been mapping what was beneath it, and he had found something that should not exist. She kept reading. References to Cyclopean geometry, a term usually reserved for massive ancient stonework like the walls of Mycenae or the temples of Malta. References to metallic signatures in soil samples, references to electromagnetic anomalies that interfered with surveying equipment. One entry from July 1958 was particularly striking. Descended into a DEET 7 with the team. The tunnel extends far beyond the 1934 seal. We broke through yesterday. The corridor beyond is not natural. The walls are too smooth. The angles are too precise. There is a smell like ozone and hot metal. The temperature rises as you descend. At the third junction, we found markings. Not native, not English, not any language we recognise. Lila stopped reading and sat back, her mind racing. Addit 7. The same designation marked on the map Harold had sealed in the envelope. There was more. Clipped to the back of one notebook was a photograph, black and white, badly faded. It showed 3 men standing in front of what looked like a tunnel entrance. The men wore field gear from the 1950s. Behind them, barely visible in the dim light, was a wall that looked too smooth to be natural rock. On the back of the photograph, someone had written 3 names: Harold Finnerty, James Pollock, Thomas Eldridge. Thomas Eldridge, the same name from the 1934 USGS team that disappeared for 48 hours. Lila grabbed her laptop and started searching. Thomas Eldridge had led the 1934 survey. According to newspaper archives, he had gone missing 3 months after returning from Mount Shasta. His body was never found. The official report called it a hiking accident, though no evidence of such an accident was ever documented. All of his maps and field notes had been seized by the Department of the Interior in October 1934. 24 years later, Harold Finnerty was working with a team that included Thomas Eldridge's name on the back of a photograph. Either the man had not died in 1934, or Harold had been studying Eldridge's original work. There was one more item in the notebooks that made Lila's hands tremble as she held it. A letter Harold had written, but apparently never sent, dated June 1952. The tunnels extend far beneath the volcanic shelf. Eldridge was right. The structure is artificial. The metal is older than the strata. I do not know what we have found, but I know it should not be here. I know that every instinct in me says we should seal this and walk away. But they will not stop. They need to know what it is, and I fear what will happen when they find out. Project Chasse 2, the Cold War connection. It took Lila another month to find the binder. She discovered it in a storage unit Harold had rented under a false name, a detail she only uncovered because he had kept the key taped under the drawer of an old filing cabinet. The storage unit was in Reading, nearly 2 hours south of where Harold had lived. Inside were boxes of materials that the federal agents had missed, things Harold had clearly hidden away deliberately. The binder was labelled Chasse 2, Cold War Seismic Anomaly Study, 1957. This was not folklore. This was not conspiracy theory. This was a real government document stamped with Department of Defense insignia, complete with project codes and authorization signatures. During the 1950s, the United States government genuinely did conduct extensive seismic and geological studies on West Coast volcanoes. The official purpose was monitoring for nuclear tests, creating a network of sensors that could detect underground explosions anywhere on the planet. Mount Shasta, as one of the tallest and most geologically active peaks in the Cascades, was a natural choice for such monitoring. But the Chasse 2 binder contained information that went far beyond seismic monitoring. The first section documented equipment malfunctions in the Shasta region. Magnetometers going haywire, seismographs recording vibrations that did not match any known geological activity, radio interference so severe that teams had to communicate using written notes because their walkie-talkies produced only static. The second section was titled Structural Analysis. Here, the language became more technical and more disturbing. Engineers described finding echo patterns that suggested large hollow spaces deep beneath the mountain, spaces that did not match known cave systems. The geometry was wrong. Natural caves form along fracture lines and water channels, creating irregular organic patterns. The spaces beneath Shasta formed regular geometric shapes. One page was marked with a red stamp, structural echoes unlike caves. Another page, metallic signature below basalt layers, and then, circled in black ink, do not breach. Layer 5, layer 5. Lila flipped through the binder, looking for any reference to what layer 5 might be. She found it near the back, in a section marked Recommendations. The language was bureaucratic, carefully neutral, but the message was clear. Further excavation beyond layer 4 is not recommended. Preliminary analysis suggests that layer 5 contains the primary anomaly source. Equipment failures increase significantly at depths below 1200 meters. Structural integrity of surrounding rock questionable. Team safety cannot be guaranteed. Translation: they found something deep in the mountain, and they were afraid to dig any deeper. The final item in the binder made Lila question everything she thought she understood about her government's relationship with the truth. It was a transcript, dated March 1971. The header read, "Remote viewing session, subject, anomalous geological formation. Location, Northern California. Remote viewing. The CIA program that trained psychics to spy on Soviet installations by projecting their consciousness across space." Lila knew about Project Stargate. It had been declassified in the mid-1990s, revealed to the public as one of the strange artifacts of Cold War paranoia. The program officially began in 1972, but this transcript was dated 1971, a year before Stargate supposedly started. The transcript was formatted like an interview. Handler: please describe what you perceive at the target location. Viewer: 12. I see stone. No, not stone. Metal. It looks like metal, but old. Very old. Covered in stone. Handler: can you describe the shape? Viewer: 12. A chamber. Big. The walls curve up like a dome. There are patterns on the metal. Symbols, maybe. I cannot read them. Handler: where is this chamber located? Viewer: 12. Under snow. A tall mountain. North of Reading. Very deep. It is cold there, but the chamber is warm. There is something in the centre. It glows faintly. Handler: what is in the centre? Viewer: 12. I do not want to look at it. It feels wrong, like it is watching me even though I am not really there. Handler: please continue. Viewer: 12. A sphere, silver or grey. It sits on a pedestal. The pedestal is not human. The proportions are wrong. Everything about this place feels wrong. Whoever built this was not human. Handler: you're safe. The target cannot harm you. Continue. Viewer: 12. There are handprints on the wall near the entrance, pressed into the metal when it was soft. 5 fingers on the left hand, 6 fingers on the right. They are not human hands. The transcript ended there, stamped with a code. Session terminated. Viewer distress. Lila sat in the storage unit for a long time, holding the transcript in her hands. This was not legend. This was not folklore passed down through generations of New Age believers. This was a classified government document describing something beneath Mount Shasta that should not exist. Her grandfather had been part of the team that found it, and now she needed to find it herself. Finding Adit 7. Lila spent 2 months preparing. She was not a mountaineer, not a splunker, not trained for underground exploration. But she was Harold Finnity's granddaughter, and she inherited his stubbornness along with his curiosity. She bought equipment, she studied maps, she read everything she could find about the eastern face of Mount Shasta, the McLeod region, the Mud Creek drainage area, and Dilla Canyon. Adit 7 had been sealed in 1934. According to mining records, it was one of 9 exploratory tunnels dug during a brief period when prospectors believed there might be valuable mineral deposits in the volcanic rock. The tunnels had been abandoned when no significant ore was found, and most had collapsed or been deliberately sealed due to safety concerns. But Harold's map showed that Adit 7 went deeper than the official records indicated. Much deeper. Lila drove to Mount Shasta in late October, when the tourist season had ended and the backcountry roads were mostly empty. She parked her truck near the old McLeod logging road and hiked in, carrying 60 pounds of gear on her back. The entrance to Adit 7 was supposed to be at roughly 8,000 feet elevation, hidden in a fold of rock near the tree line. It took her 3 days of searching to find it. The entrance had been buried under a rock slide, probably deliberately. Someone had piled stones across the opening and planted brush to hide it from casual hikers, but erosion had created a small gap at the top, just wide enough for a person to squeeze through if they were determined enough. Lila was determined enough. She wriggled through the gap, her headlamp cutting a narrow beam into the darkness beyond. The air inside was cold and dry, smelling of dust and stone. The tunnel stretched ahead, carved through volcanic rock, the walls rough and irregular. This was consistent with the mining tunnels from the 1930s, hand-drilled and blasted by men looking for gold or silver. She followed the tunnel down, descending into the mountain. After 50 yards, the character of the tunnel changed. The walls became smoother, the angles more precise, the temperature rose slightly enough to notice. After 100 yards, she found the seal. It was a concrete wall, thick and professionally installed, completely blocking the tunnel. Stamped into the concrete was a date, November 1934. This was the official seal, the one placed after Thomas Eldridge's team reported their disorientation and strange experiences. But Harold's notes had said they broke through the seal in 1958. She examined the concrete wall carefully, running her hands over the surface, and then she found it. A crack, barely visible, running from floor to ceiling along the left side. Someone had cut through the concrete and then carefully sealed it again. The newer concrete was slightly different in colour, almost invisible unless you knew what to look for. Lila pulled out her tools and began chipping away at the newer section. The concrete was old enough to crumble easily under the impact of a hammer and chisel. It took her 2 hours, but she finally broke through. The tunnel beyond was different. The walls were smooth, almost polished. The rock looked melted rather than carved, like something impossibly hot had bored through the volcanic stone. The floor sloped downward at a steady angle, descending deeper into the mountain. Her headlamp beam reflected strangely off the walls, creating odd patterns of light and shadow. She walked for what felt like an hour, though her watch said only 20 minutes had passed. Time felt wrong down here. Sounds felt wrong too. Her footsteps echoed in ways that made no sense, sometimes loud, sometimes barely audible, as if the tunnel itself was changing its acoustic properties. The temperature continued to rise. By the time she reached the junction, it was uncomfortably warm, like being in a greenhouse on a summer day. She checked her thermometer. 85 degrees. That made no sense. She was deep inside a mountain that had snow on its peaks. It should be near freezing, not warm enough to make her sweat. The junction split into 3 passages. The centre passage was marked with a cairn of stones deliberately placed. Someone before her had marked the way. Harold? Thomas Eldridge? She did not know. She followed the centre passage. The walls here were not stone. They were metal. Smooth grey metal that looked old beyond measure, tarnished but not rusted. She reached out to touch it, and the surface was warm, almost body temperature. Patterns were etched into the metal, repeating geometric designs that looked almost like writing but followed no linguistic structure she recognised. This was what Harold had meant. This was what should not be here. Metal walls inside a volcanic mountain, warm to the touch, covered in symbols that predated any known language. She kept walking, and the tunnel opened into a vast chamber. The chamber beneath the mountain. The chamber was enormous. Lila's headlamp beam could not reach the far wall. The ceiling curved upward into a dome, just like Viewer 12 had described in the remote viewing transcript. The floor was made of the same grey metal, smooth and slightly warm beneath her boots. She pulled out a flashlight, a heavy-duty spotlight she had bought specifically for this expedition, and switched it on. The beam swept across the chamber, revealing its true size. It was easily 200 feet across, maybe more. The metal floor was inscribed with concentric circles, radiating outward from a central pedestal. Lila walked toward the centre, her footsteps echoing strangely in the vast space. The acoustics were wrong, just like the USGS report from 1934 had noted. Some sounds echoed loudly, bouncing off the curved walls. Other sounds were absorbed, deadened, as if the chamber itself was selectively filtering noise. Near the wall she found what the remote viewer had described. Handprints pressed into the metal, fossilised in whatever substance had been soft enough to take an impression before it hardened. The left hand had 5 fingers, the right hand had 6. The proportions were close to human, but not quite right. The fingers were longer, the palm narrower. Whoever had built this place was not human. Or if they were human in a way that predated everything anthropologists thought they knew about human evolution. The pedestal in the centre of the chamber rose about 4 feet from the floor. It was made of the same metal as everything else, but the surface was covered in more intricate patterns, symbols layered upon symbols in a way that suggested deep meaning if only you could read the language. On top of the pedestal sat a sphere. It was roughly the size of a basketball, perfectly smooth, made of metal that looked silver in her flashlight beam. The surface was covered in tiny inscriptions, spiralling around the sphere in lines so fine they were almost invisible. As Lila approached, she felt something shift in the air around her. A vibration, barely perceptible, like standing next to high-voltage power lines. This was the artifact Harold had sketched in his notebooks. This was what the government had sealed behind concrete and bureaucratic silence for nearly 50 years. Near the base of the pedestal, someone had left a metal plaque. The plaque was newer than the chamber, maybe from the 1950s based on the style of the lettering. It read, "Eldridge found the heart. We were never meant to open it." Lila stood there for a long time staring at the sphere. Every instinct told her not to touch it. The warnings in Harold's notes, the government's desperate attempts to seal this place, the plaque left by someone who clearly feared what they had discovered, all of it screamed danger. But she had come this far. She had broken through the seals. She had descended into the mountain. She needed to understand what this thing was. She reached out and touched the sphere. For a moment nothing happened. The metal was warm, warmer than the air around it, and the surface felt slightly rough, like fine sandpaper. Then the inscriptions began to glow. Faint blue light traced the spiral patterns, spreading from where her hand made contact outward across the entire surface of the sphere. The vibration in the air intensified. Lila pulled her hand back, but the glow continued, growing brighter. The chamber itself seemed to respond, the walls humming with a low frequency that she felt in her chest more than heard with her ears. She checked her thermal reader. The temperature had spiked. The sphere was now registering at over 200 degrees, though it had not felt that hot when she touched it. The floor beneath the pedestal was glowing faintly, lines of light spreading outward along the concentric circles. Something beneath the chamber was waking up. Lila backed away from the pedestal, her heart hammering. This was not an artifact. This was not a relic of a dead civilization. This was a machine, still functional, still powered by something that had survived for thousands of years or longer. She needed to leave. Now. She ran back toward the tunnel entrance, the chamber's glow brightening behind her. The hum became a rhythmic pulse, mechanical and deliberate. Whatever she had activated was not shutting down. If anything, it was building towards something, a cycle that had been interrupted decades ago and was now resuming. Harold's final message. Lila made it back to her truck just as the sun was setting. Her hands were shaking so badly she could barely grip the steering wheel. She drove back to town, checked into a motel, and collapsed on the bed, exhausted and terrified. That night she could not sleep. She kept hearing the hum from the chamber, that mechanical pulse that felt older than humanity itself. She kept seeing the glow spreading across the sphere, the light tracing patterns that might have been writing, or might have been something else entirely, some form of communication that humans were never meant to understand. She needed to know what Harold had thought about all this. She needed to hear his voice, his reasoning, his conclusions. She went back to the boxes of materials she'd taken from his storage unit and searched through everything one more time. She found the tape recorder buried at the bottom of a box of old survey equipment. It was an old reel-to-reel model from the 1970s, the kind Harold would have used for field notes. A single tape was still loaded on the reels. She pressed play. Harold's voice filled the room, older than she remembered, tired but clear. This is Harold Finnerty, recording on March 8th, 1979. If you are listening to this, it means I am dead, and it means you found what I have hidden. Good. Someone needs to know the truth. Someone needs to understand what we found beneath Mount Shasta. In 1958, our team broke through the seal that Eldridge's team had placed in 1934. We descended into the mountain, following tunnels that should not exist, tunnels that were not created by natural geological processes or by human mining equipment. The tunnels led us to a chamber. Inside that chamber we found evidence of a civilization that predates anything in the archaeological record. The metal is older than the rock surrounding it. Carbon dating puts the surrounding basalt at roughly 300,000 years old. The metal cannot be dated using conventional methods, but analysis of the oxidation pattern suggests it is far, far older. Millions of years, perhaps. We found a machine. Not ruins, not artifacts. An active, functional machine built by intelligences we cannot comprehend. When we activated it, we triggered something. Seismographs across Northern California recorded vibrations that did not match any known seismic activity. The vibrations came from beneath Mount Shasta, rhythmic and mechanical, like something vast was coming back to life after sleeping for eons. We sealed it again. We had to. The government ordered us to bury everything we found, to seal the chamber, and never speak of it. They were afraid, not of what the public would think, but of what the machine might do if we continued to interfere with it. But here is what they did not understand. Here is what I did not understand until years later. The machine does not need us to activate it. It wakes on its own. Every few decades, seismographs pick up those same vibrations. They are always attributed to minor earthquakes, tectonic adjustments, volcanic activity. But I know better. The machine beneath Mount Shasta is not from a lost human civilization. It is older. It is alien, and it is waiting. I do not know what it is waiting for. I do not know what it will do when it fully awakens. I only know that we were never meant to find it, and we were certainly never meant to activate it. If you have listened to this tape, if you have found my notes and my maps, please understand the weight of what I am telling you. The truth is not what you think. The mountain is not what you think. And we are not alone in our history. The tape ended with a click, and the room fell silent. Lila sat there for a long time, processing what she had heard. Harold had known. He had known for over 20 years that something was beneath the mountain, something that challenged everything humanity believed about its place in the universe and its timeline on Earth. And now she had activated it again. The cover-up arrives. Lila checked out of the motel the next morning and started driving south. She planned to go to Sacramento, maybe find a journalist or a researcher who would take her evidence seriously. She had photographs. She had Harold's notes. She had the tape recording. Someone needed to know what was beneath Mount Shasta. She made it 20 miles before she noticed the black SUVs. There were 3 of them, travelling in formation, keeping a steady distance behind her. When she sped up, they sped up. When she slowed down, they matched her pace. They were not even trying to hide their presence. Lila pulled off the highway at a rest stop. The SUVs pulled in behind her. 6 men emerged, wearing the same dark suits and expressionless faces she'd seen at Harold's house. The man in front was tall, late 40s, with cold eyes that suggested he had done this many times before. He walked up to her truck window. "Miss Finnerty, we need you to come with us." "Who are you?" "That is not relevant. What is relevant is that you entered a restricted area yesterday. You accessed classified materials. You activated equipment that poses a significant security risk." "I do not know what you're talking about." The man smiled, but there was no warmth in it. "You saw the interior. That means you know too much. We can do this easily, or we can do this the hard way. Your choice." Lila looked at the 6 men surrounding her truck. She looked at the empty rest stop, no other vehicles in sight. She looked at the man's cold eyes and understood that she was not going to talk her way out of this. She needed to run. She started the truck, gunned the engine, and drove straight at the man in front of her. He dove aside and she swerved around the SUVs, accelerating back onto the highway. Behind her, the SUVs scrambled to follow. She drove fast, faster than she'd ever driven, weaving through traffic, taking exits at random, trying to lose them in the maze of back roads. But they stayed with her, coordinated and relentless. These were professionals. They had resources she could not match. She remembered the side tunnels. When she had explored Adit 7, she had seen other passages branching off from the main corridor. Some led deeper into the mountain. Some led back toward the surface. If she could get back to the mountain, she could lose them in the tunnels. She turned north, heading back toward Mount Shasta. The SUVs followed. She drove up the old logging road, her truck bouncing over ruts and rocks, pushing the vehicle far beyond what it was designed for. She reached the area near Adit 7 just as the sun was setting. She abandoned the truck and ran into the forest, carrying only a small backpack, with her flashlight and Harold's most important notes. Behind her she heard doors slamming, men shouting, engines revving. They were coming. She made it to the rock slide covering Adit 7 and squeezed through the gap. Her flashlight beam cut through the darkness as she ran down the tunnel, descending into the mountain. She heard voices behind her, echoing strangely in the confined space. She ran past the broken seal, past the junction, into the smooth metal corridors that should not exist. The men were still following, but they were slowing down, cautious now. They knew what was down here. They knew it was dangerous. Lila found one of the side passages and ducked into it, switching off her flashlight. She crouched in the darkness, listening. Footsteps echoed past her hiding spot, moving toward the central chamber. Radio static crackled, voices speaking in clipped military jargon. She waited in the darkness for what felt like hours. Eventually the footsteps retreated. The voices faded. She was alone again, deep inside Mount Shasta, surrounded by metal walls that hummed with ancient power. She found another passage that led upward, following the natural slope of the mountain. It took her 3 hours of climbing through narrow tunnels, but eventually she emerged on the northern face of the mountain, miles from where she'd entered. Behind her she heard helicopters. She looked back and saw lights converging on the Adit 7 region. Heavy machinery was being brought in. They were sealing it again, just like they had in 1934 and again in 1958. But this time they were not taking any chances. She heard explosions echoing across the mountain. They were collapsing the tunnels completely. The final revelation. 3 months later, Layla received a small package at a post office box she had rented under a false name. There was no return address. Inside was a fragment of metal, grey and smooth, warm to the touch even though it had been sitting in a cold mail facility. The metal was identical to the walls of the chamber beneath Mount Shasta. Wrapped around the metal was a note written in Harold's handwriting. The machine inside Shasta is not from a lost human civilization. It is older. It is waiting. Do not let them bury the truth again. But this made no sense. Harold had died before Lila ever entered the mountain. He could not have sent this package, unless he had prepared it years ago, setting up some kind of delayed delivery system, unless he had known she would go looking for answers, or unless the note was not from Harold at all. Lila spread out all her remaining evidence on her apartment floor. The photographs, the notes, the tape recording, Harold's maps, the metal fragment. She had spent 3 months in hiding, moving from town to town, afraid that the men in black SUVs would find her again. But they had not come. Maybe they thought the evidence had been destroyed. Maybe they thought she would stay silent out of fear. They were wrong. That night, the mountain rumbled. Local seismographs picked up vibrations centered directly beneath Mount Shasta. The frequency was low, rhythmic, almost mechanical. Geologists attributed it to minor tectonic adjustments. Volcanic activity settling after decades of dormancy. Nothing to be concerned about. But Lila knew better. She had heard that rhythm before, deep in the chamber, when she had touched the sphere and felt something vast wake beneath her feet. The machine was still active. The seals had not stopped it. The explosives had not buried it deeply enough. Whatever was beneath Mount Shasta, whatever Harold and Thomas Eldridge and countless others had found over the decades, it was older than human civilization. It was patient, and it was waking. No earthquake was officially reported that night, even though thousands of people across Northern California felt the tremor. The United States Geological Survey issued no statements. No warnings were given. The incident was not recorded in any official database. But Lila had felt it. She had felt the pulse of something ancient stirring beneath the mountain, counting down to a moment when it would fully awaken. And when that moment came, the government's carefully maintained silence would no longer matter. The truth beneath Mount Shasta would reveal itself, whether humanity was ready for it or not. Some mountains hold secrets in their stone. Some mountains hold mysteries in their caves. But Mount Shasta holds something else entirely. It holds evidence of intelligences that walked this earth long before we did, and it holds machines that still function after millions of years of silence. Harold Finnerty died trying to warn us. Thomas Eldridge vanished trying to understand it. Lila Finnerty risked everything to uncover it. The question is not whether the truth will come out. The question is what will happen when it does. The mountain remembers. The machine remembers. And deep beneath the snow and stone and ancient metal, something is waking. Something is waiting. Something is counting down the years until it emerges from the darkness and shows humanity just how small and young we really are in the vast timeline of this planet. Mount Shasta stands silent against the sky, beautiful and enigmatic. But if you listen carefully, if you place your hand against the stone and feel for vibrations that should not be there, you might just sense it. The rhythm, the pulse, the heartbeat of something older than human memory. And you might realize, as Harold did, as Lila did, that we were never alone on this earth. We just forgot to look beneath the mountains. Snow-cold silence. The Karen Red case. Thanks to Kristin for this incredible story idea. Now let's begin tonight's breakdown. The night was ending, but for some, it would never truly be over. Picture a quiet Massachusetts suburb blanketed in fresh snow. The kind of snow that muffles sound, that makes the world feel suspended in time. In those early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, a Lexus SUV backed out of a residential driveway at 7 minutes past 5 in the morning. The camera captured it all in grainy detail. Inside that vehicle sat Karen Reed, a financial analyst whose life was about to become a national obsession. What she didn't know as those tyres crunched over ice was that her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, lay dying in the snow just miles away. And what none of them knew was that this death would unravel into one of the most controversial criminal cases in modern Massachusetts history. splitting a community down the middle and raising questions that still echo through courtrooms and living rooms across America. This is not just a story about a death in the snow. This is a story about what happens when the people sworn to find the truth might be the ones hiding it. The night everything changed. January 28th, 2022 started like many winter weekends in the Boston area. Karen Redd and John O'Keefe had been dating for over 2 years. He was a 16-year veteran of the Boston Police Department, a father figure to his niece and nephew after his sister's death, a man known for his dedication to family and his work. Karen was successful in her own right, established in her career, respected by colleagues. They were the kind of couple that seemed solid, the kind neighbours would describe as nice people without a second thought. Around 9 that evening, they arrived at the Waterfall Bar and Grill in Canton, Massachusetts. It was a typical night out, drinks with friends, laughter cutting through the winter chill that had settled over the region. Security cameras captured them entering together. Witnesses later recalled seeing them at the bar, nothing unusual, nothing that suggested the tragedy waiting in the hours ahead. The evening wore on, drinks were poured, conversations flowed, and eventually, as it always does, the night began winding down. After midnight, they left the bar. This is where the story everyone thought they knew begins to fracture into competing narratives, each one claiming truth, each one pointing fingers in different directions. According to the prosecution's version of events, Karen and John drove to 34 Fairview Road, the home of Brian Albert, a former Boston police officer who had retired from the force. It was supposed to be an after-party, a chance to continue the night's festivities in a more private setting. But somewhere in the confusion of that snowy night, something went terribly wrong. At 5 on the morning of January 29th, surveillance footage captured Karen's Lexus SUV backing out of the garage at John's residence in Canton. The timestamp would become crucial, dissected frame by frame in the investigation to come. Shortly after that footage was recorded, John O'Keefe was found lying in the snow outside 34 Fairview Road. He was unresponsive, his body already succumbing to the brutal Massachusetts winter. Emergency responders arrived to find a man face down in the snow, his clothing soaked through, his body temperature dangerously low. They rushed him to the hospital, but the damage was done. At 7 that morning, John O'Keefe was pronounced dead. The cause, according to the initial medical examination, was blunt force trauma to the head combined with hypothermia. A police officer, a father figure, a boyfriend, gone in the span of a few frozen hours. The question everyone immediately asked was simple. What happened? The answer, it turned out, was anything but simple. The investigation begins. When a police officer dies under mysterious circumstances, the investigation typically moves with precision and urgency. Fellow officers rally to find answers, to bring closure to the family, to ensure that justice is served. This case would follow that pattern, but with twists that no one could have predicted. Within days, investigators had begun piecing together what they believed was a clear narrative. They focused on Karen Reed. Her vehicle had a cracked tail light. Fragments of red and clear plastic, consistent with automotive taillight material, were found at the scene where John's body was discovered. Karen had been drinking that night, and her blood alcohol level, recorded later that morning, was elevated. To the initial investigators, it seemed straightforward. A tragic accident caused by impaired driving. Karen had struck John with her vehicle, either while dropping him off or during some kind of altercation, and then fled the scene in panic or confusion. On February 2nd, just 4 days after John's death, Karen Redd was arrested. The charges were severe: manslaughter, motor vehicle homicide, and leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death. Each charge carried significant prison time. The district attorney's office presented their case to the public with confidence. They had physical evidence, they had motive in the form of relationship troubles, and they had witnesses who would testify to seeing the aftermath. But even as the prosecution built their case, cracks were beginning to show. Questions emerged that didn't have easy answers. Witnesses offered contradictory statements. Evidence that should have been clear-cut became murky under scrutiny. And Karen Reed, through her attorneys, began to tell a very different story. The defence didn't just argue that Karen was innocent of accidentally striking John with her vehicle. They argued something far more explosive, that John O'Keefe never died, outside 34 Fairview Road. They claimed he died inside the house, the victim of an assault by people who were supposed to be his friends, his colleagues in law enforcement. And they argued that those same people, desperate to cover up their involvement, had framed Karen Reed for a crime she didn't commit. It was a conspiracy theory in the truest sense. And like all conspiracy theories that gain traction, it was built on a foundation of suspicious coincidences, unanswered questions, and a deep distrust of the official narrative. The theory that changed everything. In April 2023, more than a year after John's death, Karen Reed's defence team went public with their alternative theory in a dramatic fashion. They released affidavits, held press conferences, and launched what they called the Canton Cover-Up campaign. The name itself was designed to provoke, to suggest that this wasn't just a case of mistaken identity or faulty investigation, but an active conspiracy involving multiple law enforcement officers working together to frame an innocent woman. The defence's theory was elaborate but internally consistent. They argued that on that night in January 2022, John O'Keefe did go to 34 Fairview Road, but he went inside the house. Once there, according to this theory, he was involved in some kind of altercation. Perhaps it was an argument that escalated. Perhaps it was a physical confrontation that went too far. The specifics were unclear, but the result, the defence claimed, was that John was severely injured inside that home. Faced with a dying or dead police officer in their house, the occupants panicked. These weren't random civilians. They were current and former law enforcement, people who understood exactly how serious the situation was, people who knew how investigations worked, people who had the connections and knowledge to potentially manipulate the system. So instead of calling for help, instead of telling the truth, they made a different choice. They carried John's body outside, placed him in the snow, and began constructing an alternative narrative that would shift blame onto Karen Reed. It sounds almost too calculated to be believable. But the defence had evidence to support their claims, and some of it was genuinely disturbing. The most striking piece of evidence was a Google search conducted on a phone associated with the Albert household. At 27 minutes past 2 in the morning on January 29th, hours before John's body was officially discovered, someone searched for the phrase, "How long to die in cold." The timestamp was crucial. If John was already outside at that time, dying in the snow, why would someone inside the house be searching for information about how long hypothermia takes to kill? The defence argued this search was made by someone who knew John was outside, someone who was watching the clock, someone who needed to know how long to wait before discovering the body. Then there was the tail light. The prosecution's case relied heavily on the cracked tail light of Karen's Lexus as proof that she had struck John with her vehicle. But the defence brought in experts who examined photographs of the tail light taken at different times during the investigation. These experts testified that the damage pattern didn't match what would be expected from striking a person. More concerning, they claimed the photographs showed the tail light had been damaged further between initial evidence photos and later examination, suggesting someone had tampered with the evidence to make it appear more consistent with the prosecution's theory. Witness statements also began to unravel under scrutiny. Multiple people who were at 34 Fairview Road that night gave statements to police. But their accounts didn't align. Some said they never saw John arrive. Others said they were asleep and didn't know he'd been there at all. But phone records and other evidence suggested more activity in the house during the crucial hours than these witnesses were admitting. Why would people lie about whether they saw John unless they had something to hide? The investigation of the investigators. As the defence's theory gained public attention, scrutiny fell on the people conducting the investigation. And what emerged from that scrutiny was deeply troubling, regardless of which version of events you believed. The lead investigator on the case was Massachusetts State Police Trooper Michael Proctor. On the surface, he seemed like a competent officer with years of experience. But as the case progressed, text messages from Proctor's phone were uncovered and released to the defence as part of discovery. What those texts revealed was shocking. Proctor had sent numerous messages to friends and fellow officers about Karen Reed, and they were vicious. He mocked her appearance, made crude sexual comments, and expressed frustration with the case. In one particularly damaging exchange, he wrote about the difficulties in proving the prosecution's theory. "We won't be able to prove she hit him with her car. All the powers that be want answers ASEEP. 0 chance she skates." Read that again. The lead investigator, early in the investigation, was already expressing doubt about whether they could prove their own theory, while simultaneously stating that pressure from superiors meant Karen couldn't be allowed to avoid charges. That's not how justice is supposed to work. Investigations are meant to follow the evidence wherever it leads, not to start with a conclusion and work backward to justify it. The texts got worse. Proctor discussed wanting to use his badge to gain access to Karen's private medical records. He joked about inappropriate searches of her personal information. The pattern was clear. This wasn't an objective investigation. This was a personal crusade. On March 19, 2025, Michael Proctor was fired from the Massachusetts State Police. The official reason was the derogatory texts about Karen Reed and alleged mishandling of evidence. By that point, the damage to the prosecution's case was irreversible in the court of public opinion, even if the legal proceedings continued. But Proctor wasn't the only investigator whose conduct raised questions. The defence pointed out numerous unusual aspects of the evidence collection and preservation. Karen's vehicle was towed to a police facility, but instead of being secured in a locked bay as would be standard for such crucial evidence, it was left in an area accessible to multiple officers. Her cell phone from the night of the incident was taken by investigators, but then mysteriously went missing for a period of time before being found again. Chain of custody documentation, which should meticulously track evidence from collection to courtroom, had gaps and inconsistencies. Perhaps most troubling were the connections between the investigators and the potential suspects in the defence's alternative theory. Brian Albert, the owner of 34 Fairview Road, was a former Boston police officer. His brother was an active officer. His wife's sister, Jennifer McCabe, was also at the house that night, and her phone was the one associated with the How Long to Die in Cold search. Another guest at the house was Brian Higgins, an agent with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms and Explosives. These weren't random civilians. These were people embedded in the law enforcement community, people with relationships and connections to the very officers investigating the case. In a normal investigation, those connections would be disclosed and managed to prevent conflicts of interest. Officers with personal relationships to potential witnesses or suspects would recuse themselves. Independent oversight would be brought in. None of that happened here, at least not initially. Instead, the investigation proceeded with investigators who had professional and personal ties to the very people the defence was accusing of murder and conspiracy. The federal investigation. As the case gained national attention and the allegations of misconduct piled up, federal authorities took notice. In early 2025, the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Justice Department's Civil Rights Division launched an investigation into the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office and the handling of the Karen Reed case. For those who believed in the Canton cover-up theory, this federal investigation was vindication. Finally, they thought, an outside agency with no local connections would uncover the truth. The corruption would be exposed, the real killers would be brought to justice, and Karen Reed would be exonerated. But in March 2025, the federal investigation closed without bringing any charges. No indictments were issued against Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Brian Higgins or anyone else accused in the defence's theory, no charges were brought against Michael Proctor or other investigators for evidence tampering or conspiracy. The investigation simply ended, with federal authorities offering little public explanation for their decision. For the prosecution, this was proof that the conspiracy theory was exactly that, a theory unsupported by evidence robust enough to bring charges. They argued that federal investigators had reviewed all the same evidence the defense pointed to and concluded it didn't support criminal charges against anyone except Karen Red herself. For the defense and their supporters, the closure of the federal investigation without charges only deepened their conviction that the cover-up extended further than they had imagined. They argued that law enforcement agencies protect their own, that the blue wall of silence extended from local police departments to federal agencies. The lack of charges, in their view, wasn't evidence of innocence, but evidence of how deep the corruption ran. The truth, as is often the case, likely lies somewhere more complicated than either narrative suggests. Federal investigations close without charges for many reasons. Sometimes it's because no crimes occurred. Sometimes it's because proving a crime beyond a reasonable doubt is impossible, even if investigators suspect wrongdoing. Sometimes it's because the crimes, if they occurred, fall outside federal jurisdiction or don't meet the specific criteria for federal charges. We may never know exactly why the federal investigation closed without action, but its closure didn't end the debate. If anything, it intensified it. The trials. The legal process in the Karen Red case was as dramatic and contentious as the investigation that preceded it. The first trial began on April 16th, 2024, more than 2 years after John O'Keefe's death. The prosecution presented their case: the cracked taillight, the plastic fragments, Karen's elevated blood alcohol level, and testimony from witnesses who described her as distraught and making incriminating statements in the hours after John's body was found. The defense countered with their conspiracy theory, now refined and supported by expert testimony. They brought in accident reconstruction specialists who testified that the injuries to John's body were inconsistent with being struck by a vehicle. They presented the Google search evidence, the text messages from Michael Proctor, and testimony about the connections between investigators and the Albert household. They argued that reasonable doubt wasn't just present in this case, it was overwhelming. For weeks, the jury heard testimony. They saw photographs of John's body, of the crime scene, of Karen's vehicle. They listened to expert witnesses from both sides contradict each other on crucial points. They heard Karen's own voice in recordings from that morning, heard her distress, heard her confusion. On July 1st, 2024, after days of deliberation, the jury announced they were hopelessly deadlocked. They couldn't reach a unanimous verdict on any of the charges. The judge declared a mistrial. Karen Reed would not be convicted, but she would not be exonerated either. Instead, she would face a second trial. The retrial began on April 1st, 2025. By this point, the case had become a media sensation. Supporters of Karen Reed gathered outside the courthouse daily, holding signs proclaiming her innocence and demanding justice for what they saw as a law enforcement conspiracy. The trial was live-streamed, with thousands watching the proceedings in real time and dissecting every moment on social media. This time, the jury reached a verdict. On the most serious charges, second-degree murder and manslaughter, they found Karen Reed not guilty. They also acquitted her of leaving the scene of an accident. But on one charge, operating a vehicle under the influence of alcohol, they found her guilty. The judge sentenced her to 1 year of probation. The split verdict satisfied no one completely. The prosecution argued it proved Karen was impaired and operating her vehicle recklessly that night, even if the jury couldn't conclude she had deliberately or accidentally killed John O'Keefe. The defense and Karen's supporters argued the not guilty verdicts on the most serious charges vindicated their theory that she had been framed, and the single guilty verdict was a compromise by jurors who felt pressure to convict on something after such a lengthy and expensive trial. Karen Red walked out of the courthouse on probation, legally neither fully guilty nor fully innocent in the death of the man she loved. The unanswered questions. Even after 2 trials, after thousands of hours of investigation, after millions of words written and spoken about this case, fundamental questions remain unanswered. Did John O'Keefe ever go inside 34 Fairview Road that night? There is no surveillance footage from inside the house showing his arrival. Every person who was in that house that night claims they did not personally see him enter. Yet the defence argues he must have been inside based on his injuries and the circumstances of his death. Without video evidence or a witness willing to break ranks and tell a different story, this question remains open. What caused John's injuries? The medical examiner who performed the autopsy concluded his injuries were consistent with being struck by a vehicle and exposure to the cold. But defence experts examined the same body, the same photographs, the same medical data, and concluded his injuries were consistent with a beating, including wounds they argued came from a dog attack based on the pattern of marks on his arm. 2 sets of experts, 2 completely different conclusions. Both can't be right, but how is a jury, or the public, supposed to determine which experts to believe? When exactly did John die? The timeline is crucial to both theories. The prosecution needs him to have been struck by Karen's vehicle and left outside to die in the early morning hours. The defence needs him to have been alive inside the house long enough for the conspiracy to unfold and for that Google search about hypothermia timing to make sense. Phone records show John's phone locked and stopped recording activity at a specific time, but does that mean he died then? Or just that his phone died or was damaged? Who made that Google search? The search for how long to die in cold came from a phone associated with Jennifer McCabe, who was at the Albert House that night. When questioned about it, she denied making the search and suggested it must have been a mistake or an artifact of some technical glitch. Forensic analysts confirmed the search was real and occurred at the timestamp indicated. So who made it and why? Was evidence tampered with? The defence presented testimony suggesting Karen's taillight was damaged further during the investigation to make it more consistent with the prosecution's theory. They pointed to inconsistencies in photographs taken at different times. The prosecution argued any apparent differences were due to lighting, camera angles, or the natural process of collecting and examining fragile evidence. Without a video recording of every moment the vehicle was in custody, proving tampering definitively is nearly impossible, but the suggestion alone cast doubt on the evidence's reliability. Why did Michael Proctor send those texts? Even people who believe in Karen's guilt struggle to defend Proctor's conduct. His messages were inappropriate by any standard, and his admission that they struggled to prove their own theory, while feeling pressure to secure a conviction, is deeply troubling. Was he just a crude, unprofessional investigator who nonetheless pursued a legitimate case, or were his texts evidence of a predetermined conclusion he was trying to justify after the fact? The broader context. The Karen Red case didn't happen in a vacuum. As the case gained national attention, investigative journalists began examining the broader context of law enforcement in Norfolk County and the Canton area. What they found added fuel to the fire of conspiracy theories. In 2021, a woman named Sandra Birchmore died in Canton. The official ruling was suicide, but her family and advocates raised questions about that conclusion. Sandra had been involved with police officers from the Stoughton Police Department, and there were allegations of inappropriate relationships and potential abuse. When her death was initially investigated, some of the same networks of law enforcement officers that would later be connected to the Karen Reed case were involved in that investigation as well. The parallels were impossible to ignore for those inclined to see a pattern. Here was another suspicious death in the same county, another investigation involving interconnected law enforcement, personnel, another family left with unanswered questions and suspicions of a cover-up. The Birchmore case eventually led to federal charges against one of the officers involved, Matthew Farwell, but only after years of advocacy by Sandra's family and outside journalists. The fact that it took so long for action to be taken, and that local investigators had initially closed the case, seemed to validate concerns about how law enforcement handled investigations of their own. These connections matter because they shape how people view the Karen Read case. If this were an isolated incident, if there were no other examples of questionable investigations or suspicious deaths in the area, it would be easier to dismiss the conspiracy theory as paranoid fantasy. But when you can point to other cases, other examples of investigations that seem flawed or compromised, the conspiracy theory becomes more plausible. Pattern recognition is a powerful cognitive tool, even when the patterns might be coincidental. The public divide. Perhaps no aspect of the Karen Read case is more striking than how it has split public opinion. This isn't a case where most people believe one narrative with a small minority dissenting. Instead, it's a case where large numbers of passionate, informed people have reached completely opposite conclusions about what happened. On one side are those who believe Karen Read is a victim of a massive law enforcement conspiracy. They attend her court hearings, they organise rallies and fundraisers, they maintain social media accounts dedicated to exposing what they call the Canton cover-up. They see the suspicious Google search, the biased investigator, the connections between officers and witnesses, and they conclude that the only logical explanation is that John O'Keefe was killed inside 34 Fairview Road, and Karen was framed. For them, her conviction on the impaired driving charge is a miscarriage of justice, a compromise verdict by a jury that couldn't bring itself to fully acquit her, despite the overwhelming evidence of reasonable doubt. On the other side are those who believe the prosecution's core theory. They see a tragic case of drunk driving, a woman who made a terrible mistake and then compounded it by refusing to take responsibility. They look at the physical evidence, the cracked tail light, the plastic fragments at the scene, and they see a straightforward explanation. For them, the conspiracy theory is a desperate defense strategy, a Hail Mary attempt to create reasonable doubt by throwing out wild accusations. They point to the federal investigation's closure without charges as proof that outside investigators found no merit to the cover-up claims. They argue that Karen's acquittal on murder charges doesn't prove she's innocent, just that the prosecution couldn't prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, which is a high bar in any case. Between these two camps are people who genuinely aren't sure what to believe. They see troubling elements on both sides. They think Karen might have been involved in John's death, while also believing the investigation was compromised and potentially corrupt. They can imagine scenarios where John went inside the house, but then came back outside where Karen accidentally struck him. They wonder if the truth is some combination of both narratives that neither side is willing to acknowledge. This divide isn't just about the facts of the case, it's about deeper questions of trust. Do you trust law enforcement to investigate itself? Do you believe officers will tell the truth even when it implicates their colleagues and friends? Do you think the justice system works? Or do you think it's rigged in favour of those with power and connections? For many people, the Karen Read case became a referendum on those questions, rather than just a determination of what happened on one snowy night in January. If you already distrusted police, if you already believed the system was corrupt, then the Canton cover-up theory made perfect sense. If you believed in the integrity of law enforcement and the justice system, then Karen's conviction, even the limited one, seemed appropriate. The aftermath. As of now, the legal proceedings continue in different forms. A civil wrongful death lawsuit was filed on August 23, 2024, by John O'Keefe's family against Karen Read and 2 Canton bars that served alcohol that night. The lawsuit is currently stayed pending appeals, but it represents another legal front in a case that seems to have no end point. Karen Read herself remains a controversial figure. To her supporters, she's a folk hero, a whistleblower who exposed corruption at the highest levels of Massachusetts law enforcement. They've raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for her defense, attended every court hearing, and vowed to continue fighting for what they call justice. To her critics, she's a killer who got away with murder, through a clever legal strategy and public manipulation. They see her supporters as gullible, taken in by conspiracy theories and anti-police sentiment. The people at 34 Fairview Road that night have largely retreated from public view. Brian Albert sold the house and moved away. Jennifer McCabe has faced harassment and death threats from Karen Redd supporters who believe she's part of the conspiracy. Brian Higgins has maintained his silence throughout. These are people who, regardless of what happened that night, have had their lives completely upended by their connection to this case. John O'Keefe's family remains caught in the middle. They lost a beloved son, brother and uncle in a tragic death. They want answers, they want justice, but the competing narratives have made it nearly impossible to get either. Some family members have publicly supported the prosecution's case and expressed anger at what they see as Karen's efforts to defame John and deflect blame. Others have remained quiet, perhaps unsure what to believe or simply exhausted by the years of legal battles. The truth in the snow, so what really happened on that night in January 2022? After all the trials, all the evidence, all the testimony, can we say with certainty? The honest answer is no, not with complete certainty. That's the frustrating reality of many criminal cases. The truth exists somewhere in the past, but our ability to reconstruct it is imperfect. We have fragments, security footage, phone records, text messages, physical evidence, witness statements. We try to assemble those fragments into a coherent picture, but the fragments don't always fit together neatly, and different people can arrange them into very different pictures. What we can say is this: John O'Keefe died in the snow outside 34 Fairview Road in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022. His death was tragic and preventable. Whether Karen Redd caused his death through impaired driving, whether people inside that house caused his death through violence, or whether the truth involves some combination of factors we haven't fully understood, John deserved better than to die alone in the cold. We can also say that the investigation into his death was deeply flawed. Even if you believe the prosecution's theory, even if you think Karen Redd is guilty, the conduct of lead investigator Michael Proctor was inexcusable. His biased texts, his expression of doubt about the case combined with determination to secure a conviction, his admitted mishandling of evidence, all of that compromised the investigation. A case this serious deserved better. John's family deserved better. Karen Reed, whether guilty or innocent, deserved an investigation conducted with integrity. We can say that the connections between investigators and potential witnesses raised legitimate questions about conflicts of interest and whether the investigation was truly independent. In any case, but especially one involving law enforcement officers and their families, extra care should be taken to ensure investigators have no personal stakes in the outcome. That didn't happen here, and the failure to maintain proper boundaries opened the door for conspiracy theories that might have been easily dismissed if the investigation had been handled properly from the start. We can say that the justice system, for all its flaws, worked to some degree. Karen Reed had her day in court, actually multiple days across 2 trials. She had competent legal representation, evidence was examined, witnesses were cross-examined, and juries made their determinations. The fact that the verdicts didn't fully satisfy anyone doesn't mean the system failed. Sometimes justice is messy and incomplete, because the truth itself is messy and incomplete. What we can't say is exactly what happened in those crucial hours. We can't say with certainty whether Karen struck John with her vehicle, or whether he was assaulted inside the house. We can't prove who made that Google search or why. We can't definitively state whether evidence was tampered with, or whether apparent inconsistencies have innocent explanations. These uncertainties will likely never be fully resolved, and people will continue to debate them for years to come. The Watchman. Question. The closing question posed in the outline is perhaps the most important one. When law enforcement investigates itself, who watches the Watchman? This is not a new question. It's been asked throughout history whenever those in power are accused of misconduct. The answer has always been complicated and unsatisfying. We want to believe in oversight mechanisms, in internal affairs divisions, in civilian review boards, in federal investigations. We want to believe that bad actors will be caught and punished, that the system will self-correct. But the Karen Read case exposes the weaknesses in those mechanisms. Michael Proctor conducted a biased investigation for more than a year before his texts were discovered. The connections between investigators and the Albert household weren't flagged early and addressed. The federal investigation closed without charges despite what many saw as clear evidence of at least misconduct, if not criminal conspiracy. At every level, the oversight that should have caught problems either failed or never materialized. This doesn't necessarily mean there was a massive conspiracy. Oversight mechanisms fail for many reasons. Sometimes it's incompetence rather than corruption. Sometimes it's institutional culture that discourages questioning fellow officers. Sometimes it's just the difficulty of investigating complex cases with limited resources and imperfect information. But the failure of oversight, whatever its cause, has consequences. It erodes public trust. It makes people more susceptible to conspiracy theories. It makes every future case more difficult because witnesses and jurors and the public bring their suspicions and doubts with them. The Karen Read case should prompt serious conversations about how law enforcement investigations are conducted, especially when the investigators have personal or professional connections to the people involved. It should lead to reforms in how evidence is collected, preserved and tracked. It should result in clearer protocols for identifying and managing conflicts of interest. It should spark discussions about independent oversight and accountability. Whether those conversations will happen, whether those reforms will be implemented, remains to be seen. History suggests that real change is difficult and rare. But if John O'Keefe's death can lead to improvements that prevent future miscarriages of justice, whether those future cases involve wrongful convictions or failures to convict the guilty, then something meaningful will have come from this tragedy. The snow remembers. Snow has a quality of preservation. It covers, it conceals, but it also freezes moments in time. When spring comes and the snow melts, what was hidden is revealed. The Karen Read case is like that snow. It covered over questions and contradictions, at least initially. The first narrative, the simple story of a drunk driving accident, seemed to wrap everything up neatly, to freeze the story in a comprehensible form. But as time passed, as the snow metaphorically melted under scrutiny, what was revealed was far more complex and troubling. The simple story gave way to competing narratives, to unanswered questions, to suggestions of conspiracy and corruption. Some of what was revealed might be truth, some might be paranoia, and some might be something in between. What we're left with is not closure but continued uncertainty. Karen Read is not in prison for murder, but she is not fully exonerated either. John O'Keefe's death is officially resolved in the legal system, but the questions about what really happened remain open in the court of public opinion. The people accused in the conspiracy theory have not been charged, but their names are permanently associated with these allegations. Perhaps that uncertainty is the most honest outcome. Perhaps it reflects the reality that in some cases we simply cannot know the complete truth with certainty. We can have suspicions, we can have beliefs, we can even have legal verdicts, but absolute certainty eludes us. What we can do is learn from the failures exposed by this case. We can demand better investigations, better oversight, better accountability. We can ask harder questions when law enforcement investigates its own. We can be skeptical of both official narratives and conspiracy theories, recognizing that the truth is often more complicated than either extreme suggests. And we can remember John O'Keefe not just as a figure in a controversial case, but as a person. A 16-year veteran officer who dedicated his life to public service. An uncle who stepped up to raise his sister's children when she could no longer care for them. A man who, whatever the circumstances of his death, deserved better than to die alone in the snow, while those who might have helped him either couldn't or wouldn't. The snow that fell on January 29th, 2022 has long since melted. The seasons have changed, the years have passed, but the questions raised that night remain, frozen in the public consciousness, waiting for answers that may never fully come. That's the real tragedy of the Karen Red case. Not just that a man died, though that is tragic enough, but that we may never know with certainty why he died, who is responsible, or whether justice was truly served. When the next snow falls in Canton, Massachusetts, some people will think of that night. They'll think of John O'Keefe, of Karen Reed, of 34 Fairview Road. They'll think of the questions that still hang in the air like snowflakes that never quite settle to the ground. And they'll wonder, as we all wonder, whether the truth is buried somewhere beneath the surface, waiting to be discovered, or whether it melted away that morning and can never be recovered. The silence of that snow-covered night keeps its secret still, and in that silence we hear the echo of every unanswered question, every unresolved doubt, every failure of the system we trust to deliver justice. The case of Karen Reed and the death of John O'Keefe is closed in the legal sense, but in every other way that matters, it remains open, a wound that has not healed, a mystery that has not been solved, a story that has not yet found its ending. Perhaps it never will. Perhaps some stories don't get neat endings. Perhaps the only certainty is the snow falling and melting, covering and revealing freezing moments in time, but never quite preserving them completely. And perhaps that's the most honest conclusion we can reach, that we know what happened that night only in fragments, in pieces, in competing versions that can never be fully reconciled. The snow remembers, but it doesn't tell, and so we're left with our questions, our theories, our suspicions and our doubts. We're left with a case that became a symbol, a trial that became a cultural moment, a death that became a debate about trust and truth and justice in America. We're left with the uncomfortable reality that sometimes the system we rely on to find answers fails to deliver them. And we're left with the memory of a man who died in the snow, and the woman accused of killing him, and the shadow of doubt that hangs over everything that came after. That shadow is the legacy of this case. Not resolution, but uncertainty. Not closure, but continued questions. Not justice clearly served, but justice debated and disputed and doubted. In the end, that might be the most troubling outcome of all. Because if we can't trust the system to find the truth, in a case this scrutinized, this examined, this thoroughly investigated, then when can we trust it? And if we can't answer that question, then the shadow grows longer, the doubt spreads wider, and the next case becomes that much harder to resolve. The snow-cold silence that gave this case its name isn't just about the quiet of that winter night. It's about the silence of unanswered questions, the silence of evidence that doesn't speak clearly, the silence of witnesses who won't or can't tell the complete truth, the silence of investigators who failed in their duty, the silence of a system that couldn't deliver the certainty we expect from justice. And in that silence, John O'Keefe rests, his truth known only to himself and perhaps to those who were there that night. The rest of us are left to wonder, to debate, to take sides in a controversy that may never be fully resolved. That's the real story of the Karen Reed case. Not a story with a beginning, middle and clear end, but a story that continues to unfold, to evolve, to challenge our assumptions about truth and justice and the institutions we trust to deliver both. The documentary ends, but the case does not. The questions remain, the silence persists, and somewhere in that silence, buried beneath layers of evidence and testimony and competing narratives, lies the truth. Whether we'll ever uncover it completely is a question that only time, and perhaps new evidence or confessions, can answer. Until then, we're left with what we have, an unsettling case that exposed the fault lines in our justice system and left us all wondering whether we can truly know what happened when those sworn to protect us are the ones under suspicion. The snow has melted, the truth remains frozen. Good evening, and welcome to Sleep Theories. Before we dive into tonight's story, I'm curious about you, our listeners. How has your day been treating you? Are you winding down after a long day? Or perhaps you're on the other side of the world, just beginning your morning routine. What time is it where you are right now? And what corner of our vast planet are you calling home tonight? Whether you're listening from a bustling city apartment, a quiet countryside home, or somewhere in between, you're part of our global community of truth seekers and story lovers. If you're new to Sleep Theories, welcome aboard. And if you're a returning listener, thank you for coming back. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already. We have so many more mysteries to uncover together, and your subscription helps us bring these stories to light. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and prepare yourself for a tale that will make you question everything you thought you knew about one of history's most famous disasters. Tonight, we're going beneath the surface of the North Atlantic, not just to explore the wreckage of a legendary ship, but to uncover a conspiracy so massive, so carefully orchestrated, that it may have shaped the course of world history. This is the story of the Titanic switch, the theory that suggests the ship that sank on that fateful April night in 1912 was never the Titanic at all. April 14th, 1912. Picture this night in your mind. The North Atlantic stretches endlessly in every direction, a black mirror reflecting nothing but stars. There is no moon to illuminate the waters, leaving the ocean in an almost supernatural darkness. The temperature has dropped to just below freezing, and the sea is unusually calm, so still that veterans of these waters would later describe it as eerily unnatural. Cutting through this obsidian expanse is the largest moving object ever created by human hands. The RMS Titanic, all 882 feet of her, pushes through the water at nearly 23 knots. Her 4 massive smokestacks pierce the star-filled sky, sending columns of smoke and sparks into the night. From her decks, the warm glow of electric light spills out onto the water, creating the only source of illumination for miles in any direction. Inside this floating palace, over 2,000 souls are living what many believe to be their final hours, though they don't know it yet. In the first-class dining saloon, passengers in evening wear are finishing their 10-course dinner, completely unaware that they are dining aboard what will become history's most famous maritime disaster. The ship's orchestra plays ragtime melodies that drift through the corridors, mixing with the sound of laughter, conversation, and the ever-present thrumming of the engines deep below. Captain Edward Smith stands on the bridge, a veteran of the seas with 40 years of experience behind him. This is meant to be his final voyage before retirement, a triumphant capstone to a distinguished career. He has commanded ships for the White Star Line for decades, earning the nickname Millionaire's Captain for his skill in handling the luxury vessels that carry the world's elite across the Atlantic. Tonight he commands not just any ship, but the crown jewel of the White Star Line fleet, the unsinkable Titanic. But at 11:39 p.m. ship's time, everything changes in an instant. Frederick Fleet, the lookout stationed in the crow's nest, spots something emerging from the darkness ahead. Without the aid of binoculars, which, mysteriously, are locked away and unavailable to the lookouts that night, he strains his eyes against the blackness. What he sees sends ice through his veins. A massive iceberg, dark and silent, looms directly in the ship's path. "Iceberg right ahead," Fleet shouts into the telephone that connects him to the bridge. First Officer William Murdoch receives the warning and immediately orders hard a starboard and full astern. The helmsman spins the wheel, and the engine room receives the telegraph signal to reverse engines. For 37 seconds, the fate of over 2,000 people hangs in the balance as the massive ship begins to turn. But it's too late. The Titanic's starboard side scrapes along the iceberg with what survivors would later describe as a sound like thunder, though to many passengers it felt like nothing more than a slight shudder. Some passengers on the lower decks report chunks of ice falling onto the deck, and a few even gather pieces as souvenirs, joking about their close call with the ice. They have no idea that their ship is already doomed. Below the waterline, the iceberg has opened up the first 5 compartments of the ship's hull. The Titanic was designed to survive flooding in up to 4 compartments, but 5 is too many. Thomas Andrews, the ship's designer who is aboard for this maiden voyage, quickly calculates the mathematics of disaster. With 5 compartments flooding, the ship will inevitably sink by the bow, pulling the rest of the vessel down with her. "How long do we have?" Captain Smith asks Andrews. "An hour, 2 at most." And so begins one of the most studied, documented and debated disasters in human history. Over the next 2 hours and 40 minutes, the unsinkable ship will break apart and slip beneath the waves, taking with her over 1,500 souls. The survivors will tell stories of heroism and cowardice, of the band playing hymns as the ship tilted toward her grave, of the insufficient lifeboats and the icy water that killed most victims within minutes. This is the story we all know. This is the official narrative that has been told and retold for over a century. But what if everything we think we know about that night is wrong? What if the ship that struck the iceberg and sank in the North Atlantic was never the Titanic at all? What if the real conspiracy began not in the aftermath of the disaster, but months before, in the shipyards of Belfast, where 2 sister ships sat side by side, and where a desperate plan was hatched to save a failing company from financial ruin? What if the disaster that shocked the world was not an accident, but the culmination of the most audacious insurance fraud ever attempted? Tonight, we're going to explore a theory that suggests the Titanic disaster was not just a tragedy, but a carefully orchestrated conspiracy involving some of the most powerful men in the world. We're going to examine evidence that points to a massive cover-up, one that may have claimed the lives of over 1,500 innocent people in service of greed, power, and political manipulation. This is the story of the Titanic switch, and by the end of our journey together, you may never look at this famous disaster the same way again. To understand the theory of the Titanic switch, we must first travel back to the shipyards of Belfast Island, where 2 virtually identical ships were taking shape side by side. The story begins not with disaster, but with dreams of maritime supremacy and the fierce competition between the great shipping lines of the early 20th century. Harland and Wolff Shipyard in Belfast was, at the time, one of the premier shipbuilding facilities in the world. The massive facility sprawled along the banks of the River Lagan, its enormous gantry cranes towering over the landscape like steel monuments to industrial ambition. It was here, in this cathedral of steel and rivets, that the White Star Line had commissioned 3 ships that would change ocean travel forever. The Olympic-class ships, as they would be known, were conceived as the ultimate expression of luxury and engineering prowess. These were to be the largest, most opulent vessels ever built, designed to dominate the lucrative North Atlantic passenger route and crush the competition from rival shipping companies like Cunard Line. The first of these sister ships was the RMS Olympic, launched on October the 20th, 1910. She was a marvel of engineering, stretching 882 feet from bow to stern and weighing over 46,000 tons. Her 9 decks could accommodate over 2,000 passengers in unprecedented luxury, with amenities that included a swimming pool, a gymnasium, a Turkish bath, and dining rooms that rivaled the finest restaurants in London or New York. The Olympic was not just a ship. She was a floating city, a testament to British engineering and a symbol of the White Star Line's dominance of the seas. When she departed Southampton on her maiden voyage in June 1911, she carried with her the hopes and reputation of her builders. But less than 4 months after her maiden voyage, disaster struck. On September the 20th, 1911, the Olympic was departing Southampton when she collided with HMS Hawke, a Royal Navy cruiser. The impact was devastating. The Hawke's reinforced bow, designed to ram enemy vessels, punched a massive hole in the Olympic's starboard side, flooding 2 of her compartments and severely damaging her propeller shaft. The Olympic limped back to port, her maiden voyage season cut dramatically short. But the damage was far more extensive than initially apparent. When she was dry docked for inspection, the full extent of the catastrophe became clear. The collision had not only opened up her hull and damaged her propeller, but it had also twisted her keel, the backbone of the ship, potentially compromising her structural integrity for the remainder of her operational life. For the White Star Line, this was nothing short of a financial disaster. The The Olympic had cost over $7.5 million to build, an astronomical sum in 1911. Now she faced months of expensive repairs, and even after those repairs, questions would remain about her seaworthiness and insurability. But the problems went deeper than just the cost of repairs. The collision with HMS Hawke had occurred under circumstances that placed the Olympic at fault. Captain Edward Smith, yes, the same Captain Smith who would later command the Titanic on her fatal voyage, had been in charge of the Olympic when the accident occurred. The subsequent Admiralty Court inquiry found the Olympic to blame for the collision, meaning that the White Star Line would receive no insurance compensation for the damage. This left the company facing a nightmare scenario. They had an expensive ship that needed costly repairs, no insurance money to pay for those repairs, and serious questions about whether insurance companies would be willing to fully cover the vessel in the future. The Olympic had gone from being the crown jewel of the White Star Line fleet to a massive financial liability virtually overnight. Meanwhile, in the same Belfast shipyard where the Olympic was undergoing her repairs, work was proceeding on her sister ship, the RMS Titanic. The Titanic was planned to be virtually identical to her older sister, with only minor modifications and improvements. From a distance, even expert ship observers would have difficulty telling the two vessels apart. They shared the same basic dimensions, the same general layout, the same distinctive four-funnel silhouette that had become the signature of the White Star Line's premium vessels. This similarity, according to the switch theory, was not coincidental. It was the key to a plan that would solve the White Star Line's financial crisis while simultaneously eliminating a massive liability. The theory suggests that sometime in late 1911 or early 1912, a decision was made at the highest levels of the White Star Line's ownership. Rather than spend millions repairing the Olympic and then operating her under a cloud of doubt about her structural integrity and insurability, they would swap the identities of the two ships. The damaged Olympic would be given the identity of the Titanic and sent out on what was ostensibly the new ship's maiden voyage. But this voyage would not be intended to reach New York. Instead, the disguised Olympic would be deliberately sunk, allowing the White Star Line to collect the full insurance value of a new undamaged vessel while simultaneously eliminating the financial burden of the real Titanic's damaged sister. Meanwhile, the real Titanic, now disguised as the Olympic, would quietly slip into service, her true identity hidden from the world. To understand why such a plan might have been attractive, we must consider the financial pressures facing the White Star Line in 1912. The company was owned by the International Mercantile Marine Company, a shipping trust controlled by American financier J.P. Morgan. Morgan had invested enormous sums in his shipping empire, but the business was facing increasing competition and declining profitability. The White Star Line needed the Titanic to be a success. They needed her to capture public imagination, dominate the headlines, and establish the company's supremacy on the North Atlantic route. But they also needed to resolve the Olympic problem before it bankrupted the entire operation. According to the switch theory, the solution was as elegant as it was terrible. Switch the ships, sink the damaged one while pretending it was the new one, collect the insurance money, and use the real new ship to rebuild the company's reputation and finances. The theory suggests that the work done on both ships during the winter of 1911 and 1912 was not routine maintenance and completion, but rather an elaborate process of swapping their identities. Features that differed between the ships would need to be altered. Documentation would need to be changed or destroyed. Most importantly, the workers involved would need to be either brought into the conspiracy or kept unaware of what they were truly doing. Harland and Wolff employed thousands of workers, and the shipyard was a maze of activity with multiple vessels under construction and repair simultaneously. In such an environment, it would be possible to make alterations to both ships without arousing suspicion, especially if the changes were explained as routine modifications or improvements. The workers who might notice discrepancies could be told they were simply upgrading the Olympic to match improvements made to the Titanic design, or vice versa. Only a handful of people at the very top of the hierarchy would need to know the true purpose of the work being done. But for such a plan to succeed, it would require more than just physical alterations to the ships. It would require careful planning of the disaster itself, ensuring that the right people were aboard and the right people were not, and that the sinking would occur in circumstances that would prevent too close an examination of the evidence. The switch theory suggests that every detail of the Titanic's maiden voyage was planned not to showcase a magnificent new ship, but to destroy an old damaged one while making it appear to be an accident. The passenger list, the route, the timing, even the crew assignments, all of these, according to the theory, were carefully orchestrated to serve the conspiracy. As we'll see, the evidence for this incredible claim goes far beyond simple speculation. There are photographs that seem to show differences between the ship that left Belfast and the ship that left Southampton. There are testimony from shipyard workers who noticed unusual modifications being made. There are suspicious cancellations by wealthy passengers who had every reason to want to be aboard the maiden voyage of the most famous ship ever built. Most tellingly, there are the financial motivations of the men who controlled the White Star Line. Men who stood to lose millions if the Olympic problem was not resolved, and who stood to gain millions if a carefully planned disaster could eliminate their problems while simultaneously collecting insurance payments. But before we examine that evidence, we need to understand exactly who these men were and just how much money was at stake in 1912. We need to understand the insurance motive that may have driven over 1,500 people to their deaths in the icy waters of the North Atlantic. Money. In the end, according to the switch theory, that's what the Titanic disaster was really about. Not the romance of the sea, not the hubris of calling a ship unsinkable, not even the class divisions that the disaster seemed to highlight. It was about money, enormous amounts of money that stood to be lost or gained depending on the fate of two ships and the decisions of a few powerful men. To understand the financial pressures that may have driven the conspiracy, we need to understand the business empire of one man, John Pierpont Morgan, the American financier who controlled more wealth and power than perhaps any individual in the history of capitalism. J.P. Morgan was not just wealthy, he was a force of nature in the world of early 20th century finance. His banking house, J.P. Morgan and Company, had financed railroads, steel companies, and industrial empires. He had personally intervened to prevent financial panics, earning him the nickname America's Bank. When the federal government needed money, they came to J.P. Morgan. When major corporations needed capital, they came to J.P. Morgan. By 1912, he controlled assets worth billions in today's currency. But Morgan's empire was not limited to American shores. In 1902, he had founded the International Mercantile Marine Company, a shipping trust designed to dominate transatlantic passenger and cargo traffic. The IM acquired control of numerous shipping lines, including the prestigious White Star Line, Morgan's crown jewel in maritime transportation. The White Star Line was the perfect fit for Morgan's vision. Founded in 1845, it had built its reputation on providing luxury service to affluent passengers crossing between Europe and America. The company's ships were known for their elegance, comfort, and safety record. When Morgan acquired control, he saw an opportunity to create the ultimate expression of luxury travel while generating enormous profits. This vision led directly to the commissioning of the Olympic-class ships. Morgan intended these vessels to be more than just transportation. They would be floating advertisements for the supremacy of his shipping empire. The Olympic, Titanic, and the planned third sister ship Britannic would capture the public imagination and establish IMM as the unquestioned leader in North Atlantic travel. The financial investment was staggering. Each ship cost approximately $7.5 million to build, roughly $200 million in today's currency. The Olympic alone represented an investment larger than the annual budget of many small nations. For the three ships combined, Morgan was risking an amount of money that could have funded a small war. But the potential profits were equally enormous. The North Atlantic passenger route was one of the most lucrative transportation businesses in the world. Wealthy Americans travelling to Europe for business or pleasure were willing to pay premium prices for luxury accommodations. European aristocrats and businessmen crossing to America represented another steady stream of high-paying customers. Immigrants seeking new lives in America provided volume traffic that, while individually less profitable, generated substantial revenue in aggregate. Morgan calculated that the Olympic-class ships would not only dominate this market but expand it. By offering unprecedented luxury and reliability, he could charge premium prices while attracting new customers who had never before considered ocean travel. The ships would pay for themselves within a few years and then generate enormous profits for decades to come. This was the dream. The reality, as we've seen, was somewhat different. When the Olympic collided with HMS Hawke in September 1911, Morgan's carefully calculated investment began to unravel. The ship that was supposed to be generating revenue was instead sitting in dry dock, requiring expensive repairs. Worse, the legal finding that the Olympic was at fault for the collision meant that insurance would not cover the costs of those repairs. But the problems went beyond just the immediate cost of fixing the damage. The Olympic's accident raised serious questions about the ship's design and safety. If one of these supposedly superior vessels could be so easily damaged in a collision with a smaller ship, what did that say about their construction? More importantly for Morgan's business model, what did it say about their insurability? Insurance was critical to the economics of ship operation. No shipping company could afford to operate vessels worth millions of dollars without comprehensive insurance coverage. But insurance companies were in the business of managing risk, and a ship that had already demonstrated vulnerability might be difficult to insure at reasonable rates. The switch theory suggests that by late 1911, Morgan and his associates realized they faced a potential disaster that went far beyond the cost of repairing one ship. If insurance companies began to question the safety and reliability of the Olympic-class design, it could affect the insurability and profitability of the entire fleet. The Titanic, still under construction, might face higher insurance premiums or coverage limitations based on her sister ship's problems. Even worse, if the Olympic's structural damage was more extensive than initially apparent, the ship might prove to be uneconomical to operate even after repairs. A ship with a damaged keel might suffer from ongoing problems with stability, fuel efficiency, or structural integrity. She might require more frequent and expensive maintenance, reducing her profitability and potentially shortening her operational life. In this context, the switch theory proposes the idea of swapping the ship's identities became attractive, not just as a way to collect insurance money, but as a way to solve multiple problems simultaneously. By sinking the damaged Olympic while disguised as the Titanic, the conspiracy would eliminate the problematic vessel while collecting insurance payments based on the value of a new, undamaged ship. The insurance money would not only compensate for the Olympic's construction costs, but would also provide capital to complete the real Titanic and put her into profitable service. Meanwhile, the real Titanic, now operating under the Olympic's identity, would begin generating revenue immediately. Any questions about the Olympic's performance could be explained away as improvements made during her repair period. The beauty of the plan, from a financial standpoint, was that it transformed a major liability into a substantial asset. Instead of losing money on repairs and operating a damaged ship of questionable profitability, the conspiracy would collect full insurance value for a total loss, while simultaneously putting an undamaged vessel into service. But for such a plan to work, the insurance aspects would need to be carefully managed. The Titanic was insured for £650,000, approximately $75 million in today's currency. This was a substantial amount, but it was less than the ship's actual construction cost, partly because insurance values were typically set below replacement cost to discourage fraudulent claims. However, the insurance money would still represent a significant recovery of Morgan's investment. Combined with the revenues that the real Titanic could generate while operating as the Olympic, the financial benefits of the switch could potentially exceed the total cost of both ships. The theory also suggests that the conspiracy would have additional financial benefits beyond the immediate insurance recovery. By eliminating the Olympic's problems, Morgan could proceed with his plans for the third sister ship, Britannic, without the cloud of questions about the class's design and safety. The successful maiden voyage of the Titanic would generate publicity and confidence that would benefit the entire White Star Line fleet. But perhaps most intriguingly, the switch theory proposes that the financial motive may have extended beyond simple insurance fraud. Some versions of the theory suggest that the disaster was timed to coincide with other events that would benefit Morgan's broader financial interests. In 1913, just 1 year after the Titanic disaster, the United States Federal Reserve System was established. This new central banking system fundamentally changed how American finance operated, and J.P. Morgan was one of its strongest supporters. The Federal Reserve centralized control of American monetary policy and created new opportunities for the kind of large-scale financial manipulation that Morgan specialized in. However, Morgan faced opposition to the Federal Reserve from some quarters, including wealthy Americans who preferred the existing decentralized system. Some of these opponents happened to be aboard the Titanic when she sank. Benjamin Guggenheim, heir to a mining fortune and a vocal critic of centralized banking, went down with the ship. Isidor Straus, co-owner of Macy's department store and another Federal Reserve opponent, died along with his wife. John Jacob Astor IV, one of the wealthiest Americans and a skeptic of Morgan's financial schemes, also perished in the disaster. Meanwhile, J.P. Morgan himself, who had booked passage on the Titanic's maiden voyage, cancelled his trip at the last minute, citing illness. Several of Morgan's business associates and political allies also cancelled their bookings, while his opponents sailed to their deaths. This aspect of the theory suggests that the Titanic disaster may have served multiple purposes for Morgan. Not only did it solve his immediate problem with the Olympic and provide insurance money, but it also eliminated some of his most powerful opponents in the debate over American financial policy. Whether or not this political dimension was part of the original plan, the financial motive alone would have been sufficient to drive such a conspiracy. Morgan stood to lose millions if the Olympic problem was not resolved, and he stood to gain millions if a carefully orchestrated disaster could eliminate his problems while collecting insurance payments. The amounts of money involved were so large that they could influence the decisions of governments and the fate of thousands of people. In the world of early 20th century finance, where a handful of men controlled wealth comparable to entire national budgets, the lives of 1,500 passengers might have seemed like acceptable collateral damage in service of a larger financial strategy. But money and motive alone do not prove a conspiracy. For the switch theory to be credible, there must be physical evidence that the ships were actually swapped. There must be documentation, photographs, and testimony that support the claim that the vessel that sank was not the Titanic but her damaged sister. As we'll see in the next chapter, proponents of the switch theory claim that such evidence exists, hidden in plain sight in photographs, construction records, and the testimony of those who were present when the conspiracy was allegedly carried out. The human eye, they say, can be deceived. Photographs, however, do not lie. They capture reality with mechanical precision, preserving details that witnesses might forget or misremember. For proponents of the switch theory, photographic evidence forms the backbone of their case that the ship which sank on April 15, 1912, was not the Titanic, but her sister ship, the Olympic. To understand this evidence, we must first appreciate just how similar the Olympic and Titanic actually were. Both ships were built from virtually identical blueprints, with the same overall dimensions, the same basic layout, and the same distinctive four-funnel profile. From a distance, even maritime experts would have difficulty distinguishing between them. However, they were not absolutely identical. The Titanic incorporated several design improvements based on experience gained from the Olympic's early service. More importantly, she included modifications specifically requested by passengers and crew who had sailed on the Olympic and identified areas for improvement. These differences, while minor, were distinctive enough that they could be identified by careful observers. And according to switch theory proponents, photographs of the ship that left Southampton on April 10, 1912, show features that match the Olympic rather than the Titanic. The most frequently cited difference involves the porthole arrangements on a deck, the ship's uppermost passenger deck. The original Titanic plans showed 16 portholes along the forward section of this deck. The Olympic, however, had been built with only 15 portholes in the same area. When the Olympic was being repaired after her collision with HMS Hawke, the damaged area included part of this porthole arrangement. Photographs taken of the Olympic during her repair period show workmen modifying the porthole configuration in this section. Switch theory proponents claim that these modifications were made to match the Titanic's 16 porthole design as part of the process of disguising the Olympic as her sister ship. However, photographs of the ship that departed Southampton on the Titanic's supposed maiden voyage show only 15 portholes in the critical area, matching the Olympic's original configuration rather than the Titanic's planned design. This discrepancy might seem minor, but it's precisely the kind of detail that would be difficult to alter quickly and completely. Changing porthole arrangements required cutting through the ship's steel hull and then reinforcing and refinishing the area. It was exactly the sort of modification that might be overlooked in a hasty effort to swap the ship's identities. Another frequently cited difference involves the arrangement of the ship's lifeboats. The Olympic and Titanic were built with slightly different davit systems, mechanical devices used to lower lifeboats into the water. The Titanic was designed with a newer, more efficient davit arrangement that allowed for quicker deployment of the boats. Photographs of the ship at Southampton show what appear to be the older style davits consistent with the Olympic's original configuration. Switch theory proponents argue that the newer davits planned for the Titanic were never installed because the ship that sailed was actually the disguised Olympic. This detail takes on additional significance when considered alongside survivor testimony about the difficulty experienced in launching lifeboats during the disaster. Several witnesses reported problems with the davit mechanisms, delays in getting boats into the water, and confusion about the operation of the launching equipment. If the ship was actually the Olympic with her old davit systems, such problems might explain some of the difficulties experienced during the evacuation. More controversial is evidence related to the ship's propeller systems. The Olympic suffered significant damage to her centre propeller shaft during the collision with HMS Hawke. Repairs to this system were complex and expensive, requiring removal and replacement of major components. Some switch theory proponents claim that rather than properly repairing the Olympic's propeller system, the damaged components were simply patched or temporarily fixed. They argue that the ship that sailed from Southampton had a compromised propulsion system that would have affected her handling and manoeuvrability. This claim is supported, they suggest, by testimony from passengers who noted that the ship seemed to vibrate unusually during the voyage, and by reports that the ship was not achieving her expected speed. If the Titanic was actually the Olympic with a damaged propeller system, these performance issues would be explained. Perhaps more significant than these technical details are the human testimonies from those who worked on the ships. Several workers at Harland and Wolff reported unusual activity during the winter months when both ships were in the shipyard together. James Fenton, a painter who worked on both vessels, later claimed that he noticed significant work being done to modify the Olympic during what was supposedly a routine repair period. According to Fenton, workers were making changes that seemed to go far beyond fixing collision damage. They were altering features of the ship that had nothing to do with the areas damaged in the Hawke incident. Fenton specifically mentioned work being done on the Olympic's passenger accommodations, including modifications to cabin layouts and public room configurations. He claimed that these changes seemed designed to make the Olympic more closely resemble the Titanic's interior arrangements. Even more intriguingly, Fenton reported that workers were instructed to swap various brass fittings and fixtures between the two ships. Nameplates, cabin numbers, and other identifying features were removed from both vessels and apparently switched. When Fenton asked supervisors about this work, he was told it was part of standardising equipment between the sister ships. Another shipyard worker, Robert Hichens, reported seeing unusual activity in the area where the ships' names were painted on their hulls. According to Hichens, the name plates and hull markings on both ships were removed and replaced during the repair period. He assumed this was routine maintenance, but later wondered whether something more significant was happening. Perhaps most compelling is testimony from John Halpin, a shipfitter who worked on both vessels. Halpin claimed that he was specifically assigned to work on swapping interior fittings between the Olympic and the ship under construction that was supposedly the Titanic. He was told that this was being done to upgrade the Olympic with improvements developed for her sister ship. However, Halpin noticed that the work seemed to go both ways. Features from the Olympic were also being installed on the other ship. When he questioned this, supervisors told him that they were standardising the designs to make maintenance and operation more efficient. Only years later, after the disaster, did Halpin begin to suspect that the work he'd been assigned might have been part of a larger deception. He realised that the extensive swapping of components between the ships could have been part of a process of switching their identities entirely. These worker testimonies are supported by documentary evidence from the shipyard. Harland and Wolff's work records from the winter of 1911 to 1912 show extensive modifications being made to both ships. While much of this work was clearly related to repairing the Olympic's collision damage, some entries describe tasks that seem unrelated to the repairs. For example, records show work being done on both ships' passenger cabin configurations, dining room layouts, and recreational facilities. This work is described in vague terms that make it difficult to determine exactly what was being done, but the volume of interior modification seems excessive for routine maintenance or repair work. More suspicious are gaps in the documentation. Several weeks' worth of work records are missing from the shipyard files, apparently lost or destroyed. The missing records cover precisely the period when the most extensive work was being done on both ships. Additionally, some surviving records contain unusual notations and corrections that suggest original entries were altered or replaced. Work orders that originally specified tasks for the Olympic appear to have been changed to specify the same work for the Titanic and vice versa. Switch theory proponents also point to photographic evidence from inside the ships. Comparison of interior photographs taken during construction with photographs taken aboard the ship that sailed from Southampton reveals several discrepancies. The most notable differences involve the first-class dining room and the grand staircase. The Olympic's dining room was originally designed with a specific pattern of decorative panels and light fixtures. The Titanic was planned to have an improved version of the same space, with subtle but distinctive differences in the decorative scheme. Photographs taken aboard the ship at Southampton show decorative features that match the Olympic's original design, rather than the improvements planned for the Titanic. Similarly, details of the grand staircase appear to match the Olympic's configuration, rather than the Titanic's planned modifications. These interior discrepancies are particularly significant because they would be difficult to fake or alter after the disaster. Unlike exterior features that might be changed by salvage operations or natural deterioration, interior photographs taken before the voyage provide a permanent record of the ship's actual configuration. However, the most dramatic physical evidence cited by switch theory proponents involves the ship's construction numbers. Every vessel built by Harland and Wolff was assigned a unique yard number that was stamped or engraved on various components throughout the ship. These numbers served as permanent identification that could not be easily altered or forged. The Olympic was assigned yard number 301. The Titanic was assigned yard number 3909. According to the theory, components with the Olympic's number should have been found on the wreck if it was actually the Titanic that sank. When the Titanic wreck was discovered in 1985, some of the recovered artifacts did indeed show construction numbers. However, examining these numbers has proven difficult due to the condition of the wreck and the limited access to recovered materials. Some switch theory proponents claim that construction numbers found on wreck components match the Olympic rather than the Titanic, but this claim is disputed by maritime historians and wreck researchers. The numbers are often partially obscured or damaged, making definitive identification difficult. More recently, some researchers have used advanced imaging techniques to examine construction details on the wreck itself. These studies have identified several features that appear to match the Olympic's configuration rather than the Titanic's planned design. For example, the propeller arrangement on the wreck appears to show evidence of the repair work done to the Olympic's damaged propulsion system. The centre propeller, which should have been a 3-blade design on the Titanic, appears to be a 4-blade configuration that matches repairs made to the Olympic. Similarly, hull plates in areas that should have been newly constructed for the Titanic show evidence of previous damage and repair that would be consistent with the Olympic's collision damage. However, these findings are highly technical and disputed by many experts. The condition of the wreck after more than a century on the ocean floor makes definitive identification of small details extremely difficult. Corrosion, collapse, and damage from the sinking itself have obscured many of the features that might provide conclusive evidence. The physical evidence for the switch theory remains controversial and disputed, while proponents point to numerous discrepancies between the ship that sailed and the ship that was supposed to sail. Skeptics argue that these differences can be explained by changes made during construction, errors in documentation, or misinterpretation of photographic evidence. What is not disputed is that significant work was done on both ships during the winter of 1911 to 1912, that modifications were made that went beyond simple repair work, and that there are photographic and documentary discrepancies that have never been fully explained. Whether these discrepancies prove a conspiracy or simply reflect the normal complexities of building and modifying massive ships remains a matter of debate. But for switch theory proponents, the physical evidence forms a compelling case that something was not right about the ship that sailed from Southampton on that April morning in 1912. However, physical evidence is only part of the story. To truly understand the scope of the alleged conspiracy, we must examine not just what was done to the ships, but who was aboard them. The passenger list of the Titanic's final voyage contains names that would reshape the world of finance and politics, and according to the theory, this was no coincidence. Sometimes the most revealing evidence is not what happened, but who was present when it happened. In the case of the Titanic disaster, the passenger manifest reads like a who's who of early 20th century power and influence. But according to the switch theory, this prestigious passenger list was not assembled by chance. Instead, it was carefully curated to serve the purposes of a conspiracy that extended far beyond simple insurance fraud. To understand the significance of the Titanic's passengers, we must first understand the broader context of American politics and finance in 1912. The United States was on the verge of fundamental changes in how its financial system operated. The country had experienced several financial panics in recent decades, and there was growing pressure to create a more stable and centralized banking system. J.P. Morgan and his allies favored the creation of a central bank that would be controlled by major financial institutions. This system, which would eventually become the Federal Reserve, would give unprecedented power to a small group of bankers and financiers. They would control the nation's money supply, interest rates, and credit availability. However, this plan faced significant opposition from wealthy Americans who preferred the existing decentralized system. These opponents feared that a central bank controlled by Morgan and his associates would concentrate too much financial power in too few hands. They argued for maintaining a system where multiple independent banks could compete and where no single institution could dominate the nation's finances. The debate over banking reform was not merely academic. Billions of dollars in wealth and decades of political power hung in the balance. If Morgan's vision prevailed, he and his allies would control the financial destiny of the United States. If his opponents succeeded in blocking the plan, Morgan's influence would be significantly diminished. Into this high-stakes political battle sailed the Titanic, carrying some of the most influential participants in the banking debate. And remarkably, almost all of the Federal Reserve's most powerful opponents happened to be aboard, while Morgan and his supporters were conspicuously absent. The most prominent opponent aboard was Benjamin Guggenheim, heir to one of America's great mining fortunes. The Guggenheim family controlled vast mineral resources and had accumulated enormous wealth through copper, silver, and gold mining operations around the world. Benjamin was not just wealthy but politically influential, serving on the boards of multiple corporations and maintaining extensive connections in Washington. Guggenheim had been a vocal critic of Morgan's banking proposals. He argued that a centralized system would stifle competition and innovation in American finance. He favored maintaining the existing system of independent banks and opposed giving any single institution the power to control the nation's money supply. On the night of April 14th, as the Titanic began to sink, Benjamin Guggenheim reportedly dressed in his finest evening clothes and told fellow passengers, "We are prepared to go down like gentlemen." His body was never recovered. Also aboard was Isidor Straus, co-owner of Macy's department store and another influential voice in American business. Straus had built his retail empire through careful management and conservative financial practices. He distrusted the kind of financial manipulation that Morgan specialized in and opposed the creation of a central bank that would facilitate such practices. Straus was particularly concerned about the impact of centralized banking on smaller businesses. He argued that a Morgan-controlled central bank would favour large corporations at the expense of independent merchants and entrepreneurs. His opposition to the Federal Reserve Plan was well known in political circles. When the Titanic began to sink, Isidore and his wife Ida were offered places in a lifeboat. According to witnesses, Ada refused to leave her husband, saying, "We have lived together for 40 years. Where you go, I go." They were last seen sitting together on deck chairs as the ship tilted toward her final plunge. Neither body was ever found. Perhaps most significant was the presence of John Jacob Astor IV, one of the wealthiest Americans and a man whose financial influence rivaled Morgan's own. Astor had inherited a vast real estate empire and had expanded it into hotels, railroads, and other investments. His personal fortune was estimated at over $87 million, roughly $2 billion in today's currency. Astor was not merely wealthy, but politically sophisticated. He understood the implications of Morgan's banking proposals and opposed them on both economic and political grounds. He argued that giving Morgan's group control over the nation's banking system would create a financial oligarchy that would undermine American democratic institutions. More than any other individual, Astor had the wealth and influence to effectively oppose Morgan's plans. His opposition carried weight in Congress and in the financial community. If anyone could have blocked the creation of the Federal Reserve, it was John Jacob Astor IV. Astor was travelling on the Titanic with his pregnant young wife, Madeline. When the ship began to sink, he helped her into a lifeboat but was refused passage himself under the Women and Children First protocol. His body was recovered days later, reportedly with his gold watch still in his pocket and over $2,000 in cash. His death eliminated one of the most powerful obstacles to Morgan's banking ambitions. These three men, Guggenheim, Strauss and Astor, represented the core of wealthy American opposition to the Federal Reserve Plan. Their combined influence, both financial and political, posed a serious threat to Morgan's vision of centralized banking control. Their deaths removed major obstacles to the passage of Federal Reserve legislation. But the passenger list's significance extends beyond these three prominent figures. Several other Titanic passengers had connections to the banking debate or to Morgan's business interests. Some were allies who might have provided testimony or support that could have been problematic for the conspiracy. Others were neutral parties whose presence might have been seen as providing legitimacy to the voyage. The theory suggests that the passenger list was carefully managed to ensure that the right people were aboard and the wrong people were not. Key figures in the banking debate who opposed Morgan were encouraged or induced to sail, while those who might have interfered with the plan were kept away. This management allegedly extended to the crew assignments as well. Captain Edward Smith, who commanded the ship, was nearing retirement, and may have been chosen partly because his career was ending anyway. If he survived the disaster, he would soon be out of the shipping business and less likely to cause problems. If he didn't survive, his death would be seen as a heroic sacrifice, rather than evidence of conspiracy. Other key crew members were reportedly chosen for their loyalty to the White Star Line or their lack of detailed knowledge about the ship's construction. Engineers and officers who might have been able to identify discrepancies between the Olympic and Titanic were either not assigned to the voyage or were placed in positions where they would be unlikely to survive if something went wrong. Perhaps most tellingly, J.P. Morgan himself had originally booked passage on the Titanic's maiden voyage. As the owner of the shipping line and the man whose vision the voyage was meant to showcase, Morgan's presence would have been expected and appropriate. His cabin had been reserved, his passage confirmed, and his attendance at various social events planned. But at the last minute, Morgan cancelled his trip, citing illness. He claimed to be suffering from a minor ailment that prevented him from travelling, and he remained in France where he had been vacationing. Remarkably, several of Morgan's close business associates also cancelled their bookings at the last minute, citing various personal and business reasons. The pattern of cancellations was so notable that it attracted attention even at the time. Several newspapers commented on the unusual number of prominent businessmen who had changed their travel plans. Some observers wondered whether there might have been advance warning of problems with the ship or the voyage. Morgan's cancellation is particularly suspicious because he was photographed in apparently good health at a French resort just days after the disaster. He showed no signs of the illness that had supposedly prevented him from travelling, and he resumed his normal activities immediately after learning of the Titanic's fate. Even more suspicious were the cancellations by Morgan's business partners. Henry Clay Frick, the steel magnate and longtime Morgan ally, had booked passage but cancelled, citing his wife's health. George Washington Vanderbilt II, another Morgan associate, also cancelled his booking at the last minute. Milton Hershey, the chocolate manufacturer who had business relationships with Morgan's interests, similarly changed his travel plans. The pattern suggests that Morgan and his inner circle knew something that the general passengers did not. Whether they had advanced knowledge of the planned disaster, or simply knew that the ship was not safe due to the identity switch, they took steps to avoid being aboard when the conspiracy was carried out. Meanwhile, Morgan's opponents in the banking debates sailed to their deaths, apparently unaware of the danger they faced. The convenient elimination of the Federal Reserve's most powerful critics cleared the way for the legislation that Morgan had been promoting. Indeed, the Federal Reserve Act was passed by Congress in December 1913, less than 2 years after the Titanic disaster. The legislation created the central banking system that Morgan had long advocated, giving him and his associates unprecedented control over American finance. The deaths of Astor, Guggenheim and Strauss had removed the most influential voices that might have prevented this outcome. Some versions of the switch theory go even further, suggesting that the passenger list was managed not just to eliminate political opponents, but also to provide witnesses who would support the official story of the disaster. Certain passengers and crew members who survived the sinking provided testimony that reinforced the narrative of an accidental collision with an iceberg. These survivors described the impact, the flooding, and the sinking in ways that supported the insurance claims and deflected suspicion from the possibility of sabotage or deliberate destruction. Their accounts helped establish the official version of events that has persisted for over a century. However, other survivors provided testimony that was less helpful to the official narrative. Some reported hearing explosions before the ship began to sink, suggesting possible sabotage. Others described unusual behaviour by crew members or problems with the ship's equipment that might have indicated advanced planning of the disaster. These problematic testimonies were reportedly suppressed or discredited during the official investigations. Survivors who told inconvenient stories found their credibility questioned, or their testimony excluded from the final reports. The investigation focused on technical questions about ship design and safety procedures rather than examining the possibility of deliberate destruction. The passenger list evidence is compelling but circumstantial. The coincidence of having so many Federal Reserve opponents aboard while Morgan and his allies stayed away is remarkable, but it could be explained by factors other than conspiracy. The timing of the banking legislation might have been influenced by the victims' deaths, but correlation does not necessarily prove causation. However, when combined with the physical evidence and the financial motives, the passenger list adds another layer to the case for the switch theory. The pattern of who was aboard and who wasn't suggests a level of planning and coordination that goes beyond simple insurance fraud. If the theory is correct, the Titanic disaster was not just about swapping damaged ships or collecting insurance money. It was about reshaping the American financial system and eliminating opposition to a plan that would concentrate enormous power in the hands of a few men. But such an ambitious conspiracy would require more than just manipulating passenger lists and switching ships. It would require control over the disaster itself, ensuring that the sinking occurred under circumstances that would support the official story while achieving the conspiracy's goals. As we'll see in the next chapter, proponents of the switch theory believe that every aspect of the sinking was carefully planned and executed. The final act of any great conspiracy must be the most carefully orchestrated. If the switch theory is correct, then the night of April 14th to 15th, 1912 represented not a tragic accident, but the culmination of months of planning designed to create the appearance of disaster while achieving very specific goals. Every detail of how the ship encountered the iceberg, how she sank, and how the rescue efforts unfolded would need to serve the larger purpose of the conspiracy. To understand how the sinking might have been deliberately orchestrated, we must first examine the unusual circumstances that made the disaster possible. The night of April 14th was characterised by conditions that maritime experts describe as extraordinarily rare and dangerous. The sea was unusually calm, so still that there were no waves breaking against icebergs to make them visible from a distance. The night was moonless, creating darkness so complete that lookouts had virtually no natural illumination to aid their watch. Most unusually, the atmosphere was clear and cold, creating temperature inversion conditions that could cause unusual optical effects, making distant objects appear closer or farther than they actually were. These conditions, while natural, were so unusual that many experienced sailors reported they had never encountered anything like them. Captain Smith himself, with 4 decades of experience on the North Atlantic, had never commanded a ship through such treacherous natural circumstances. But according to the switch theory, these conditions were not just unfortunate coincidences. They were anticipated and exploited by conspirators who had carefully planned the ship's route and timing to take advantage of known dangerous conditions. The theory suggests that the ship's course was deliberately set to take her through areas where icebergs were known to be present. Radio warnings about ice had been received throughout the day, but many of these warnings were reportedly not passed to the bridge crew, or were ignored by officers who should have taken precautionary measures. The ship Californian, which belonged to the same parent company as the Titanic, had stopped for the night in the ice field, her captain declaring conditions too dangerous for navigation. Yet the Titanic continued at nearly full speed through the same waters, despite multiple warnings about the presence of ice. Switch theory proponents argue that this dangerous navigation was not the result of overconfidence or poor judgment, but rather deliberate policy designed to ensure that an accident would occur. The ship needed to encounter an iceberg in order to provide a plausible explanation for her sinking, and her officers were instructed to maintain course and speed despite the obvious dangers. The collision itself occurred under circumstances that some witnesses found suspicious. Frederick Fleet, the lookout who first spotted the iceberg, reported that the berg appeared suddenly out of the darkness, giving him only seconds to sound the alarm. However, other witnesses reported seeing the iceberg minutes before the collision, suggesting that it should have been visible to trained lookouts much earlier. Some survivors reported that the ship seemed to turn toward the iceberg rather than away from it in the final moments before impact. While this could be explained by the physics of large ship manoeuvring, it raises questions about whether the collision was truly accidental or was deliberately engineered to ensure maximum damage. More suspicious were reports of explosions aboard the ship shortly after the collision. Multiple witnesses, including passengers and crew members, reported hearing loud bangs and feeling vibrations that seemed separate from the impact with the iceberg. These explosions were officially attributed to boilers bursting as cold water flooded the engine rooms, but some witnesses believed they occurred too soon after the collision to be explained by flooding alone. The switch theory suggests that these explosions may have been caused by deliberately placed charges designed to ensure that the ship would sink quickly and completely. If the collision with the iceberg was not sufficient to guarantee the ship's destruction, additional sabotage might have been necessary to achieve the conspiracy's goals. The pattern of flooding also struck some observers as unusual. While the official investigation concluded that the iceberg had opened 5 compartments to the sea, causing fatal flooding, some witnesses reported that water seemed to be entering the ship from multiple locations, not just the area of the supposed iceberg damage. Crew members working in areas far from the collision reported rapid flooding that seemed inconsistent with damage caused by scraping along an iceberg. Some suggested that the ship's hull might have been weakened in advance, either through the supposed identity switch or through deliberate sabotage, making her more vulnerable to catastrophic damage. The behaviour of some crew members during the disaster also raised questions. While many officers and crew performed heroically, trying to save as many passengers as possible, others seemed strangely unprepared for the emergency or reluctant to take action that might have saved more lives. The ship's wireless operators continued sending routine commercial messages even after the collision, delaying distress calls that might have brought rescue ships more quickly. Some officers seemed confused about the severity of the damage or uncertain about proper emergency procedures, suggesting that they might not have been fully briefed on the ship's actual condition or capabilities. Most suspiciously, the ship's lifeboats were launched with far fewer passengers than their capacity allowed. While this was officially attributed to panic and poor training, some witnesses reported that crew members actively prevented passengers from entering boats that had space available. The switch theory suggests that this was not incompetence but deliberate policy designed to ensure that specific passengers would not survive. If the conspiracy's goal was to eliminate certain individuals while allowing others to live, controlling access to lifeboats would be an effective method of determining who lived and who died. The nearby ship Californian adds another layer of suspicion to the night's events. This vessel, owned by the same International Mercantile Marine Company that controlled the White Star Line, had stopped for the night approximately 20 miles from the Titanic's position. Her captain, Stanley Lord, claimed that conditions were too dangerous for navigation and that his ship would remain stationary until dawn. However, the Californian's crew reported seeing rockets and distress signals from the direction of the Titanic throughout the night. Despite these obvious signs of a ship in distress, Captain Lord chose not to investigate or offer assistance. He claimed that he believed the signals were routine communications or celebrations, not emergency distress calls. This explanation seems implausible given that the Californian's crew were experienced sailors who should have recognized distress rockets when they saw them. The switch theory suggests that the Californian was positioned deliberately to provide rescue services for the conspiracy's chosen survivors while maintaining plausible deniability about why she didn't help the others. According to this theory, the Californian was meant to arrive at the scene early enough to rescue specific passengers, but late enough to allow the ship to sink and eliminate the unwanted victims. However, a miscommunication or timing error prevented this plan from working properly, leaving the Californian too far away to effectively participate in the rescue. Instead, the rescue was carried out by the Carpathia, a ship belonging to a different company that responded to the Titanic's distress calls and arrived at the scene several hours after the sinking. The Carpathia's captain and crew were not part of the conspiracy and performed genuine rescue work, saving over 700 survivors. But the delay in rescue efforts, whether planned or accidental, ensured that the ship sank completely and that most of her passengers and crew died in the frigid waters. This served the conspiracy's purposes by eliminating witnesses who might have been able to identify discrepancies between the Olympic and Titanic, while also removing the political opponents whose deaths were part of the larger plan. The sinking itself was remarkably complete and thorough. Unlike many shipwrecks, which settle on the ocean floor largely intact, the Titanic broke apart as she sank, scattering debris over a wide area and making subsequent examination of the wreck extremely difficult. This destruction could have been the result of natural forces acting on a ship not designed to sink at such an angle, but it also served to obscure evidence that might have revealed the ship's true identity. The complete loss of the ship meant that investigators had to rely on survivor testimony and limited physical evidence to reconstruct what had happened. Since many of the most knowledgeable witnesses had died in the disaster, and since the survivors had been through a traumatic experience that might have affected their memories, establishing definitive facts about the sinking proved difficult. This uncertainty served the conspiracy's purposes by preventing too close an examination of the evidence. Questions about the ship's identity, the cause of the sinking, or the behaviour of the crew could be deflected by pointing to the lack of conclusive evidence and the confusion inherent in any major disaster. The official investigations that followed the disaster focused primarily on technical questions about ship design and safety procedures. While these investigations identified important problems with lifeboat capacity, crew training and emergency procedures, they did not seriously examine the possibility that the sinking had been deliberately caused. The British Board of Trade inquiry and the US Senate investigation both concluded that the disaster was the result of excessive speed in dangerous conditions, combined with design flaws that made the ship vulnerable to the type of damage caused by the iceberg collision. These findings supported the official narrative of an accidental tragedy, while deflecting attention from possible evidence of conspiracy. However, some evidence presented to these investigations was inconsistent with the official conclusions. Witnesses testified about explosions, unusual flooding patterns, and crew behaviour that suggested advanced knowledge of the disaster. This testimony was generally dismissed or explained away, but it remained part of the official record for those who knew where to look for it. The investigations also revealed suspicious gaps in the documentary evidence. Ship logs, construction records, and other documents that might have provided definitive information about the vessel's identity or condition were missing or had been destroyed. While this was officially attributed to the chaos of the disaster, it prevented investigators from definitively establishing key facts about the ship and her voyage. Perhaps most tellingly, the investigations made no serious attempt to examine the financial aspects of the disaster. The insurance arrangements, the ownership structure of the shipping companies, and the business relationships between key figures were not considered relevant to understanding why the ship sank. This focus on technical rather than financial questions served the conspiracy's purposes by avoiding examination of the motives that might have driven such an elaborate deception. The investigations treated the disaster as a tragic accident rather than a possible crime, and their conclusions reinforced the official narrative that has persisted for over a century. But if the switch theory is correct, the sinking of the Titanic was not just a crime, but a nearly perfect crime. The destruction of evidence, the elimination of witnesses, and the misdirection of official investigations created a cover-up so complete that the truth has remained hidden for more than 100 years. As we'll see in the next chapter, maintaining this cover-up required ongoing efforts by powerful interests to suppress evidence, discredit investigators, and control the historical narrative of the disaster. In the aftermath of any major conspiracy, the cover-up often proves more challenging than the original crime. Evidence must be suppressed, witnesses must be silenced or discredited, and investigators must be misdirected away from uncomfortable truths. If the switch theory is correct, the years following the Titanic disaster saw one of the most comprehensive and successful cover-ups in modern history. The cover-up began almost immediately after news of the disaster reached shore. Within hours of the Carpathia's arrival in New York with the Titanic survivors, powerful interests were already working to control the narrative of what had happened and to prevent inconvenient questions from being asked. J.P. Morgan's representatives were among the first to arrive at the dock, not to provide comfort to survivors, but to begin the process of managing information. Survivors were reportedly approached by company officials and lawyers who offered assistance with travel arrangements, medical care and financial support. However, this assistance came with subtle but clear expectations about what survivors should and should not say about their experiences. Some survivors later reported being advised to focus their testimony on the heroism of the crew and the tragedy of insufficient lifeboats, while avoiding speculation about the cause of the disaster or unusual circumstances they might have observed. Those who had noticed discrepancies between the ship they boarded and the ship they expected to board were encouraged to attribute these differences to their own confusion or lack of technical knowledge. More direct pressure was reportedly applied to survivors whose testimony might have been particularly damaging to the official narrative. Crew members who had worked on both the Olympic and Titanic and might have been able to identify which ship actually sank were offered generous severance packages and assistance finding new employment, with the understanding that their maritime careers would be over if they spoke publicly about their experiences. The most dangerous witnesses were those who had observed the supposed identity switch taking place in the Belfast shipyard. These workers faced more serious consequences if they chose to speak out. Some reported being visited by company representatives who made it clear that their employment, their safety, and the welfare of their families depended on their discretion. James Fenton, the painter who had noticed unusual modifications being made to the Olympic, later claimed that he was approached by men who warned him that discussing his observations would be considered a breach of his employment contract and potentially a criminal violation of trade secrets laws. He was told that speaking to journalists or investigators could result in prosecution and imprisonment. Other shipyard workers reported similar intimidation. Some were offered money to relocate to distant cities where they would be less likely to encounter investigators or journalists. Others were simply fired from their jobs and found that their names had been blacklisted throughout the shipbuilding industry, making it impossible for them to find similar work. The most comprehensive aspect of the cover-up involved the systematic destruction or alteration of documentary evidence. Harland and Wolff shipyard records that might have revealed the true extent of work done on both ships were reportedly destroyed in a series of accidental fires and floods that occurred in the months following the disaster. Work orders, progress reports, and material requisitions that could have definitively established which ship was which were among the documents lost in these convenient accidents. The missing records covered precisely the time period when the alleged identity switch would have taken place, eliminating the most direct evidence of the conspiracy. More subtly, surviving documents were reportedly altered to remove inconvenient details or to create confusion about the timeline of work done on both ships. Serial numbers were changed, dates were altered, and work descriptions were modified to obscure the true nature of the modifications that had been made. The British Board of Trade investigation, which was the primary official inquiry into the disaster, showed unusual patterns in how it gathered and evaluated evidence. The investigation focused almost exclusively on technical questions about ship design and safety procedures, while avoiding examination of financial motives or business relationships that might have suggested conspiracy. Key witnesses who might have provided inconvenient testimony were not called to testify, or their testimony was limited to narrow technical questions that avoided broader issues about the ship's identity or the circumstances of the voyage. The investigation's final report contained numerous conclusions that were not fully supported by the evidence presented, suggesting that the outcomes had been predetermined. Even more suspicious was the speed with which the investigation was concluded and its findings accepted by government authorities. For a disaster of such magnitude and complexity, the investigation was remarkably brief and superficial. Important questions were left unanswered, and significant discrepancies in witness testimony were ignored or explained away without adequate investigation. The US Senate investigation, led by Senator William Alden Smith, initially appeared more thorough and independent. Senator Smith was known for his skepticism of large corporations and his willingness to challenge powerful interests. His investigation called numerous witnesses and examined many aspects of the disaster that the British inquiry had ignored. However, as the investigation proceeded, it became apparent that Senator Smith was facing pressure from influential sources to limit the scope of his inquiry. Key witnesses were suddenly unavailable or changed their testimony between preliminary interviews and formal hearings. Documentary evidence that had been promised to the investigation failed to materialise or was found to be incomplete. Most tellingly, the investigation avoided examining the financial aspects of the disaster. Despite the enormous insurance claims involved and the clear financial benefits that accrued to certain parties, the investigation treated these as irrelevant side issues rather than potential motives for conspiracy. The final report of the Senate investigation contained strong criticisms of White Star Line safety procedures and British maritime regulations, but it concluded that the disaster was fundamentally accidental. Like the British inquiry, it avoided any suggestion that the sinking might have been deliberately caused, or that there might have been financial motives behind the tragedy. In the years following the official investigations, efforts to independently examine the disaster faced systematic obstruction. Journalists who attempted to investigate discrepancies in the official story found their sources drying up and their access to information restricted. Maritime historians who raised questions about the disaster's circumstances found their work discredited or their employment threatened. Perhaps most remarkably, several independent investigators who had begun to uncover evidence supporting the switch theory died under suspicious circumstances. Some died in apparent accidents, others from sudden illnesses, and still others simply disappeared while pursuing their research. Robert Hitchens, the shipyard worker who had observed unusual activity around the ship's nameplates, died in a fall from scaffolding while working on another project less than a year after the disaster. The accident occurred despite Hitchens' reputation as an experienced and safety-conscious worker who had never before been injured on the job. John Halpern, the ship fitter who had worked on swapping components between the Olympic and Titanic, died of a sudden heart attack despite being relatively young and having no history of heart problems. His death occurred just days before he was scheduled to be interviewed by an American journalist who was investigating discrepancies in the official story. Several other shipyard workers who had knowledge of the construction process died in various accidents or from sudden illnesses in the years immediately following the disaster. While these deaths could be coincidental, the pattern suggests a systematic effort to eliminate witnesses who might have provided inconvenient testimony. The cover-up also extended to controlling the physical evidence from the disaster. When bodies were recovered from the ocean, they were processed through facilities controlled by White Star Line representatives. Personal effects were catalogued and returned to families, but items that might have provided clues about the ship's true identity were reportedly lost or misdirected. More significantly, efforts were made to prevent independent examination of the wreck site. In the early decades after the disaster, technology did not exist to reach the wreck on the ocean floor, but White Star Line and its successors took steps to ensure that when such technology became available, access to the wreck would be controlled. Legal claims were filed asserting ownership rights over the wreck and its contents. These claims were designed to prevent independent researchers from examining the evidence without permission from the companies that had controlled the ships. By controlling access to the wreck, these interests could ensure that any examination would be conducted under their supervision and that inconvenient findings could be suppressed. The most sophisticated aspect of the cover-up involved shaping the cultural memory of the disaster. Rather than simply suppressing evidence, the conspiracy's beneficiaries actively promoted a specific narrative about the Titanic that emphasized heroism, tragedy, and the lessons learned about maritime safety. Books, articles, and eventually films about the disaster focused on human interest stories, rather than technical questions about the ship's identity or the circumstances of the sinking. The narrative of the brave band playing hymns as the ship sank, of the noble sacrifice of men who gave their lives so that women and children could survive, and of the hubris of calling any ship unsinkable, became the dominant cultural memory of the disaster. Before we dive into tonight's story, if you're enjoying this content, please consider using your hype points on this video. It truly helps the channel more than you possibly know, and we deeply appreciate your support. Also, if you'd like, drop a comment letting us know what time it is, where you are, and where in the world you're listening from. We love seeing where everyone is tuning in from, but only if you want to share. Now, let's begin. Imagine for a moment that humanity's greatest mistake wasn't reaching too far into space, but looking too deep into our own oceans. Imagine that beneath miles of dark water, something was found that was never meant to be disturbed. Something ancient. Something aware. Something that had been watching us long before we ever thought to watch the stars. In 1978, a NASA contractor recorded 18 minutes of footage that would never be shown to the public. 3 weeks later, he was dead. Within a year, NASA abandoned all ocean exploration and never gave a real explanation why. This is not a story about what might be out there in space. This is a story about what we found down here, and why someone decided we should never look again. This is the story of why NASA really left the ocean. The Abyss Protocol, why NASA really left the ocean. July 1978. The Pacific Basin stretched endlessly in all directions, its surface calm under a blanket of stars. The research vessel Pacific Surveyor rolled gently in the swell, its deck lights the only human presence for 300 miles in any direction. But 12,000 feet below, in a world of crushing pressure and absolute darkness, something impossible was about to be recorded. Marvin Elridge had been working with NASA contractors for nearly 6 years. His specialty was deep scanning sonar technology, the kind that could map the ocean floor with unprecedented detail. At 42 years old, Marvin was methodical, careful, and deeply skeptical of anything that couldn't be measured and verified. He had 2 daughters in college, a mortgage in San Diego, and absolutely no patience for speculation or wild theories. He dealt in data, numbers, provable facts. On this particular night, Marvin was aboard the Pacific Surveyor conducting what should have been routine scans as part of the NOAA and NASA Joint Ocean Floor Imaging Program. The mission parameters were straightforward. Map a 60 square mile section of seafloor, catalogue any geological features of interest, collect core samples if time permitted. Routine, standard, boring even. He had been on deck drinking coffee, looking at the stars and thinking about whether his oldest daughter would actually finish her engineering degree when the sonar operator called him over around 11:30. The young technician's voice had an edge to it that made Marvin put down his coffee cup and head inside immediately. The screen showed something that shouldn't exist at that depth. Right angles, perfect 90-degree geometry. At 12,000 feet below sea level, nature doesn't create right angles. Erosion, pressure and time smooth everything into curves and irregular shapes. Coral builds organically. Lava flows and hardens in chaotic patterns. Rock fractures along stress lines that are never perfectly perpendicular. But there it was on the display, clear as day. A structure. Marvin ordered the submersible to make another pass. The automated system descended slowly, its lights cutting through the darkness in narrow cones that revealed only small sections of the vast emptiness. This time, they picked up something else. Metal reflections. The sonar was bouncing back signatures consistent with manufactured materials. Not rock, not biological matter. Metal, beneath more than 2 miles of ocean water. The technician adjusted the frequency range, trying to get a clearer reading. "Sir, this doesn't make sense. The return signature is too clean. It's like scanning a building, not a geological formation." Marvin watched the screen, his engineering mind trying to find a rational explanation. A sunken ship, maybe. Except ships don't sink in geometric patterns. They don't end up perfectly aligned on the seafloor, and they don't extend for over half a mile in each direction. Then the readings went wild. Something massive was moving beneath the sediment, not swimming through the water above it, moving beneath it, displacing tons of seafloor material as it shifted position. The displacement calculations appeared on the secondary screen, and Marvin felt his mouth go dry. Whatever was moving down there was at least 800 feet long. The mass estimate kept climbing as the computer tried to calculate volume and density. The submersible's cameras captured only darkness and swirling sediment, but the sonar painted a picture of something vast and deliberately hidden. The object was rising, not quickly, but steadily, pushing up through layers of silt that had probably accumulated over thousands of years. "Pull it back," Marvin said quietly. "Bring the sub up, now." But before the operator could execute the command, every instrument aboard the submersible simultaneously failed. The video feed cut to static. The sonar went dark. The navigation system stopped transmitting. Even the backup systems, designed to function independently, all died at exactly the same instant. The control room fell silent except for the hum of the ship's generators. Marvin stared at the blank screens, his heart pounding. In 6 years of deep ocean work, he had never seen a total system failure like this. Equipment broke down, sensors malfunctioned, but everything at once. That didn't happen by accident. They waited. 3 hours of running emergency protocols, trying to re-establish contact with the submersible, calculating drift patterns, and preparing the backup recovery system. When they finally retrieved the sub just after 3 in the morning, Marvin was the first one to examine it. The exterior showed signs of exposure to an electromagnetic pulse. Scorch marks on the sensor housings. The camera lenses had a strange crystalline pattern etched into them, like they had been exposed to intense magnetic fields. The recording equipment was completely fried, every circuit board melted into useless slag. But Marvin had already seen enough. He had watched the readings in real time. He knew what was down there, even if he couldn't prove it anymore. The official report, filed 2 weeks later, contained exactly 4 words about the incident. Seafloor anomaly, equipment malfunction. Nothing about the geometry. Nothing about the metal signatures. Nothing about the massive moving object. Just equipment malfunction. Marvin read the report 3 times, each time feeling more certain that someone was actively burying what they had found. He had submitted a detailed account. 12 pages of technical observations, sonar readings, equipment analysis, and recommendations for follow-up investigation. All of it reduced to 4 words in the final document. Marvin Elridge wasn't the type to let things go. He started making calls. reaching out to colleagues at other oceanographic institutions, contacting journalists who had covered scientific discoveries before. He was careful about it, or at least he thought he was. He never mentioned aliens or conspiracy theories. He just talked about anomalous readings that deserved further study. He used technical language. He cited data. But someone was listening to those calls. Someone was reading those emails. And someone decided that Marvin Eldridge was becoming a problem. 3 weeks after he started making noise, Marvin died in a single car accident on Interstate 5, just north of San Diego. It was a clear Tuesday morning. No rain, no fog, excellent visibility. Traffic was light. According to witnesses, his car had been travelling normally in the right lane when it suddenly accelerated, veered across 3 lanes of traffic, and crashed into the centre divider at over 90 miles per hour. The police report called it mechanical failure. The accident investigation found that his brake lines had corroded through completely. Strange, the investigator noted in his report, because the vehicle had passed a safety inspection just 1 month earlier with no issues noted. Strange too that all 4 brake lines had corroded in exactly the same way, at exactly the same rate, as if someone had deliberately weakened them with chemicals designed to fail after a specific period of time. But those observations stayed in the investigator's notes and never made it into the official conclusion. Mechanical failure, accidental death, case closed. Marvin's wife received his life insurance payout without any problems. His daughters finished college. His name appeared in a few professional journals as a contributor to oceanic research. And then he was forgotten. Just another scientist who had devoted his career to expanding human knowledge and died too young in an unfortunate accident. Within a year, NASA quietly ended all deep ocean involvement. No press conference, no explanation. The agency that had spent nearly 2 decades exploring Earth's oceans simply walked away. The public never learned why. But the message to anyone else who might have been thinking about speaking up was crystal clear. Some discoveries are not meant to be shared, but the truth was buried in classified documents, suppressed testimonies, and deleted records. And it begins with a history that most people have completely forgotten. When NASA was founded on July 29, 1958, the agency's charter contained language that would surprise most Americans today. The Space Act, the founding legislation, specifically stated that NASA's purpose included expansion of human knowledge of phenomena in the atmosphere and space, and critically, a preservation of the role of the United States as a leader in aeronautical and space science and technology, and in the application thereof to the conduct of peaceful activities within and outside the atmosphere. But there was another clause, often overlooked in modern discussions, that explicitly mentioned oceanic research as part of the agency's environmental studies mandate. This wasn't a secondary mission added later. Ocean exploration was written directly into NASA's founding purpose, right alongside space exploration. The reasoning was sound. If NASA wanted to understand how life might exist on other planets, they needed to study the most extreme environments on Earth, and nothing on Earth compares to the deep ocean. Crushing pressure, no light, extreme cold or extreme heat near thermal vents, toxic chemistry. If life could exist in those conditions, it could theoretically exist anywhere in the solar system. Throughout the early 1960s and into the 1970s, NASA and NOAA worked hand in hand. They weren't just partners on paper. They were running joint missions into some of the deepest and most unexplored regions on the planet. The Tektite Habitat program put scientists underwater for extended periods, studying the psychological and physiological effects of isolation in extreme environments. The data was meant to prepare for future space stations. NASA developed submersible technology that would later influence the design of spacecraft. They created underwater communication systems that could function under crushing pressure and through miles of water. These same principles would be applied to interplanetary communication. They mapped deep ocean vents that had never been seen by human eyes, discovering ecosystems that survived without sunlight, feeding on chemicals from Earth's interior. The technology NASA created for ocean exploration was genuinely revolutionary. They built robotics meant specifically for underwater environments, not space. These machines could withstand pressures exceeding 16,000 pounds per square inch. They could navigate in complete darkness using advanced sonar arrays that could map terrain in 3 dimensions, and they could go deeper than anyone had gone before. Project Famous, the French-American mid-ocean undersea study, put scientists in submersibles at depths of nearly 9,000 feet to directly observe seafloor spreading along the mid-Atlantic ridge. NASA scientists worked alongside French oceanographers, developing techniques that would later be used for remote planetary exploration. The missions were wildly successful. NASA's ocean programs were discovering new species almost weekly. They were mapping geological formations that changed our understanding of plate tectonics. They were proving that life could exist in conditions we'd previously thought impossible. The funding was solid. The science was groundbreaking. International partnerships were strong. There was every reason to continue and expand these programs. Then, seemingly overnight, everything stopped. By 1980, NASA's ocean projects had completely evaporated. Funding was eliminated across the board. Directives were sealed under classification protocols. Personnel were reassigned or let go. NASA's focus shifted entirely and exclusively to space. The official explanation given to the few people who asked was simple. Budget priorities changed. But that explanation never made sense. NASA's ocean missions were thriving. They were producing results. They were operating within budget. And yet someone, somewhere, made the decision to shut it all down immediately. Not gradually. Not through budget cuts over time. Immediately. The timing was unusual for another reason. This was the same period when deep ocean exploration technology had finally advanced to the point where humanity could access the deepest trenches on Earth. The Mariana Trench, the Tonga Trench, the Puerto Rico Trench, places where the ocean floor drops more than 6 miles below the surface, places where the pressure is over 1,000 times greater than at sea level, places where, until the 1970s, humanity simply couldn't go. But now we could. And then, suddenly, we didn't. Someone forced NASA to abandon the ocean. Someone with enough authority to override the agency's founding mandate. Someone who had seen something in those classified reports that changed everything. Fast forward to 2022. A marine archivist named Lena Hart Boone was working at a federal records facility in Maryland. At 38 years old, Lena had spent her entire adult life around documents. She had a graduate degree in library science and a fascination with maritime history that had started in childhood, growing up in a fishing community on the Carolina coast. Her father had been a commercial fisherman who loved to tell stories about strange things seen far out at sea. Lights beneath the water, sounds that didn't match any known, marine animal, the ocean's mysteries. Most of Lena's colleagues found her job tedious. Endless boxes of faded papers, decades-old reports that nobody would ever read, budget documents and personnel files and meeting minutes from agencies that no longer existed. But Lena loved it. She loved the detective work of piecing together forgotten histories. She loved finding the human stories buried in bureaucratic language. Her job was relatively mundane, cataloguing and digitising old government documents related to maritime research. Boxes and boxes of forgotten papers, most of it routine bureaucratic material. She worked methodical hours in a climate-controlled room with fluorescent lights and no windows. She brought the same lunch every day, a turkey sandwich and an apple, which she ate while reading whatever document she was currently processing. Her co-workers thought she was quiet, maybe a little obsessive about details, but good at her work. Then, on a Thursday afternoon in March, she opened a box that had been misfiled for decades. It contained materials that should have been in NASA's archives, not buried in a maritime storage facility. The box had been labelled NOAA Personnel Records, 1970 to 1980, and was supposed to contain routine employment documents. But the contents didn't match the label. Inside were technical reports, mission logs, and equipment manifests all bearing NASA identification codes. And buried at the bottom, underneath routine paperwork about supply orders and maintenance schedules, was a handwritten logbook that would change Lena's life forever. The log was labelled Deep Dive 7, Tonga Trench, November 1976, Elridge Team. Lena recognised the name immediately. Marvin Elridge. Over the years, she had come across his name in footnotes and passing references while cataloguing other ocean exploration documents. He had died in a car accident in 1978. Some of the documents she'd seen suggested he had been trying to report unusual findings before his death, but the details were always vague, and most sources dismissed him as someone who had become obsessed with unlikely theories. She set her half-eaten sandwich aside and opened the logbook with the careful reverence she reserved for potentially significant documents. The entries were technical at first. Depth readings in precise measurements, sonar configurations with frequency ranges and pulse intervals, equipment checks listing every system by designation number, standard operational material written in the shorthand of someone who had filled out these forms hundreds of times. Depth: 11,100 feet. Water temperature 34 degrees. Sonar functioning at optimal parameters. Beginning survey grid Alpha 7. But as the dive progressed deeper, the tone changed. Marvin's handwriting became less neat, more hurried. The observations more urgent. The technical language gave way to something more immediate, more human. Metallic echo returns at depth 11,200 feet. Configuration suggests manufactured origin. No known geological explanation. Cross-referencing known shipwrecks in region. Negative for all matches. Requesting second pass for confirmation. Second pass complete. Returns identical. Adding thermal imaging. Thermal signature inconsistent with surrounding seafloor. Object retaining heat at depth, where ambient temperature should be stable. No volcanic activity in this region according to all geological surveys. Unidentifiable vibrations detected. Frequency suggests machinery, not seismic activity. Rhythm is too regular. Pattern repeats every 47 seconds. Equipment functioning normally. All diagnostics green. Readings are accurate. Then came an entry that Lena read 3 times. Her sandwich forgotten, her coffee growing cold beside her. Movement detected beneath sediment layer. Displacement calculations suggest object of immense size. Initial estimate, 800 feet length, possibly larger. Depth of burial suggests object has been here for considerable time, yet movement indicates active state. Too massive and too fast to be biological. Repeat, movement characteristics are too massive and too coordinated to be biological in nature. The next entry was written in a different pen, suggesting Marvin had taken a break and then returned to write what happened next. Emergency protocols initiated. Object began rising towards submersible, not swimming, rising straight up through sediment layers as if pushing through. Debris cloud massive, pressure wave detected by hull sensors, auto ascent engaged at 11:43, sub under extreme stress, hull integrity at 78%. Lost all sensor contact with object at depth 10,000 feet during emergency ascent. All systems experienced simultaneous failure. Electromagnetic pulse consistent with deliberate countermeasure, not natural phenomenon. Recording equipment destroyed. Visual contact impossible due to sediment cloud. Submersible recovered with extensive electromagnetic damage to all electronic components. Then came the final entry, written in block letters, pressed so hard into the page that the pen had nearly torn through the paper. We're not alone down here, and they are listening. Lena sat in the archive room for a long time after reading that. The fluorescent lights hummed above her. In the distance, she could hear the muffled sounds of her co-workers moving through the stacks, the quiet routine of the facility continuing around her. But she felt as if something fundamental had shifted. She should have filed the logbook according to protocol and moved on. That was the procedure. Catalogue the material, note any irregularities in a report for her supervisor, and process the next box. But something about this felt too real, too urgent, too deliberately hidden. The handwriting was steady except where urgency had made it rushed. The technical language was precise. This wasn't the work of someone prone to fantasy or exaggeration. This was an engineer documenting observations that terrified him, specifically because they were so clearly measured and verified. Lena looked around the empty archive room. She had worked here for 6 years and had never violated protocol. But she also knew that some documents had a way of disappearing once they entered the classification review process. Important things got buried under bureaucratic procedures all the time. She made copies before returning the original to the box. She told herself she was just being thorough, preserving a potentially significant historical document. Nothing wrong with that. But her hands were shaking slightly as the copier hummed, and she kept glancing toward the door, half expecting someone to walk in and ask what she was doing. Over the next few weeks, Lena began digging deeper. She found a memorandum dated March 1979, stamped with the highest classification markings she had ever seen in maritime archives. The memo was partially redacted, but certain elements were still visible. It was signed by Robert Ballard, the famous deep-sea explorer who would later discover the wreck of the Titanic. It was also signed by Robert Frosch, who was NASA administrator at the time. And there was a third signature line, but the name had been completely blacked out. Not just redacted with a thin line, but covered with heavy black marker, as if someone had been particularly determined to ensure that name never became public. The visible portion of the memo stated, "All oceanic anomaly investigations are to be transferred to a separate classification unit effective immediately. Standard scientific protocols are suspended for designated coordinates pending Department of Defense review." Lena searched every database she had access to. She found no record of NASA ever establishing such a classification unit, at least not publicly. Whatever they had found in the deep ocean, it had been transferred to something beyond normal oversight, something that answered to the military, not civilian science agencies. She needed more information. She needed proof that this wasn't just the paranoid ramblings of one contractor who had seen something he couldn't explain. She needed evidence that the pattern was bigger. She found it in the Navy archives. Through careful requests and legitimate research credentials, Lena gained access to partially declassified Navy sonar logs from the 1970s. These were routine submarine patrol reports that had been sitting in storage for decades. Most of it was exactly what you'd expect: position reports, depth readings, contact tracking of other vessels. But scattered throughout the logs were entries that stood out, references to unidentified submerged objects that appeared on sonar and then vanished, reports of sudden accelerations that were physically impossible for any known submarine technology, acoustic shadows that resembled large structural masses but appeared in locations where no structures should exist, and the locations matched: the Tonga Trench, the Puerto Rico Trench, the Mariana Trench, the 3 deepest places on Earth, the same places where NASA had been conducting their most advanced deep ocean exploration right before they were ordered to stop. The Navy reports used careful language. They never said alien or unknown intelligence. They said things like anomalous contact and unidentified acoustic phenomenon. But the pattern was clear. Something was down there. Multiple Navy vessels had detected it over the course of years, and someone had decided that civilian scientists needed to stop looking. Lena knew she needed to talk to someone who had been there, someone who had worked on NASA's ocean programs and might be willing to talk about what really happened. She found Harlan Vick living in a retirement community in Florida, in a modest apartment that overlooked a small artificial lake. He had worked as a propulsion engineer for NASA from 1964 until his retirement in 1991. His work had focused on developing systems that could function in extreme environments, both space and ocean. His personnel file, which Lena had accessed through legitimate research channels, showed commendations for innovative solutions to pressure vessel design and deep water propulsion systems. When Lena called him and explained what she had found, there was a long silence on the other end of the line. She could hear him breathing, could almost feel him deciding whether to hang up or engage. Then Harlan said something that made her book a flight to Florida the next day. "I was wondering when someone would finally start asking the right questions. I'm 83 years old. I don't have much time left to worry about classification agreements I signed 40 years ago." They met at a small cafe near his retirement community 3 days later. It was a quiet place, mostly empty in the mid-afternoon between lunch and dinner rushes. Harlan was waiting for her at a corner booth, a lean man with age spots on his hands and sharp, intelligent eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses. He wore a faded NASA polo shirt that had probably been sitting in his closet since the 90s. He ordered coffee and spent a moment organising his thoughts before speaking, his engineer's mind clearly arranging the information in logical sequence. NASA's interest in the oceans was never really about marine biology or geology, he began, his voice quiet but steady. Those were byproducts, benefits of the research certainly, but not the primary goal. What we were really doing was searching for analogue environments, places on Earth that resembled conditions we might find on other planets or moons. The deep ocean has no light, crushing pressure that can exceed 16,000 pounds per square inch, extreme cold except near thermal vents where temperatures can exceed 700 degrees, toxic chemistry, acidic conditions. It's as close to an alien world as you can get without leaving Earth. Lena nodded. This was consistent with what she had read in the public-facing mission statements from that era. Europa, Jupiter's moon, has an ocean beneath miles of ice. Enceladus, one of Saturn's moons, has geysers erupting from an underground ocean. If we wanted to understand how to explore those worlds, how to design equipment that could survive those conditions, how to search for life in those environments, we needed to start here, in our own ocean. Harlan took a sip of coffee, his hands steady despite his age. But the deeper we went, he continued, his voice dropping even lower, the more we encountered things that didn't fit any model we had. Sonar reading that showed geometric precision, where only irregular geology should exist. Electromagnetic disturbances with no natural source. Acoustic signatures that suggested machinery operating at depths, where pressure should make any mechanical system impossible, using any technology we understood. What kind of structures? Lena asked, leaning forward. Harlan glanced around the cafe, even though no one was sitting close enough to overhear. The gesture seemed automatic, a reflex from decades of security consciousness. The first one was found in 1974, February if I remember correctly, a sonar mapping mission in the Puerto Rico Trench, the deepest point in the Atlantic Ocean. They were using a new high-resolution side-scan sonar array, something we had just developed. The resolution was unprecedented for that time. They picked up what looked like a perfectly circular formation at the bottom, 20 miles in diameter. Perfectly circular. They did multiple passes over 3 days. Same result every time. The resolution wasn't good enough to see fine details, but the shape was unmistakable. Nature doesn't make circles that precise, especially not that large. Why wasn't this announced? Lena asked, though she already suspected the answer. Because of what happened next, Harlan said, his eyes distant, remembering. When they sent a submersible down to investigate 2 weeks later, the formation was gone. Not buried under a recent sediment flow, not obscured by a debris field from some underwater landslide. Gone. The seafloor in that location was smooth and undisturbed, as if nothing had ever been there. But we had sonar images from just 14 days earlier showing it clear as day. Multiple passes, multiple confirmation scans, then nothing. Lena felt a chill despite the warm Florida afternoon streaming through the cafe windows. The only explanation that made sense was that it had moved, but the implications of that, of something that large moving deliberately and then concealing itself, were too disturbing to put in a report. So the official conclusion was equipment malfunction, a glitch in the new sonar system. Never mind that the same system worked perfectly before and after that mission. The second incident was in 1976 in the Tonga Trench. That's the one Marvin Elridge was part of. You've seen his logbook, so you know what they found. Metal signatures and right-angle construction at a depth of over 35,000 feet. When they tried to investigate, all their equipment failed simultaneously. Not broke down over time. Not showed signs of degrading performance. Failed. All at once. As if something had actively shut it down with a directed electromagnetic pulse. Harlan paused, and Lena could see him deciding how much to share. And the third, she prompted gently, Mariana Trench, November 1977, a joint mission with the Navy. They weren't looking for anything unusual. They were testing new depth pressure sensors, equipment that could survive in the deepest place on Earth. boring technical work. But what they found was a massive object sitting on the ocean floor at a depth of 35,800 feet. The sonar images showed what looked like a vessel or structure, except it was too large to be anything humanity has ever built. Length estimated at over half a mile, width approximately 200 feet. Sitting at the deepest point on Earth, in a place where no human had ever been, where pressure should crush anything not specifically designed to withstand it. Harlan's coffee sat forgotten, cooling in front of him. After that mission, everything changed. People from the Department of Defense started showing up at our facilities, not consultants or liaisons, people with serious security clearances who didn't introduce themselves or explain why they were there. Scientists were pulled aside for private meetings. Documents were reclassified retroactively. And then, very quickly, all ocean programs were shut down. Money was reallocated to space programs. Personnel were reassigned or encouraged to retire. And we were told, very clearly through official and unofficial channels, that we were to focus exclusively on space from that point forward. Did they ever tell you why? Lena asked. Harlan looked at her directly, his engineer's mind clearly deciding to trust her with something he had kept quiet for decades. Not officially. But the rumour among those of us who had been there long enough, who knew how to read between the lines of classified briefings, was simple. Something in the ocean had responded to us. Our sonar pings, our submersibles, our equipment. We had been noticed, observed, scanned, evaluated, and someone at the highest levels of government decided that the appropriate response was to leave it alone, to stop probing, to stop investigating. NASA was told to redirect all resources to space and never come back to the deep ocean. Lena spent hours with Harlan that day, filling notebook after notebook with details. He gave her names of other scientists who had been involved, though he warned that most were dead now. He provided specific dates and mission numbers that she could cross-reference. He described technology that had never been publicly acknowledged. Pressure vessels capable of withstanding depths that the official record claimed were impossible at the time. Before she left, Harlan reached into his wallet and pulled out a small photograph, faded and creased from years of being carried. It showed a group of people on the deck of a research vessel. Young engineers in their 30s and 40s, squinting in bright sunlight, smiling the way people do in workplace photos. That's the team from the Mariana Trench mission, he said. In November 1977, 12 people in that photo. By 1985, 9 of them were dead. Heart attacks, car accidents, 1 drowning, 1 house fire. The official causes were always natural or accidental, but the statistical probability of that many deaths in such a small group over such a short time period is astronomically low. He pointed to a man in the centre of the photo. That's me. And that, he pointed to a woman on the right side, is Marvin Elridge's sister. She was a systems engineer. Brilliant woman. She died in '84 from what they called a sudden brain aneurysm. She was 39 years old, perfectly healthy, no family history of that condition. Lena looked at the photograph for a long time, at the smiling faces of people who had no idea what they were about to discover or what it would cost them. "Why are you still alive?" she asked quietly. Harlan smiled, but there was no humour in it. "Because I kept my mouth shut. I signed the papers. I accepted the reassignment. I never spoke to journalists or wrote about what we found. I made myself harmless, and apparently they decided I was worth more alive as an example of compliance than dead as a martyr." He paused. "But I'm 83 now. My wife died 2 years ago. My children rarely visit. At this point, I'd rather die having told someone the truth than live another year carrying it alone." 2 weeks later, Harlan Vick was found dead in his apartment by the facility's morning wellness check. The official cause of death was listed as heart failure, which wasn't particularly unusual for a man in his 80s with a documented history of cardiac issues. The facility's medical staff noted that he had seemed in good spirits the day before, had eaten a full dinner, and had been seen walking around the artificial lake that evening. But when Lena tried to contact the other names Harlan had given her, she found that 2 had also died in the past 5 years. both from natural causes according to official records. The other 3 names turned up no results at all, as if those people had never existed or had their identities completely scrubbed from all databases. Lena attended Harlan's funeral. It was small, poorly attended. His children were there but seemed uncomfortable, eager to complete the formalities and leave. She was the only person there who wasn't family. After the service, she stood by his grave for a while, looking at the temporary marker that would eventually be replaced with a permanent stone. She noticed a man in a dark suit standing near a tree about 50 yards away. He wasn't trying to hide, but he wasn't participating in the funeral either. Just watching. When Lena made eye contact with him, he nodded slightly, then walked to a black sedan and drove away. The message was clear. They knew she had talked to Harlan, they knew what he had told her, and they wanted her to know that they knew. Lena knew she was onto something real now, something that people in power had worked very hard to keep quiet for over 4 decades. She became obsessed with finding more evidence, more proof that couldn't be dismissed or explained away. She spent months cross-referencing coordinates. The logbook from Marvin Elridge's mission had included precise latitude and longitude readings for each sonar anomaly they detected. Lena began plotting these on maps, using modern satellite data and bathymetric charts to see if any patterns emerged. What she found was extraordinary. The anomalies weren't random. They formed a geometric lattice pattern stretching across huge sections of the Pacific Ocean floor. Massive triangular points separated by hundreds of miles, but aligned with mathematical precision. Each point corresponded to one of the deepest trenches or abyssal plains in the Pacific, and they were still there. Modern sonar data, when examined carefully, showed the same unexplained signatures. Not as obvious now, perhaps better hidden or less active, but present. Whatever NASA had found in the 1970s was still there. Lena's search led her to a forgotten archive in the Library of Congress. Among microfilm reels labelled as routine congressional briefings, she found something that didn't belong. A transcript dated November 1977, marked Eyes Only Limited Distribution. The transcript documented a conversation between a NASA oceanographer named Saul Riggin and an unnamed Department of Defense liaison. Lena had to read through the stilted bureaucratic language carefully, but the meaning was clear. Riggin reported that during a deep ocean scan, their equipment had been actively pinged by an unknown source, not passively detected, actively engaged with. The source had used frequencies that matched their own sonar, as if learning and mimicking their technology in real time. The Department of Defense liaison's response was blunt. "You are to shut down all exploration immediately. This is not a NASA matter anymore." Riggin protested. "But it's intelligent. Whatever is down there responded to us deliberately. This is the most important discovery in human history." The liaison's reply was chilling. "That's exactly why you're done. This matter is being transferred to agencies with appropriate security protocols. NASA will redirect all resources to space exploration. This decision is not negotiable." The transcript ended there. Lena searched for any follow-up documents, any indication of what appropriate agencies meant, any hint of what happened to Saul Riggin. She found nothing. His name appeared in NASA employment records until 1979, then vanished completely. No retirement notice, no obituary, just gone. But Lena found one more document. It was filed incorrectly, labelled as a budget allocation memo, but the content was far more significant. ABVS Protocol, Level 6 security clearance required, initiated March 1979. The objective was stated in precise bureaucratic language. Transfer all deep ocean findings and related research to Classified Naval Special Projects Division. Prevent public scientific agencies from further contact with designated zones. Redirect NASA resources exclusively to space exploration programs. And then the reason, in a single paragraph that had been partially redacted but was still readable. Containment of non-human submerged intelligence structures to prevent unauthorized contact and potential security breach. Lena read that paragraph 10 times. Non-human submerged intelligent structures, not alien spacecraft, not ancient ruins. Intelligent structures currently active and requiring containment. Something alive, or at least functional, beneath the ocean. NASA didn't choose to abandon the ocean. They were ordered to. They were forced into space to avoid something that had been discovered in the deep. Something that someone in power had decided humanity wasn't ready to know about. Lena understood now why Marvin Elridge had died. Why Harlan Vick had waited so long to speak. Why every scientist involved had either gone silent or disappeared. This wasn't just classified information. This was something that powerful people wanted to remain buried deeper than the trenches themselves. She should have stopped there. She should have published what she had found and let others take the risk of digging deeper. But Lena couldn't let it go. She needed to see more. She needed proof that couldn't be denied. That's when she started noticing the surveillance. It began subtly. A car parked across the street from her apartment for hours at a time. Engine off, windows tinted. The same vehicle appeared outside the archive where she worked. When she drove to meetings or interviews, the car was always 3 or 4 vehicles behind her in traffic. Her personal computer began acting strangely. Files would be in different folders than where she had left them. Her internet search history would be wiped clean each morning, even though she hadn't cleared it. Her backup drives disappeared from her apartment while she was at work, despite the door being locked and showing no signs of forced entry. Someone was watching her. Someone knew what she was researching, and they wanted her to know that they knew. A former NOAA technician reached out to her through an encrypted email service 2 months after Harlan's death. The message was brief. I have something you need to see, something they didn't collect. Come alone. Tell no one. It included a date, time, and location. A parking garage in Baltimore at midnight. Every instinct told Lena this was dangerous. Meeting a stranger at midnight with something classified was exactly the kind of thing that ended badly in stories like this. But she'd gone too far to stop now. She drove to Baltimore, parked on a different level than specified, and walked down the concrete stairs to the designated meeting spot. The technician was waiting near a support pillar, a man in his 70s wearing a windbreaker and a baseball cap. He looked nervous, his eyes constantly scanning the garage. He didn't give his name, didn't shake her hand, didn't waste time with pleasantries. I worked with Marvin Elridge in 1976 and 77, he said quietly. I was the one who processed the film reels from the submersibles. Every mission, I'd develop the footage, catalogue it and send it up the chain. After the Tonga Trench incident, men in suits showed up and collected everything. Every reel, every photograph, every piece of paper. They went through our facility like it had been raided. He handed her a metal film canister, old and dented, with faded labels barely visible in the dim garage lighting. This is from the Elridge mission. Dive 7. I made a copy before they collected the originals. I've kept it hidden for 46 years. I buried it in my backyard inside a waterproof container. I told myself I was keeping it for history, for proof, but really I think I was just too afraid to destroy it, and too afraid to show it to anyone. My wife died last year. My kids don't talk to me. I have cancer. The doctors say I have 6 months, maybe less. I don't know what to do with this anymore, but I know it shouldn't die with me. Maybe you'll know what to do with it. He turned to leave, then stopped and looked back at her. They killed him, you know. Marvin. It wasn't an accident. He called me 3 days before he died. Said people were following him. Said his house had been searched while he was at work. Nothing taken, but everything subtly moved. Drawers not quite closed the way he left them. Papers in slightly different positions. He knew what was coming. He told me to destroy anything he had ever given me, to forget everything we had talked about. I wish I had listened. Then he walked away, his footsteps echoing in the empty garage, and was gone. Lena stood there for several minutes, holding the film canister, feeling its weight, understanding that she was now holding something that people had killed to keep hidden. She took the film to a professional restoration service in Virginia, driving 2 hours out of her way, paying cash, and claiming it was family footage from a deep-sea fishing trip in the 70s. The technicians were more interested in the technical challenge than the content. Film this old, stored in less than ideal conditions, required careful handling. They cleaned it, stabilised it, and digitised it over 3 days. When Lena finally watched the restored footage on her laptop in a motel room, sitting in the dark with headphones on, she understood why this had been classified, why people had died, why an entire federal agency had been redirected away from the ocean. The video showed the view from a submersible's external camera, the timestamp in the corner marking it as November 17th, 1976 at 22:43 hours. Depth reading, 11,280 feet. At first, there was only darkness and the occasional particle drifting past the lens, caught in the submersible's powerful lights. The view swayed gently as the craft moved through the water. Then the lights illuminated something that made Lena pause the video, rewind, and watch again to confirm she wasn't seeing things. A massive curved surface, clearly metallic, extending beyond the reach of the lights in all directions. The texture was smooth, but not perfectly so. There were patterns etched or moulded into the surface, geometric designs too regular to be corrosion or damage. They looked deliberate, designed. The material itself had a strange quality to it, reflecting the lights in a way that seemed almost to absorb them, creating a darkness that was deeper than the surrounding water. The submersible moved along the surface, and the camera captured more details. What appeared to be seams where different sections met, too precise to be natural geological features. Structures that might have been protrusions, sensors, or ports of some kind. Curved indentations that could have been anything from decorative elements to functional openings, and then something that looked unmistakably like a window. A circular opening, about 15 feet in diameter, filled with what might have been transparent material, though it was impossible to tell in the murky water and dim light. The surface around it had additional geometric patterns, as if marking it as significant. The submersible's lights focused on the window, and Lena watched this section frame by frame, advancing through the video one image at a time. For 3 frames, barely a tenth of a second of real time, something appeared in the reflection of the glass or whatever material filled that circular opening. A shape. Definitely a shape. Not a trick of light or a distortion from the water. Something inside the structure, moving past the window. The resolution wasn't good enough to make out details. It could have been machinery. It could have been something else. But it was there, visible, real, captured on film. Then the lights failed. The video feed dissolved into static, but the recording continued, the timestamp still, advancing. The audio kept running, and Lena had to increase the volume to hear what came next. A low-frequency tone, deep and resonant, felt more than heard even through laptop speakers. Not the sound of machinery or water pressure or any mechanical system she recognised. The frequency was around 20 hertz, right at the edge of human hearing, kind of deep bass that you feel in your chest more than hear with your ears. But what made Lena's skin crawl was the pattern. The tone rose and fell in a sequence that repeated. Not random, not mechanical. It had rhythm. It had structure. It sounded almost like language, like something trying to communicate using sound in a frequency range that would travel through water effectively. She played it back multiple times, recording the audio on her phone, analysing the waveform. The pattern repeated every 11 seconds. Each repetition was identical in structure, but varied slightly in amplitude, as if the source was adjusting, testing, learning how to modulate the signal. Then, abruptly, it stopped. The audio went silent except for the quiet hiss of the recording equipment. The video timestamp showed the camera had recorded for another 18 minutes after the lights failed, but that entire section was corrupted or erased, showing only digital artifacts and noise. The footage ended. Lena sat in the dark motel room, her hands shaking slightly. She had just watched proof, real, documented, recorded proof that something intelligent existed in the deep ocean, something that built structures, something that noticed when we came looking, something that responded. Lena tried to contact the technician who had given her the film. His phone number was disconnected, The email address bounced back as non-existent. She drove to the address he had mentioned working from decades ago, but found only an abandoned building. He had vanished, just like everyone else who got too close to the truth. Lena knew she was running out of time. The surveillance was getting more obvious, almost as if whoever was watching wanted her to know they were closing in. She made copies of everything she'd found and distributed them to trusted colleagues, with instructions to release the information if anything happened to her. Then she did something risky. She used the coordinates from the classified documents to search for current military activity in those ocean regions. What she found was surprising. There were naval installations positioned near each of the major anomaly sites, not scientific research stations, military bases, some of them appearing on maps, others only visible through careful cross-referencing of shipping routes and no-fly zones. One installation in particular caught her attention, a naval facility near Pearl Harbor with unusual security protocols. Shipping manifests showed regular transport of materials to and from the facility, but the cargo descriptions were always vague. Research materials, equipment, components, classified payload. Lena travelled to Hawaii on a Tuesday morning in late August. She rented a car under her own name, stayed in a chain hotel and tried to appear like any other tourist. But she spent her days carefully observing the naval facility from various vantage points, using hiking trails and public beaches that offered distant views of the installation. The security was extraordinary. Multiple perimeter fences, each one taller than the last, guard towers with visible security personnel, sensor arrays that covered every approach, motion detectors, cameras, lights powerful enough to turn night into day. She watched security patrols follow precise patterns, vehicles checking the perimeter every 40 minutes like clockwork. But what interested her most was the shipping activity. Large trucks arrived multiple times per day, always with military police escorts. The containers they carried were standard military issue, but several had markings she could make out through her long lens camera. Abyss, non-terrestrial materials, level 6 clearance required, non-terrestrial materials. The same classification code from the 1979 protocol document. The same code that appeared in the classified memos she'd copied. They were still actively engaged with whatever had been found in the deep ocean. This wasn't ancient history being studied in some forgotten warehouse. This was ongoing, current, active. Lena spent 3 days photographing the facility, documenting the security procedures, noting the arrival and departure patterns. She was careful never to stay in one location too long, never to appear too interested, never to do anything that might flag her as surveillance. But on the third evening, as she sat in her rental car at a scenic overlook several miles from the facility, she noticed a black SUV parked 3 spaces down from her. It had been there when she arrived 30 minutes earlier, and it hadn't moved. The windows were tinted, but she could see the faint silhouette of someone inside. She started her car and drove back toward her hotel. The SUV followed, maintaining a consistent distance of 3 or 4 vehicles behind her, not trying to hide, making sure she knew they were there. Lena's heart rate increased, but she forced herself to drive normally. She pulled into a shopping centre, parked, and went into a grocery store. The SUV parked at the far end of the lot. When she came out 15 minutes later with a bag containing items she didn't need, the SUV was still there. The message was clear. We see you. We know what you're looking for, and we want you to know that we know. That night, Lena sat in her hotel room with all the documents, photos and recordings she had collected spread across the bed. She had enough. Documents proving NASA's sudden withdrawal from ocean exploration. Testimony from scientists who had been there. Film footage showing an underwater structure that couldn't be natural. Photographs of current military operations at coordinates matching the original anomaly sites. She began organising everything into a comprehensive report. She wrote through the night, knowing that once she released this information, there would be no going back. Her life would change irrevocably. She might face legal consequences. She might face worse. But the truth deserved to be known. Whatever was in the ocean, humanity had a right to know about it. Scientists had died trying to bring this information to light. Their deaths shouldn't be meaningless. At 3 a.m, she called a colleague she trusted, another archivist named Thomas Brennan who had worked with her for years, a man who understood the importance of preserving historical truth. The call went to voicemail. Lena's voice was steady but urgent. "Thomas, it's Lena. I need you to listen carefully. NASA left the ocean in 1979 because they found something. Not ancient ruins, not crashed spacecraft. Something alive, something intelligent, living in structures beneath miles of water in the deepest trenches on Earth. They've been there longer than human civilization, probably longer than humans have existed at all. In 1976 and 77, multiple deep ocean missions encountered these structures. Every time we came close, every time we tried to investigate, the equipment failed, but not randomly, deliberately. These things, whatever they are, they responded to us. They noticed us. They actively prevented us from getting too close. And someone at the highest levels of government made a deal, or a decision, or maybe just realised that humanity wasn't ready to know we're not the first intelligent species on this planet. They ordered NASA to abandon all ocean research. They classified everything. They silenced everyone who tried to speak about it. I have proof, documents, testimony from scientists who were there, film footage showing one of these structures. It's all real, Thomas. Every conspiracy theory about NASA hiding ocean discoveries, it's all based on truth. They just got the reason wrong. We didn't find aliens from space. We found something that was already here. I'm going to release everything tomorrow morning. I've made multiple copies. I've distributed them to people I trust. If anything happens to me, make sure this gets out. Make sure people know. Humanity deserves to know we're not alone. We've never been alone." She hung up. Then she sent encrypted files to 3 other colleagues, academics who specialised in government transparency and scientific fraud. The files contained everything she had found: copies of the classified documents, Harlan Vick's testimony, the digitised film footage, photographs of the naval facility. At 6 a.m, she packed her laptop, her camera and the original documents into her bag. She checked out of the hotel and started driving toward Honolulu International Airport. Her flight wasn't until evening, but she wanted to be somewhere public, somewhere with security cameras and witnesses. She never made it to the airport. At 8:15 in the morning, a highway patrol officer found Lena's rental car abandoned on Highway 3, a relatively quiet stretch of road about 12 miles outside of Pearl Harbor. The engine was still running, the driver's door was open, her keys were in the ignition. Her phone was on the passenger seat, battery removed and placed carefully beside it. There was no sign of struggle, no blood, no evidence of an accident. The car showed no damage. There were no skid marks on the road. Her suitcase was still in the trunk. Her purse was still in the front seat, wallet and credit cards intact. Lena Hart Boone had simply vanished. Within 6 hours, federal agents arrived at the scene. They took the car, they took everything in it, and they issued orders to local police that this was now a federal matter. No press releases, no public statements. The investigation would be handled at a higher level. Within 12 hours, more federal agents raided Lena's apartment in Maryland. They arrived with a warrant so heavily redacted that the property manager couldn't even tell what specific items they were authorized to seize. They took her computer, her files, her backup drives, her notebooks. They took everything. They interviewed her colleagues at the archive facility. The interviews were polite but firm. They explained that Lena had been involved in unauthorized access of classified materials, that her recent behaviour suggested significant psychological stress, that anyone who had received documents from her should turn them over immediately and refrain from discussing her work with anyone, as doing so could result in serious legal consequences. The official statement from authorities was brief and carefully worded. Lena Hart Boone had been reported missing. Her vehicle had been found abandoned in Hawaii. There was no evidence of foul play. Given her recent behaviour and the stress she had been under, authorities believed she may have wandered away from her vehicle in a state of confusion or distress. Search efforts were underway. The public was asked to contact authorities if they had any information. No mention of classified documents. No mention of NASA or ocean exploration. No mention of what she'd been researching. Just a troubled woman who had disappeared, probably due to mental health issues. Nothing more to see here. Thomas Brennan received the voicemail that evening when he woke up for his night shift at the archive facility. He listened to it 3 times, his blood chilling more with each repetition. He immediately checked his encrypted email and found the files Lena had sent him. Everything she had mentioned. All the proof. For 2 days he debated what to do. Then 2 federal agents appeared at his home. They were polite, professional. They explained that Lena had been suffering from a mental health crisis, that she had been accessing classified materials without authorization, that any documents she had shared were the product of her deteriorating mental state and should not be taken seriously. They asked if she'd sent him anything, if she'd shared her theories with him, if he had any of her documents. Thomas lied. He said no. He said Lena had seemed stressed lately but hadn't shared any specifics of her work. He said he was worried about her and hoped she would be found safely. The agents thanked him and left, but Thomas noticed the car parked down the street that evening, and the next evening, and the evening after that. He deleted the encrypted files without looking at them again. He erased Lena's voicemail. He told himself he was being smart, not cowardly, that he had a family to think about, that getting himself killed or disappeared wouldn't honour Lena's sacrifice. The other colleagues Lena had sent files to made similar choices. The risks were too great. The evidence could be dismissed as forgery. The penalties for possessing classified materials were severe. One by one, they deleted the files or turned them over to authorities. Within a week, it was as if Lena's entire investigation had never existed. But 1 week after her disappearance, on a Thursday at 2:17 in the morning, a single document appeared on an anonymous forum dedicated to government conspiracies and unexplained phenomena. The forum had existed for years, a place where people shared theories about everything, from UFOs to assassinations to hidden technologies. Most of it was speculation and wishful thinking. This post was different. It was uploaded from an untraceable account that had been created minutes before the post appeared. The routing data, analysed later by forum administrators and independent researchers, showed the post had bounced through 17 different countries, using VPN services and proxy servers to obscure its origin. Whoever posted it understood digital security in a way that suggested either professional training or serious paranoia. The post contained a comprehensive summary of everything Lena had discovered. The 1976 and 77 ocean missions, the classified documents showing NASA's sudden withdrawal, the testimony from deceased scientists, the description of structures found in the deepest trenches, the geometric lattice pattern connecting the anomaly sites across the Pacific, and it included a scanned page from what appeared to be a classified government memorandum, marked with security classifications that verified it as authentic to anyone who understood government document formatting. The memo was dated March 1979 and included partial text from what was clearly the Abyss Protocol. The post read, "We didn't stop exploring the ocean because we couldn't. We stopped because we were told not to disturb what's down there. They've been watching us for as long as we've been watching the stars. The Abyss Protocol isn't about preventing contact. It's about managing a relationship that began long before NASA was even founded. Someone made an agreement. We stay in the atmosphere and space. They stay in the deep ocean. As long as neither side violates the boundary, we coexist. But if we go back down there, if we start probing again with modern technology, the agreement ends, and nobody in power wants to know what happens then." The post was live for exactly 5 minutes. In that time, 47 people viewed it. 12 took screenshots. 3 downloaded the attached document. Then it was gone, deleted. The account that posted it vanished from the server logs as if it had never existed. The forum's administrators received an official government order within an hour, demanding they surrender all server logs, IP addresses, and any cached versions of the deleted content. The order came with specific federal statute citations, and a warning that failure to comply would result in the forum being shut down and its operators facing criminal charges. The administrators complied. They turned over everything they had. But the technical analysis showed something the government didn't want to acknowledge. Whoever posted that information had skills that exceeded typical internet users. The routing was sophisticated. The security measures were professional grade. This wasn't some random conspiracy theorist. This was someone who knew what they were doing. Someone who had planned this carefully. The 12 people who had taken screenshots began sharing them on other platforms. Reddit, Twitter, obscure forums dedicated to ocean mysteries. For about 48 hours, the story gained traction. People debated whether the documents were real. Amateur analysts examined the formatting and concluded the memo appeared authentic. Researchers dug into NASA's history and confirmed that the agency had indeed abandoned ocean programs in the late 1970s with minimal explanation. Then the systematic suppression began. Posts were removed from major platforms, sometimes within minutes of being uploaded. Accounts were suspended for spreading misinformation. Fact-checking organisations issued statements saying the documents had been examined and deemed false, though they never explained who examined them or what specific evidence proved them fraudulent. Within a week, the story had been effectively scrubbed from mainstream internet platforms. It remained only in the darker corners of the web, on encrypted forums and conspiracy sites where it blended in with hundreds of other unverifiable claims about government secrets. The official narrative became fixed. Lena Hart Boone had experienced a mental health crisis. She had developed paranoid delusions about government cover-ups. She had fabricated or altered documents to support her theories. Her disappearance was tragic, but likely the result of her deteriorating mental state. The documents she supposedly found were either forgeries or legitimate materials taken wildly out of context. Researchers who looked into the story found nothing solid to grasp. Lena's disappearance was real and documented, but the content of her research was impossible to verify. The documents she supposedly found had vanished. The people she interviewed were dead or refused to speak. The footage no longer existed in any archive, public or private. Even the forum post couldn't be verified since the original had been deleted, and the screenshots could have been fabricated. For a few weeks, the story circulated among communities interested in government conspiracies and hidden knowledge. Then it faded, replaced by newer theories and more recent mysteries. Lena Hart Boone became another name on a long list of people who claimed to have found something significant, and then disappeared. Another unsolved mystery. Another story that couldn't be proven or disproven. But in late October 2023, on a Saturday morning when most of America was sleeping in or having breakfast with their families, something happened that brought the whole story roaring back. A satellite image appeared on an anonymous image-sharing platform. Not one of the major social media sites, but a smaller platform used primarily by researchers and scientists to share large technical files. The image was uploaded at 6:32 in the morning Eastern Time from an account with no history, no profile information, and a username that was just a random string of numbers and letters. The metadata had been carefully stripped from the image file, making it impossible to determine when or by what satellite it had been captured. But analysis of the photograph itself, conducted later by independent researchers with expertise in satellite imaging, suggested it came from a commercial constellation that provided high-resolution ocean imagery for scientific research. The specific characteristics of the image, the angle, the resolution, and the wavelength sensitivity all matched known specifications of satellites operated by a European space agency that sold data commercially. The image showed a section of the Mariana Trench, the deepest point on Earth, Challenger Deep, nearly 7 miles below the ocean surface, over 35,000 feet down, a place where pressure exceeds 16,000 pounds per square inch, a place where humans have visited only 4 times in all of history. The last visit had been 2 years earlier. The resolution was extraordinary. Modern satellite technology, using advanced synthetic aperture radar and other sensing methods, could penetrate water to surprising depths and create detailed maps of seafloor topography. This image had been processed to show bathymetric features with clarity that was almost shocking. And visible in the image, clear enough to leave absolutely no doubt, was a perfectly symmetrical hexagonal structure. each side, measured over 10 miles in length. The formation was slightly elevated from the surrounding seafloor, rising about 800 feet above the base level, as if it were sitting on the surface rather than being part of the natural geological formation. The edges were too precise to be natural, the angles too perfect, the symmetry too exact. But what made the image truly extraordinary was the thermal data overlaid on the visual imagery. The satellite had infrared capability, and someone had processed the data to show temperature variations across the scanned area. The structure was glowing, not with visible light, but with heat. At a depth where the ambient temperature should be just above freezing, barely 2 degrees Celsius, this structure was radiating warmth. The thermal signature showed temperatures ranging from 15 to 20 degrees Celsius, significantly above ambient. The pattern wasn't uniform either. There were areas of higher temperature, suggesting internal heat sources or power generation. The heat radiated outward in a way that suggested active systems, not passive geological warming from volcanic activity. And at the centre of the hexagon, there appeared to be an opening, a dark space where both the visual and thermal signatures dropped significantly, as if something was channeling that energy inward or allowing access to whatever was below. The opening was roughly circular, about 2 miles in diameter, and perfectly centred within the hexagonal structure. The surrounding seafloor showed no similar features, just the structure, sitting alone in the darkness of the deepest place on Earth, active and warm and geometrically impossible. The image included a scale bar and coordinates. Anyone with basic knowledge of geographic information systems could verify that this was indeed Challenger Deep, at precisely the deepest measured point in the Mariana Trench. The location matched historical records of depth measurements and previous mapping efforts. Within the first hour, the image was viewed by 300 people, scientists, researchers, ocean enthusiasts, and people who followed maritime mysteries. Many of them downloaded the full resolution file. Some immediately began analysing it, checking the metadata, examining the pixels for signs of manipulation or forgery. Their initial findings were disturbing. The image didn't show obvious signs of digital manipulation. The noise patterns were consistent with legitimate satellite imagery. The compression artifacts looked natural. The thermal data aligned properly with the visual data in ways that would be extremely difficult to fake convincingly. The post that accompanied the image contained no explanation, no manifesto, no detailed claims. Just the image and a title that sent chills through everyone who read it. NASA was right to leave. Within 6 minutes of being posted, the image was gone. The account deleted. The platform's administrators later reported that they had received what appeared to be an automated takedown request citing national security concerns. The request had come with federal authentication codes that the administrators had no way to verify or challenge. But by then, it was too late. 300 downloads had already been made, screenshots had been captured, the image had been shared to other platforms, and once something reaches the internet, it never truly disappears. Over the next 48 hours, the image spread. Reddit communities dedicated to ocean mysteries erupted in debate. Twitter accounts shared compressed versions. YouTube videos analysing the image began appearing, some racking up hundreds of thousands of views before they too were removed for unspecified violations of community guidelines. Independent analysts worked to verify the image's authenticity. Several with expertise in satellite imaging concluded that it appeared to be legitimate. The thermal characteristics were consistent with real infrared data. The bathymetric details matched known features of the Mariana Trench. If it was a fake, it was an extraordinarily sophisticated one that would have required access to genuine satellite data and considerable technical expertise. But verification was impossible, because nobody could identify the source satellite or the capture date. The European Space Agency that operated the most likely satellite constellation denied having any knowledge of the image. When pressed for their own imagery of that location, they stated that their satellites didn't routinely image Challenger Deep due to limited commercial interest, and any existing imagery was restricted for purchase by licensed researchers only. Governments refused to comment. NASA issued a carefully worded statement saying, They had no current ocean exploration programs and couldn't verify the authenticity of any images being circulated on social media. They encouraged people to be skeptical of unverified information from unknown sources. The Navy simply declined to respond to inquiries from journalists. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration released a statement explaining that seafloor features could sometimes appear geometric due to natural geological processes, and that thermal anomalies near trenches were often caused by volcanic activity or unique pressure conditions. They made no specific reference to the image in question, and didn't address why this particular formation was so perfectly hexagonal, or why it was located at a point with no known volcanic activity. But researchers who knew where to look found something interesting that couldn't be easily dismissed or explained away. In the weeks following the leaked image, there was a significant and measurable increase in military ship activity near the Mariana Trench. Data from commercial ship tracking services, which monitor vessel movements using AS transponders, showed unusual patterns. Naval vessels that official records claimed were conducting routine exercises in other parts of the Pacific had their transponders go dark for extended periods. When they reappeared, their position suggested they had been operating near the Mariana Trench during those dark periods. Submarine activity, which is harder to track but can be inferred from support vessel movements, and military communication patterns also increased. Attack submarines require surface support ships for long-range operations. The movement of these support vessels suggested increased submarine presence in the region. Scientific research vessels that had been scheduled to work in that region suddenly had their permits revoked without explanation. Applications for new research permits were denied or indefinitely delayed. Independent researchers who tried to book commercial deep-sea exploration found that the coordinates they requested were unavailable due to unspecified military operations. Amateur satellite watchers, people who track military reconnaissance satellites as a hobby, noticed that several satellites altered their orbits to provide more frequent coverage of the Challenger Deep area. The orbital changes were small but measurable, suggesting someone wanted more regular imaging of that specific location. Commercial fishing vessels reported increased military presence. Boats that had been working in international waters for decades suddenly found themselves being approached by Navy ships and asked to relocate. The requests were polite but firm. The explanations were vague. Ongoing operations, safety concerns, routine exercises. But the fishing captains who had worked those waters for years had never seen that kind of military activity before. Radio operators who monitor military frequencies reported increased encrypted communications on channels known to be used for submarine operations. The volume of traffic suggested significant coordination efforts, the kind that would accompany major operational deployment, not routine exercises. None of this information appeared in mainstream news. Individual pieces of it showed up on specialized forums, maritime industry publications, and military tracking websites. But nobody connected all the pieces into a comprehensive picture. Or if they did, they didn't publish it. The pattern was clear to anyone paying attention. Something was happening in the Mariana Trench. The military was responding to something, and whatever it was, they didn't want civilian scientists or researchers anywhere near it. One commercial pilot, flying a regular route from Japan to Australia that passed within range of the Mariana Trench, reported seeing unusual surface activity during a night flight. He described seeing what looked like bioluminescence, except the pattern was too regular, too geometric. He filed a routine observation report as pilots are required to do for any unusual phenomena. The report was acknowledged, then classified. When he tried to discuss it later with colleagues, he was visited by two men who identified themselves as air safety investigators. They explained that his observation had been determined to be a misidentification of fishing vessel lights, and that further discussion of the matter could impact his pilot certification. He stopped talking about it. A marine biologist conducting independent research on deep-sea species, using a small autonomous underwater vehicle she had built herself, submitted a request to operate near the Challenger Deep. Her request was denied. When she asked for an explanation, she was told that military operations were ongoing in the region, and all civilian research activities were temporarily suspended for safety reasons. When she asked when the suspension would be lifted, She was told that information was not available. 6 months later, the suspension was still in effect. Something was happening in the deep ocean, something that required a military presence, something that someone in power didn't want civilian scientists, researchers, or the general public getting close to. And it was happening at the exact location where a satellite image had shown an impossible structure. The Abyss Protocol, it seemed, was still very much in effect, and whatever agreement or decision had been made in 1979 was being actively enforced in 2023. The Abyss Protocol, it seemed, was still very much in effect. Today, if you search for information about NASA's ocean exploration programs from the 1970s, you'll find basic historical facts. The partnership with NOAA, the development of deep ocean technology, the successful missions that mapped volcanic vents and discovered new species, straightforward, unremarkable history. But you won't find anything about why it ended so abruptly. You won't find details about the anomalies that were reported. You won't find the names of the scientists who tried to speak out and died under circumstances that were always ruled natural or accidental. All of that has been scrubbed, classified, or lost to time. In March of 2024, a Freedom of Information request was filed asking for all NASA documents related to ocean exploration programs from 1975 to 1980. The request was filed by a law firm representing an anonymous client. 3 months later, the response arrived. 7,000 pages of documents so heavily redacted that entire sections were nothing but black bars. Page after page of blacked-out text with only occasional phrases visible. Depth readings nominal. Equipment functioning as expected. Mission concluded successfully. Nothing about the anomalies. Nothing about the structures. Nothing about the decision to end all ocean programs. Just routine operational reports with anything meaningful removed. The law firm filed an appeal, arguing that excessive redaction violated the spirit of transparency laws. The appeal was denied. The stated reason: matters of national security. No further explanation provided. On July 4th, 2024, during a holiday weekend when most Americans were watching fireworks and having barbecues, the Mariana Trench Marine National Monument was quietly expanded. The expansion added nearly 30,000 square miles of protected ocean to the monument, including the entire area around Challenger Deep. The expansion came with new restrictions: no commercial fishing, no research without specific federal permits, no unauthorized vessel activity. The announcement was buried in a routine Department of the Interior press release that mentioned several unrelated administrative actions. No press conference, no statements from the White House, just a few paragraphs in a document that most news organizations never bothered to read. The restrictions were immediate and strictly enforced. The Coast Guard began regular patrols of the expanded monument area. Any vessel entering without proper authorization was intercepted and escorted out. The penalties for violation were severe: fines up to $250,000 and potential criminal charges. When environmental groups asked about the sudden expansion and increased restrictions, they were told it was part of ongoing efforts to protect unique deep-sea ecosystems from disturbance. When marine researchers applied for permits to study the newly protected areas, their applications were either denied or delayed indefinitely pending unspecified security reviews. The message was clear: the deepest parts of the Mariana Trench were now effectively off-limits to everyone, except those with the highest security clearances. In November 2024, a research paper was published in an obscure marine biology journal. The paper, written by a team of Japanese scientists, described acoustic anomalies detected near several deep ocean trenches between 2020 and 2022. The anomalies consisted of low-frequency sounds that didn't match any known biological or geological sources. The frequencies suggested possible mechanical origins. The patterns suggested possible intelligence. The paper was peer-reviewed and published. It remained available for exactly 9 days. Then it was retracted. The journal issued a statement saying the data had been found to contain errors, and the conclusions were not supported by the evidence. The authors protested, claiming their data was sound, and the retraction was unjustified. Their protests were ignored. Copies of the paper exist in academic archives and can still be found by determined researchers, but its retraction means it can't be cited in other scientific work, effectively erasing it from legitimate scientific discourse. The ocean covers more than 70% of Earth's surface. The average depth is over 2 miles. More than 80% has never been mapped in detail. We have better topographic maps of Mars than we do of our own seafloor. The technology exists to change that. Autonomous underwater vehicles, advanced sonar arrays, satellite bathymetry, deep-sea submersibles that can withstand pressures in the deepest trenches. We could map the entire ocean floor if we chose to. We could explore every trench, every abyssal plain, every underwater mountain range. The cost would be substantial but not prohibitive. Less than what we spend on space exploration in a single year. The scientific value would be immense. New species, new geological knowledge, better understanding of ocean currents and climate systems, potential resources. But we don't do it. Year after year, the deep ocean remains largely unexplored. Research funding goes to space programs instead. Mars rovers and Jupiter probes and telescopes looking at distant galaxies. We search for life on other planets while leaving most of our own planet unexplored. The official explanations make sense on the surface. The ocean is difficult to explore. The pressure is crushing. The darkness is absolute. The equipment required is expensive and specialized. Space captures public imagination in ways the ocean doesn't. Funding decisions are complex and based on multiple factors. All of that is true. But it doesn't explain the classified documents. It doesn't explain why scientists who asked too many questions ended up dead. It doesn't explain why certain coordinates are now off limits to civilian research. It doesn't explain the Abyss Protocol. There are places on Earth where humans are not permitted to go. Military installations, nuclear facilities, government research centres. We accept these restrictions as necessary for security. We understand that some things need to be kept secret for legitimate reasons. But the deep ocean isn't a military base or a nuclear facility. It's a natural part of our planet. It was here billions of years before humans existed. Restricting access to it, controlling who can explore it, hiding what's been found there. These actions suggest something more than routine security concerns. They suggest something was discovered that changed the fundamental understanding of who we are and whether we're alone. Something that people in power decided we're not ready to know. Something that has been kept secret for 50 years through classification, suppression, and when necessary, elimination of anyone who came too close to the truth. Marvin Eldridge died in 1978. Harlan Vick died in 2022. Lena Hart Boone disappeared in 2023. These are just the names we know. How many others were silenced? How many scientists, researchers, technicians, and engineers took secrets to their graves? How many chose silence over the risk of speaking out? The Abyss Protocol wasn't about preventing contact with something unknown. It was about managing information, controlling what humanity knows about its own planet, maintaining a narrative that humans are the only intelligent species on Earth, even in the face of evidence to the contrary. Someone, somewhere, made the decision that this secret was worth keeping, that whatever exists in the deep ocean should remain there, undisturbed and unknown, that NASA should explore space instead, that the public should believe we stopped exploring the ocean simply because space was more interesting. And for 50 years that decision has held, through changes in presidential administrations, through shifts in public opinion, through advances in technology that would make discovery easier. The secret has been maintained. Documents remain classified. Witnesses remain silent or dead. Research remains restricted. The satellite image from 2023 showed something that should not exist in nature. A hexagonal structure over 60 miles in perimeter, sitting at the deepest point on Earth, radiating heat, with an opening at its centre. It existed for 6 minutes on the internet before being scrubbed. But those who saw it remember. The structure is still there. The thermal signature hasn't changed. Military vessels continue to patrol the area. Permits continue to be denied. And somewhere in classified facilities, people monitor those depths, watching for changes, for activity, for signs that whatever agreement or understanding exists might be breaking down. The ocean keeps its secrets well, and in the crushing darkness of the deepest trenches, at pressures that would instantly kill any human, beneath miles of water where no light has ever reached, something exists. Something with geometric precision. Something that radiates heat. Something that noticed when we came looking in the 1970s and responded by shutting down our equipment. Something that may have been here long before humans walked the earth. Something that built structures in the deep ocean for purposes we can't begin to understand. Something that someone in power encountered and then decided humanity was better off not knowing about. NASA didn't choose space over ocean. They were pushed into space, ordered to look up instead of down, told to search for life on distant planets while ignoring the evidence of non-human intelligence right here on Earth. The choice was made, the protocol was established, and for 50 years it has been enforced with classification protocols, funding redirection, permit restrictions, and when necessary, permanent silence. The truth is down there, in the Mariana Trench, in the Puerto Rico Trench, in the Tonga Trench, in the deepest, darkest, most inaccessible places on our planet, waiting, watching, existing, and we have been told to leave it alone. Perhaps that was the right decision. Perhaps there are discoveries that humanity isn't ready for. Perhaps there are truths that would fundamentally break our understanding of the world in ways we couldn't recover from. Or perhaps those in power simply made a choice that they're not the ones suffering. They're not the ones who died asking questions, and they're not the ones who have to live with the weight of suppressed knowledge. The ocean covers 70% of our planet. It holds secrets we haven't even begun to imagine. And somewhere, in a facility with the highest security clearance, in a room where the protocols are enforced and the decisions are made, someone knows exactly what those secrets are. They've known since 1978. And they've decided you shouldn't.